And we are live. Guys, welcome everyone to the penultimate round of the Stepan Avagyan Memorial here. With me, very special commentator, international master and woman grandmaster Lilith. Hi.
Hi, Raja. Hi.
Oh, we have to be a bit quiet, Lilith. This is the penultimate round. Um,
Just a minute.
yes. While Lilith is fixing her camera, guys.
Right.
Hi guys, is the is the voice good now? Is the voice good now? Can you just let me know? I'm waiting for your feedbacks. No.
No, not yet. Okay. No.
And okay, I'm just checking it once again if the voice is good now. Voice good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm checking it again, guys. If the voice is good now.
Is it working? Mine is working also.
Yes, it's
It's
perfect.
all
It's
good,
all working
good.
now, guys.
So
Just
we
to
can
welcome
start.
you back again here in the penultimate round. With me, of course, a good friend and great commentator Lilith Mekarchian, who's an international master and woman grandmaster. Today we have to be a bit quiet. The tension is rising in the playing hall because Lilith, tomorrow is the final day.
Yes. I'm so excited, Raja. I'm so excited to see who will be the winner of
Who will
our
be-
strong tournament,
And
right?
in front of us is a very important match, Lilith, because Arvind, who is in the second place right now, as you can see in the standings, is playing against Benjamin Gledura, who is actually on the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yes. I also noticed, of course, this that Arvind, of course, will try to push today because Benjamin is struggling in this tournament. He's
Benjamin,
struggling,
who's actually a very strong player from Hungary, is struggling a lot. And Arvin with the white pieces is going to be pressing. Can we just take a look at the opening, Lilith?
Yes, of course. Let's start from this game.
Yeah.
Okay, so again d4. By the way, you see,
Uh-huh.
Raja, you remember, right? 2 times.
He won with d4.
He won with d4, and maybe yes, this time also.
And he needs a
decided.
hat trick. He needs a
Yes.
hat trick today, guys.
He
Yesterday, by
decided.
the way, Portugal defeated Germany.
Oh,
In I'm sorry, Lilith, but Portugal won yesterday. Ronaldo won the finals. It was very exciting match.
and you were rooting for Portugal.
I'm not going to say who I was rooting
Okay.
for because I'm a bit sad actually.
Okay.
So knight f6,
So knight f6. Okay.
c4, e6,
e6,
and knight
knight
c3. So the
c3.
Nimzo
Nimzo.
opening.
By the way, again Nimzo.
Yeah.
Remember?
Against Xu Xinagyu, actually, after bishop b4, he had gone for this move f3.
Yes.
By the way, don't forget, Lilith, that a3 was the move that was chosen by Pragg against Benjamin Gledura just 2 rounds back. And
Exactly.
Pragg had won a beautiful game there.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yes, I remember also that game, right? Very exciting game, of course. And this time, let's see what. Okay, e3.
Yeah, e3 chosen by Arvind. Castles and bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Slightly rare, I have to tell you, but of course, it's picking up.
Yes,
Yeah.
recently it's quite. Yes, it's quite popular. Bishop d2 and d5.
d5, knight f3, b6,
B6.
cd, ed, and of course now lot of move order tricks here in this position, because if you go bishop d3, then I think in one chessable course by Ganguly, rook e8, if I'm not mistaken, was the move recommended. But
Okay.
it's a very, I mean, you have to be very much aware of the nuances in this line.
I agree with you. Move order matters a lot.
A lot.
Yes.
And rook c1 played here by Arvind. The point here, Lilith, is that if you go bishop d6, now
Yes.
white has knight b5.
Knight b5, annoying move,
And
right?
this is the reason why after rook c1, here Benjamin is thinking maybe he might consider this move a6 so that there is no knight b5. But
Yes.
then again, you spend some time here.
Yes, yes, I agree. I agree with you.
And
Raja?
we have a question they're asking, is this the last round? Guys, no, this is the 8th round today.
Yes, yes.
And very exciting day today, because Pragg is leading with 5 out of 7. Arvind is just behind him with 4.5 out of 7. Kollars is on 4. And it's like in racing, like the 7-8 laps were very exciting, but now it's the final 2 laps,
Yes,
Lilith.
yes,
And the one who presses the accelerator, who gets that, nitro button at the right time, is going to win the tournament.
Exactly, Raja. Yes. So in this game, of course, we are expecting big fight.
Yeah.
In this game, it's for sure, right? Okay, so
Rook c1.
Rook c1.
And of course, Lilith,
So
I
you
want
said
to put you on the
a6.
spot. By the way, what's your prediction?
Oh, in this
I know
game,
you love
think
predicting.
it's so tricky. But in this game, I think Arvind will win. I think Arvind
You
will
think
win.
Arvind
Yes,
will win?
yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I
Because
think yes.
look at the clock as well. Benjamin, and when you are having a tough event, Lilith, you doubt every single decision of yours.
Exactly.
Because in this position, I have a feeling that Benjamin for sure has seen this position, but he's just second guessing himself. And this happens quite frequently when you're not very confident in yourself.
Yes, exactly. And actually, he knows, of course, that move order matters a lot
Yeah.
in this variation. So he's trying also to remember, right? Exactly. Because I remember somehow that bishop e7, there is such move also.
Yeah, bishop
Raja.
e7 is a move, and the point for everyone to understand is that after knight b5, Lilith, a6 is actually possible, because
Right.
after knight takes c7, guys, rook a7, and the knight on c7 is actually trapped. And this is the
Exactly.
tactical reason why this works. And after queen c2, if I am not mistaken, black can just respond with the simple bishop d6, attacking the knight with one more piece, and white is just losing here. Lilith, exactly, you're right. Bishop e7
Bishop
also
e7
possible.
is possible, right?
Yeah.
With the idea then to play bishop b7 and c5. So this is the idea. Bishop goes back, and the idea then bishop b7, even c5, right? To play
Exactly.
this kind of positions. Okay, very
So,
interesting. So let's see after
You're
c1.
predicting Arvind to win. I
Yes.
actually might accompany your prediction here, Lilith, because he's up on clock, and this is a must win for him to catch Pragg.
Yes.
Because he's playing with the white pieces. Tomorrow he'll play with the black pieces, so it will be very tough to win. Today is the day where Arvind is going to go all in, guys.
Exactly. And as we said, right, Benjamin is struggling in this tournament, so
And he goes c5
he
by the
goes
way.
for c5. Okay, immediately c5. Very interesting. Okay, let's see. If c5.
Actually, Lilith, he goes c5. Arvind is thinking, I'm sure he has this prepped. Let's just quickly check all the games first to do a roundup of what's happening.
Yes,
And
let's do it.
Let's quickly check our leader's game actually.
Yes,
What a position. Oh my God.
Oh, what is this? Let's go from the beginning, Raja. So, okay, from the beginning. So, c4
This is crazy.
has been played.
Yeah,
okay.
e5.
And e5. So, what can you say about Prague's choice, opening choice,
Well,
e5.
e5, I think this I'm not so surprised with. But after knight c3, I'm extremely surprised by this move d6. Because I had a feeling that Praggnanandhaa might just be very solid today, go for knight f6 and the normal English opening, where of course he has a lot of understanding and knowledge. But he goes for d6. This move was actually played by our Indian player Arjun Irigesi. And after knight f3, the point is f5. And Prague is like, I know that draw is fine for me, but I am 160 points higher than my opponent. I'm going to play for a win.
Actually, yesterday we were discussing
Yeah, I
this,
thought he will
right?
play for a draw actually.
Yes. You were thinking that he would go. He would play solidly,
Exactly.
right?
And guys, you won't believe this, but I have actually recommended something very, very similar to this with the white opening in a course that's going to come out in a few months actually.
You?
Yes, me, Lilith. I
Roger,
made a course.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, with chess base actually, but it's
Okay.
aimed for players below 1500, 1600. And after e4, c5, Lilith, I just to give you a sneak peek, I have recommended in my course the move bishop to e2.
Oh, really?
Yes, and the point is that I want to go d3 and f4, and we get the same position with one tempo up.
Oh, okay.
So guys, if you think about it here, knight c6, d3 and f4, and just compare this position to this one where Prague is doing the same actually.
Yes.
If I can flip the board and just imagine that you have the same position with your bishop on e7.
Exactly.
So
when it will be released, let me know.
Yes, for sure, Lilith. This course will be for about openings only, and it will be out in a few months. So I will be posting some stuff about it. But let's check what happened in this game.
Yes.
Knight f3, f5. That's the whole idea.
Yes.
That we push the pawn and then develop the knight.
Yes.
But Xu goes for d4.
d4. Yes.
And he's immediately trying to challenge this pawn on e5.
Actually, d3 is also possible,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right,
d3.
d3 with knight, g3, bishop
Exactly,
d2.
yeah.
Yes, this is also possible. Of course, maybe more quiet, right? d4, I think d4 actually is more principal. What do you think, Raja?
d4 is principled because
right?
he's trying to attack the center immediately.
right.
But it does allow e4, which was played by Prague.
Yes.
Knight g5 and
Yes.
Prague goes for c6.
c6. Okay.
And look at the clock, Lilith. Again, Prague having 1 hour 28 minutes. Xu, who played this move knight g5 quickly, has actually been in a deep tank after this move pawn to c6.
Pawn to c6.
I think Prague just wants to go d5 and just get complete control of the center.
And what is interesting,
Yeah.
Raja, in this tournament, we noticed that Xu actually is very well prepared. But today, against Prague, even
Against
him,
Prague.
right? Even him.
You know,
Yes,
until
this
today,
is amazing.
until today, he was like, I am, the big boy in the openings. But today, he's playing Prague, Lilith.
Just remember yesterday's game against Samuel,
Yeah.
French defense. How his preparation was amazing,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yes, and here he is, but against Prague, no chance.
Yeah, I mean, guys, Prague has actually only moved his pawns in the first 5 moves, Lilith. Only pawn moves. Look at this, f5, e5, e4. And now
Yes.
again, maybe the 6th move might be a pawn move. Prague is playing for a win, guys. He's playing a very dynamic position here. And it will be interesting to see
Very
whether
interesting,
he will
yes.
manage to create some chances with black. Of course, this is a risky approach. I'm going to be honest, this is risky because if you think about it, he has not developed any of the pieces.
Yes, but I agree with you, Raja. But the center is closed,
Yeah.
and I think that if center is closed, we can allow.
allow this.
Yes, we can allow us.
I'm curious whether Xu will consider this move pawn to h4, which is actually a very interesting idea in these positions. You don't exactly want to go h6 because after knight h3, this pawn looks like it's free. But after g3, what was the other idea in this position for white? Basically, white just gets very quick development.
Yes.
And
yes.
it's not so, it's not so straightforward that black is just a pawn up. So c6, Xu Xinagyu in a big deep tank here thinking. So we saw the two boards.
So you are suggesting h4 here,
h4,
right?
is one idea. He can even drop back knight h3. You cannot play e3. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe this is the idea, Raja. Not so c6, good move, right? And Prague is waiting with the move knight f6. So knight f6, and white doesn't have e3 because g5 knight is hanging. By the way, this is, I think, very important question, Raja. How to develop f1 bishop?
Actually, we have a suggestion in the chat. Pawn to d5 is a suggestion. It is possible, guys. Trying to go knight to e6, very, very possible. And I have a feeling black might respond to this with bishop to e7. Because if you go knight e6 now, guys, I will just chop this knight, d takes, and after queen c8, you don't really have a good way to protect this pawn on e6. And this is why after d5, bishop e7, you're forced to kind of retreat with your knight, and this will just allow black to develop comfortably.
It is possible, right?
Yeah, possible.
It is possible, yes.
So c6, and I think my summary or sum up for this position right now would be that, you know, it's very dynamic, and the only reason why I like what Pragg is doing, because he knows what he is doing.
Yes.
Because if he did not know and he was freestyling this, then it can be a bit risky.
But honestly, I like his choice, opening choice, Raja, because this is such a complex position, and he can outplay.
Yeah.
He can outplay his opponent.
I mean, we saw the way he won 3 games in this tournament, guys. Pragg is 5 out of 7. His rating is 2773, if I'm not mistaken. He's world number 6 right now. He's playing the best chess of his life. Let's also quickly check out the Armenian derby here between Aram Hakobyan
and Raja.
Hovhannisyan.
What happened here? Okay, e4. Okay, Robert almost always plays e4, so this is not a surprise. And c5. Raja, good. We have again Sicilian. Knight f3 and again knight c6. This variation actually is very popular in our
guys,
in our
I have a
tournament.
feeling that we really need to understand this opening cd4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3 and e5.
And e5 now.
Because knight d5, d6, this, you know, pelican position. And one more opening that I really think is important to learn right now is takes, knight d4, knight c6, knight c3 and knight f6. Guys, this seems to be the trend that's happening in top level chess right now, and I am highly going to recommend all the players trying to find an opening with the black pieces to look at this line. I think it's very interesting.
Yes, very popular, right?
Yeah.
Actually, in our tournament, I think we had 3, right, Raja? 3.
More.
More
We had 4 positions maybe.
Like this. No, not Sicilian. Sicilian more.
Yeah.
But exactly this position,
Maybe
I think 3, right?
By the way, Lilith, we have a question for you by Polly Walnuts. Who are you supporting in this Armenian derby?
Oh, when Armenians are playing, you know, my heart,
Yeah, you have to choose. You have to choose.
Okay, I just draw.
No. You have to choose someone.
You know, they both are my good friends, you know.
Yeah, but what if you have to choose someone? Whom will you pick, Lilith?
Oh, it's very tough for me. It's very tough. I root both of them. So
Okay, guys, we will not.
Don't torture me, please.
So,
By the way, when Arvin and Pragg were playing, so
but it's over. You should have asked me back then, Lilith.
I lost my chance, right?
You lost your chance. Okay, knight c3, e5, knight d5, d6, and this is the Sveshnikov. The people know about this. Knight a3, b5, knight d5.
And you remember, Robert had already this position.
He had this position.
Against...
he had this position actually against Xu Xinagyu.
Yes, against... Until
and
first
he
round.
lost. Yeah.
First round. He had winning position. So
takes, c3, castles,
knight c2,
b6, a4 and knight e7 played by Hakobyan, who seems to be very well prepared. And I like this move knight e7 against Hovhannisyan, because Hovhannisyan, if he gets like a slightly better position without any risk, is very good at putting pressure.
Right.
And knight e7.
What is this, Raja? Are you familiar with this bishop e6, knight e7? I am not familiar at all, honestly.
So, to be very honest, I have seen this, but I don't recall the nuances. But I have seen this idea where after knight f6, gf6, black quickly wants to go for either f5 and d5 break and solve the tension immediately.
Okay, we remember that in this position actually after c3, right? Castle knight c2, Xu played rook b8, which this is we know, right? This is a very
Very popular.
very popular, like old line,
Yeah,
right?
knight c2, actually bishop g5 is one of the main moves as well, actually, Lilith. And after h4, bishop h6, g3.
But 1 minute, I don't play a4 here, Raja.
No,
I would play a4.
Yeah, a4 possible.
Typical move,
a4
right?
and so the main, basically there were two main ideas in this position. One is to go h4,
Okay.
bishop h6, and to go for g3 now.
Okay.
And now white basically has an idea that after bishop e6, let's say for example, white goes for bishop h3. This is one very interesting idea where you cannot go queen d7 because I have knight b6.
Okay.
Let's say you go rook b8,
Right.
now threatening queen d7,
Right.
and now white goes king f1, Lilith.
Tricky move and king g2.
And king g2. This is one idea, and of course the other idea that you mentioned with a4 also
I like more a4 idea.
challenging this pawn, because if this pawn moves, bishop comes to c4.
c4.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's actually what happened in Robert's first game,
First
right?
game.
Yes, if
So-
our viewers also remember, very very exciting game.
Knight
was.
c2,
And this is new idea. I
Bishop
think.
e6.
Bishop e6
and by the way, a4, knight e7, chop chop has happened.
has happened. Okay, very interesting. Knight, this has happened, and okay, how?
And of course, the big question is, what if I take the pawn on b5?
Right.
A takes b5,
And
bishop takes b5.
right, immediately.
I have a feeling that rook b8 could be a move, but then c4 comes in and you stop me from going d5. So maybe, rook takes a1, queen takes a1, and now d5.
Okay, so it's just a poor sacrifice,
It's
right?
pawn sacrifice, and against Hovhannisyan, I think you should play dynamically.
Dynamically, yes, because otherwise he is very strong, right?
Yeah.
In positional play. Okay, maybe that's why Aram actually chose this, right?
Yeah, so gf6, and this is the live position. I have a feeling that Aram is just very well prepared and he will find the best moves to equalize this position.
Yes, because of preparation.
Because of
right?
preparation. So I'm predicting a draw in this game,
Draw.
Lilith.
Yes.
So then we are left to see two more games between Bjerre and Kollars. Very interesting as well.
This also looks very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, Raja, let's go from the beginning.
And there are no players on the board. I first thought they agreed to a draw or what, but no, they're still fighting, of course.
I think they will fight. They will fight. Yes, because actually, if Bjerre wins today, he can overtake, right? He overtakes Kollars actually.
Yes.
So for Bjerre, it's very important today. Okay, so he goes for e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Okay.
Yeah.
And bishop b5. Okay. Ruy
Spanish,
Lopez.
a6, bishop a4, and bishop e7, early bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
And
Okay.
white does not go for castles here.
Why?
Maybe he was a bit afraid of f5, or maybe black would just go something like d6 and then try to go for some f5. Not sure actually what the difference is. I've never analyzed this move actually.
Bishop e7, but you have seen this move, bishop e7. Honestly,
I have not actually.
yes, this is new for me.
Very
again.
new move, guys.
Yes, new ideas, right, Raja?
Because
strong engines, new ideas.
Strong engines, newer ideas, and
Yes.
Kollars, guys, has to win with black to have some winning chances in this
Winning
tournament.
chances. Yes, maybe that's why he's choosing such a
Aggressive.
Yes, not usual stuff, right?
Yeah.
He wants to surprise his opponent.
Yeah, guys, Harshal, this is actually a very important game because, yes, Prague is leading, but if Kollars wins this game, he is going to join Prague. So it's very important to actually keep an eye on this game.
Not Prague, Arvind. If Arvind,
If Prague loses, then
if Prague
Kollars will join him.
loses,
Yeah.
Yes, if Prague loses, then yes.
So d3, d6, c3, and f5 played quickly by Kollars.
Quickly, yes. So
Bishop b3 played, but look at the time situation, and Lilith, these positions where black goes f5 and you are not well prepared, black can get an advantage very quickly in the
very
opening.
quickly, yes.
And I once played this against a lower rated like 3-4 years back, I think, in Czech Republic, and I just got steamrolled actually with the white pieces. He just attacked me, and it was very tough.
Very tough. Okay, but let's just, Raja, let's understand. Because, okay, bishop b3, we understand this move, right? Bishop is excellent placed here, preventing black from castling, right? Okay, I think black should play knight f6. What do you think? Just you
Yeah,
normal
most
move.
likely knight f6 is going to happen in this position.
But now maybe knight g4.
And now
let's see what is.
you're
just
going
I
for
don't
knight
know.
g5
Yes.
because white wants to get this bishop.
Yes, and knight f7 is also in there.
Yeah, knight f7.
These two moves, right?
So maybe after bishop b3, Lilith, I might consider knight
First
to
knight
a5,
right.
kick this bishop away from b3 and then go knight f6.
Knight f6. This I like more, of course, yes. And you are not, of course, after knight a5, you are ready if bishop takes g8.
Yeah, I would be
right?
very happy, of course.
Because this bishop is an excellent bishop. We see that evaluation bar is also
Agreeing,
great,
because
right?
we go bishop e6,
Exactly.
queen
It's
d7
a
and just
long castle.
switcheroo on the other side.
Yes. So as white, we don't want to exchange this bishop, which is an excellent bishop. So knight a5.
We cannot give away our rockets for free.
Exactly.
There is a very high price for this rocket, Lilith. We have to protect it at all costs.
Exactly.
So bishop b3, Kollars is thinking, but I think he should be happy with his position after knight a5.
Yes, because we see that after knight f6, actually this knight g5 move might be, right? And a bit annoying. And black maybe has to play now d5.
Which is unpleasant, yeah.
Yes.
So bishop b3 and Kollars having a comfortable position here if he finds knight a5, Lilith. And I have complex game.
I'm very glad actually, right? Raja, we see fighting chess and this is what we love.
And what's your prediction about this game?
Oh, this is okay. Again tough question.
No, just prediction, Lilith. Just you have to say.
I'm always stressed when I should predict the result.
I think black will win. I think black is already in for a big fight. I'm going to predict a black win.
Let's see. Black win, white win.
White win. Okay. We have a contrast in our predictions here.
Exactly.
And the final game is between Sam and Yakubboev.
Yes.
And they had like a Catalan opening. Bishop g2, and actually...
And very interesting, yesterday you remember, Raja, Sam went for e4 and it was a very quick draw, so he didn't get anything from the opening. Today he thought, okay, no, today is d4.
d4 day, yeah.
d4 day and g5.
cd, knight d5, knight f3, cd. This is a very solid line actually. Castles, bishop c5, knight d4 and castles. And
Sam is thinking
very, equalish position here actually. Sometimes white goes for this move knight c3 in this position. As I've mentioned before, if you take b takes, rook b1 comes in quickly, bishop f4, and white has easy play.
Easy play, right. Although we see, this is very important moment, by the way, I think, Raja. Although we see c3 is not we can say weak pawn, but just a rocket bishop, right?
Yeah.
And knight on d4 and b, as you mentioned, right? B opened, semi-opened file.
Rocket bishop and missile rook.
Exactly.
So these two things combined would cause a deadly attack in my opinion.
That's why white, we prefer white, right, in this position.
So castles, and Sam is thinking this is only 8 moves played. The game is progressing slowly. So I'm expecting Sevian to put, very small strategic pressure on Yakubboev here. He can even just go knight b3 in this position.
Also possible, yes.
Hitting the bishop and then perhaps trying to go for knight c3 or knight d2, knight c4.
Yes.
Sam has a lot of plans to choose from. He's thinking.
But I think either knight b3 or knight c4.
Yeah, I think these two.
These two, yes.
Yeah.
So let's. I'm very interested. Knight c3 will be chosen or not. I would prefer knight c3. I don't know. I like this.
The thing with knight c3 is, Lilith,
yes,
that after knight takes c3, b takes c3, quite often what happens is black goes a6, queen c7 and knight c6. Now a6. The problem with a6 in this position is that you can go knight b3.
Okay.
And the dark squares have become very weak, because if you go here, my bishop can come to a3.
Yes.
And if you go back to e7, then who is going to defend my dark square weaknesses here? So I cannot go a6 immediately in this position. Obviously, one question is if I can just sacrifice a pawn. Knight takes c6, b takes c6.
White will just take.
White will take, and black will have to prove his compensation.
Yes. So the problem in this position, of course, how to develop these pieces, right? This is the question. Okay.
e5 is a move actually in this position, just trying to bring out your bishop. If you go knight b5, I can always go for knight a6. There is even, of course, queen a5 in this position now.
I wanted to play knight b3.
After e5?
Yes, after e5 I'm considering
Yeah, knight b3
move. Yes,
and
attacking your bishop.
I guess that I have to go back to b6.
But then bishop a3.
But then
your
bishop
idea.
a3 is coming,
Yes,
yeah.
Bishop a3.
And if bishop e7, I was a bit afraid that at some point you might have this queen d8, rook d8,
bishop
and knight a5 business, Lilith. Just
okay,
immediately
yes,
asking. So,
okay,
guys,
yes.
knight c3 is a very, very decent idea here. Let's check Arvind's game.
Oh, yes.
Let's check
yes,
Arvind's game.
Yes, yes.
This is actually a very exciting game for me because after rook c1, c5,
okay.
bd3 played.
Okay, he took his time, by the way, Raja. Arvind took his time and he played bishop d3.
Which the engines find to be slightly inaccurate.
Yes, evaluation bar actually is not that content with this move.
And bishop a6 played again, and he played it very quickly. Just he thought for a few seconds there, and after bishop takes, knight takes, castles, the engine like white's position again.
Actually, yes. But it means that, you see, when this evaluation bar after bishop d3, engine doesn't like that.
Yeah,
knight,
I
bishop
have a
a6.
feeling that
But
knight
why?
c6 could be an idea as well to
Just
put pressure on the
pressure.
d4 pawn.
Okay.
Let me think if I have any other ideas that come to my mind. Obviously, c4 is like one of the most...
Raja, yes, exactly this I wanted to ask you. How do you evaluate this kind of
The thing is,
positions
c4,
after
you know,
c4?
Lilith, somehow the engines always like gaining space with black, but whenever I'm
b1, right?
playing, somehow I feel like castle, knight e5, f4, and this, because there is no tension on the d4 pawn, I'm always afraid that white will just have a big attack.
Okay, and if, for example, this is very interesting. Let's just a bit discuss.
Yeah.
If you said that knight e5, right, is your next move. You want to play knight e5, f4 even, right?
Yes.
I mean, this kind of stuff. Okay, if as black, just idea, right? If I try to pin your knight, that you
Okay.
don't have this knight e5.
h3.
And now h3, you are asking me what
Of course,
to
you
do with
cannot
this.
take this knight because queen takes f3 and this looks very good for white. So I expect you to go back bishop h5.
Yes.
And then bishop g6. I like this idea a lot actually, to trade off these bishops.
And if possible, if possible, then rook e8, knight c6, a6, b5, pushing
Yeah.
the pawns, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
this was possible.
This was possible
This was
actually.
possible, yes.
But Benjamin wanted clarity. He just played bishop a6, bishop takes, knight takes. Bit surprised that queen a4 was not included by Arvind, trying to pose questions on this knight on a6. He goes for castles in this position. And now it's black to play in this position.
Now black to play. You know what I'm thinking, Raja? If queen a4, because yes, this is the first move that comes to our mind, right? Queen a4 attacking the knight, right? Let's understand why Arvind didn't choose this move. I'm thinking my first instinct, you know, queen c8. How about this move?
Yeah, but now I castle.
Now
And
you
you know,
castle.
your queen on c8 basically is
I want to
awkwardly
put on
placed.
b7.
Yeah, queen b7.
Right.
And let's say I go something like knight
Knight
e5 in
e5.
this position. Maybe c4 is possible somehow. So in this position, I might have to start with d takes c5. You have to take with the b
With the
pawn.
b pawn, yes.
And
Rook d1.
maybe rook f d1. And you have these hanging pawns.
Hanging pawns.
And of course, if you get initiative, then black is fine. But otherwise, it's a long-term liability.
Yes, but to me, this kind of positions are quite complex.
Yeah, it's complex, but that's what Arvind wants, I think. He wants a complicated position where
Right.
Benjamin has like opportunities to go wrong.
To go wrong. But anyway, he thought here, let's see how long. Okay, actually, castles.
Castles played quickly, but look at
very
Benjamin's clock.
Yes.
From 1 hour 21 minutes, he's still
Okay,
thinking.
Yes, it's actually it's too long, you know.
It's too long. And
yes.
guys, what are your predictions for this game? Do you think Arvind will win and catch up with Prague, or do you think it will be a
But
draw?
okay, don't forget that Prague is also playing for win today, so it's
Yeah, that's true.
a big fight. It's a big fight. So
But do you think Arvind will win today, guys? Or do you think that Benjamin will finally find his form? San says it's a draw. it will be a draw.
Okay.
Rehal Preet says it will be a win for Arvind. Samlin, Arvind has to win today. That's true because, Prague is just one game away from winning the tournament.
From winning the tournament, yes.
And many draws actually. Many people are thinking it's a draw.
It's a draw. Okay. And we were predicting that Arvind
Yeah,
will
I am
win.
predicting Arvind will win, guys.
Right. Okay.
Majestic says Harshit will win. Bhai, I am not playing.
You have so many supporters, Raja. Okay.
Oh, there is a
Raja.
question actually,
Yes.
Rehal Preet. Thanks for the question. Is bishop takes c3 possible?
By the way, very good question. By the way,
And-
very good question. And how to retake?
I think I will retake with the bishop in this position because let's say you make a pass move h6. I will now take d takes c5. Let's say you take with the b pawn. You get this hanging pawns. But now I capture this knight on f6 because if you take with the queen, your d5 pawn is hanging, and even if you take the b2 pawn, this pawn is a weakness. The knight on a6 is not the best piece somehow. Queen c4 followed with rook c2, rook b1 ideas, and this is just a very good position.
Because c5, actually c5 is a weak pawn. Knight on a6 is
Yeah.
out of the game. Yes, okay, this I agree with you. But of course, Raja, you said h6 move. I think our friends, right?
Yeah.
The idea was to push c4 with the idea then b5, b4.
Yeah, if c4 here,
Yes.
maybe here I can start with the move knight to e5, but then you get this move knight to e4 somehow.
Even I will consider b5.
b4. So
with
maybe
the
let
idea,
me start
yes.
with queen a4, but
Queen
then
a4.
again knight c7 and you're ready with this idea.
Yes, b5, b4, exactly.
So I have to be accurate.
You have to be accurate.
And you are forcing me to be accurate, so I will be accurate and play this move b3.
Okay, b3, b5, of course.
And now I will chop this pawn on c4.
Okay.
Because if you take with the d pawn, it's a bit risky, yeah, because I get these central pawns. And if you take with the b pawn,
Now your bishop is stable
bishop
here.
is actually not the best piece though somehow.
We want to have knight actually.
Yeah, I would
instead
love
of
to have a
bishop.
knight.
Yes.
So bishop c3,
Actually, it's
interesting question.
Interesting question. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, this is to me also very important, right? We want to take with the bishop, right, Raja, for
Yeah.
sure. Let's check this move also. If we take with the pawn, do you play c4 again as
We don't even have to play c4 now because this pawn on the pawn on c3 just makes our bishop on d2 look so stupid somehow.
So stupid. Yes.
Yeah, c4 of course is possible, just
Possible.
fixing this, and then b5, queen a5 ideas in the air. Knight can just
Knight e4.
e4.
Yes. So
By the way, guys, c4 is very important in this position because if you allow white to take on c5, just notice the difference between the pawn being on d4 and without the pawn. The bishop just becomes very active
right.
once the pawn on d4 is traded.
Right.
So bishop c3, c4, and there is some nice move here actually for white available in this position. Knight d2, did we try?
Not yet.
Knight d2, but yeah, b5 you want,
know,
yeah?
Yes. Can we
Oh,
play just
a4,
A4?
Lilith.
A4, yes.
Finally, we understood black's idea.
Yes, A4. We
Yeah.
don't want to. We want to prevent B5.
Yeah.
And then actually, I like your move knight D2.
Knight
Yeah.
D2,
Knight D2,
F3,
F3,
E4.
and E4
Yeah.
if possible. Yes. So this is what we want
This
to do
is
as
finally,
white.
and you know, guys, sometimes when you understand what your opponent wants to do, it becomes easier to understand what we want to do in the position.
Exactly. And very often, by the
Yeah.
way, right? This prophylactic thinking
Exactly.
is very, very important.
So castles
Okay.
and Benjamin is just like, I don't know what to do in this position. He's thinking for more than 24 minutes in this position. Let's take this opportunity to quickly check what's happening in the leaders game. Prague playing with the black pieces, and we have a lot of moves.
Okay, let's go. After
C6.
C6, he played the
After c6, he played knight h3 in this position and bishop e7,
E7.
just developing. Knight f4,
knight
f6,
very, very logical.
h4, castles, e3, and this idea that black has just played in this position is available in my course, guys. What did black play in this position?
So Raja, you are expert in of this kind of
Yeah,
positions, right?
actually,
Because you wrote a course.
yes.
Yes.
So I know how to play this position
you know
with black.
how to play.
Guys,
okay.
how can black develop his pieces? Candy Crush, look at the speed with which people are, they're too strong.
They're
They're too strong actually.
nice.
Candy Crush, Mohan also finding it.
So explain to us, Raja, because
Yeah.
you analyze this kind of positions, right? So you know all the nuances. So what should we play and why?
Rahal Preet recommends knight d7. Rahal, do you want to think again? Because you are blundering knight
yes.
e6. But yeah, journey tutorial Mithun. Guys, knight a6 is the best move in this position.
Explain to us
Because
why.
we come back knight to c7. We control this e6 square. But very importantly, have an eye on this d5 square, which at some point we might want to push. And you know, the thing is, if we put our knight on d7, it's very hard. Like, okay, we cannot, of course, knight e6, and we need to develop our pieces. So knight a6, knight c7, and then it's possible that the bishop goes from d7 to e8 to f7, if possible, in some moment.
Very interesting. So let's go move by move now. So knight
played,
a6
by the way.
actually
Pragg
has
played
been
it.
played. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, as white, I'm thinking bishop e2.
And now knight c7.
Right? Knight c7, okay.
And it's a fighting position, right? It's
Very fighting.
I mean, if you are playing with white, I wouldn't really think that I'm better here.
Right.
Because
no,
it's just
complex.
complex. Yeah. And maybe at some point black can consider this idea of going rook b8 and a6 and b5 at some point. It's possible.
And can white think about b4, b5 ideas, right?
So
what do you
whenever
think?
you go b4 in
Yes,
this
for
position,
example.
you have to be always careful about being hit with this move pawn to a5. And now what exactly do you want to do?
Yes,
b5?
because I don't have a3. b5 is the only move.
Only move. But because if you ever take, I just take back. In this position, I might even consider just pushing d5 here.
Very
because my knight has been amazingly placed here. If you go c5, you know, somehow it feels like this position is closed. So black can now focus on the king side. Maybe knight e6 could even be an idea, because if you take f4 becomes a powerful threat.
So it's very interesting. In this pawn structure, Raja, you want to say that black plays on the king side, right?
Yeah.
Because of e4 pawn.
Exactly.
E4 pawn, yes. And we want to trade this knight, which is
A blockader somehow.
Yes, blockading piece. We want to trade, and we want to
Open the position.
Yes, we want to prepare for.
Exactly.
Okay, very nice.
So knight a6, guys. Let me actually get Pragg's camera here. Very interested to see what's happening in.
And actually, Xu is thinking. He's taking his time. I have such feeling that he's not familiar with this kind of positions.
Yeah, and actually, Pragg understood that if you play a theoretical position with Xu, he's very good.
Yes.
And that's why he goes for this d6 f5 line. I'm very happy to see this, because not only because I've studied this myself, but I know this is a very fighting line.
Very fighting.
And you know, I have to give credit to the team, the supporting team that Pragg has. I think he's come here in this event with Vaibhav Suri,
Yes.
who's a grandmaster, very strong player. He was also one of the coaches in the Olympiad winning team that India had.
Okay.
And he's one of the best trainers here. And you know,
So he's a famous coach.
he's a very famous trainer and
okay.
second. And Lilith, I'm sure that these trainers, and it's a whole team that comes together to find ideas like this for Pragg. And of course, finally it is Pragg who does the magician's work on the board, but we have to give credit to the whole team as well.
Exactly. Yes, of course. Raja, but you know what is interesting
Yes.
to me also? You said about this your course, right?
Yeah.
How you came to this idea, you know? I mean, Bishop E2, it's such a rare move.
It's very rare.
Yes. From where you got this inspiration, Bishop E2? Because this is...
Yeah, so actually guys,
Yes.
just to
Tell
tell you
us.
a
I'm
bit
very
about my
curious.
course,
Yes.
it's going to be e4, c5 and bishop
Bishop
e2.
E2, yes. What is this, Raja?
And-
How this idea came to your mind?
So I was just trying to analyze a lot of openings from Sicilian, and I noticed that if you go knight f3 Lilith, even a 1400 player might know opening better than me. It's possible.
It's possible.
Because nowadays you can just go to Cloud Engine and just remember opening moves like you just by heart it basically. But in this move bishop e2, it's more about understanding the position and plans, which the engines for example says it's 0-0 and black is even slightly better sometimes. But in reality, like Pragg showed it, we are going d3 f4, and it's a very unorthodox position.
I see.
So I think that bishop e2 is going to be a move that we might see in top level.
Top level.
It's possible. And if that happens, I'll be very happy for my course. But I'm very much
And
waiting.
actually, we see those kind of positions now
Yeah.
exactly, right? But with reversed colors actually.
And actually, guys, Arjun was one of the first pioneers of this opening who played. I think maybe Dubov also played it, but Arjun definitely played this with black, and he even won the game if I'm not wrong. So I also took some inspiration from him and understood that, hey, if he can do this with black, I can do this with a tempo up.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
So guys, 600 of people watching. This is the penultimate round that we have here in Stepan Avagyan. Pragg with the black pieces is going for the win.
Yes, he chose this
Aggressive
very,
opening
yes,
with
very
d6 and f5. It kind of seems to, why the move happened. Bishop e2 played.
yes, this we were. I think knight c7 also will be played.
Knight c7 will be
instantly.
played very
Yes,
quickly.
Very quickly, and then of course this is the moment. What to do as white?
f3
Raja.
looks tempting, but that's a terrible move actually, Lilith, in these positions, because black will play d5, and now it's just impossible for you to castle here because you have created this weaknesses.
I see. Okay, this is actually very important point that you said. And how about Raja? How about if okay, f3 we understood that it's not great. How about if I play g3 then, just solid?
Yeah.
Although I don't know what to do then. I am thinking somehow that my idea should be with b4, maybe to prepare then rook b1 before. I don't know how. I really don't know what to
Exactly,
do.
and that's what I want with black. I want you to be completely out in the jungle, so where you don't
But
know what's
G3
happening.
I would consider G3. Just somehow I feel that this is so defying, the position.
No, this is guerrilla tactics by Pragg. He's bringing his opponent into unfamiliar territories. I like this strategy a lot.
Yes, me too.
Bishop e2 and knight c7 is probably the move that Pragg will play. Also, let's just quickly check when Pragg is thinking the game of the Armenians.
Yes. What happened here?
Let's check. Maybe you can explain what happened here.
Okay, let's understand. So after 3 minutes fought, Robert went for bishop d3 because of course he understands that Aram is very well prepared. So he chose solid move, which is very logical. We develop our piece. We don't want any extra pawn, right? And we just want a very quick castle. And as you mentioned, by the way, Raja, d5. Black
D5,
wants to
yeah, he
play
wants to
d5,
open
and
the
actually
center.
instantly Aram is saying I'm very well prepared.
And I had just had a feeling that Aram will equalize this position comfortably with black after he made this move knight e7. Castles, d takes, bishop takes, rook b8.
Rook b8, yes.
ab5.
By the way, instantly
And
all
f5
moves
played immediately.
instantly from Aram.
Yeah,
all these
instant
moves,
move,
yes.
bishop f3. And I think the main move in this position could very well have been what could have
Okay, bishop is
queen
on
takes d8 maybe, but no, then black just takes with the rook, and rook d2 is coming in.
Right. But Raja, let's understand. Okay, in this position, bishop is under attack, right? So what should we do? Bishop f3 has been played in the game.
Yeah.
What else? I mean, we have also bishop d3. How about bishop d3 move?
Yeah, bishop t3 and
yes.
e4, then we just come back bishop e2.
Bishop
This looks
e2.
quite promising,
Yes, and now we have
because after
d4
bishop
square.
f3, maybe Lilith, he allowed this move bishop to c4. No, but then we just take b takes a6, and
Very nice
this
move.
is coming in.
Yes.
So what should black do actually in this position? Maybe
Okay,
just take the pawn.
Take the pawn, yes, simple.
Take the pawn.
Simple chess.
And in this endgame, when Hakobyan has 24 minutes more than his opponent, it just feels like he will be able to draw. Alkarinta Motions, thanks a lot for your super chat.
Raja, I have a question, of course, for you. If now we attack e5 pawn,
How?
how? Good
Because
question.
queen e2 just to show runs
Yes.
into bishop c4, and that just would be a terrible move.
Yes, rook e1.
Yeah,
I
rook
was
e1.
thinking.
And I can even consider just putting my knight to g6 in this position, and at some point consider e4.
Okay, but then I want knight b4 to jump.
You want knight before
Yes.
there, Lilith. What if I jump with my queen to g5 here? Yeah,
Okay.
I'm aggressive.
You are aggressive.
I'm rook d8, knight h4, I'm coming.
You are attacking player. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, if I play knight c6, let's see.
Knight c6.
Actually, already
It's
not
dangerous. Let's
good.
say
But don't forget, e5 is hanging.
e4 I will play in this position.
Yes, you will play e4.
And
Yes, very
I will
strong.
go rook c8 next or
Yes,
something,
yes,
and this
is
looks
not
dangerous
good.
attack
because
coming.
Then attack, as you said, right? This. Okay, this okay. I understood.
So bishop f3.
So bishop
and
f3, and we are expecting this move.
they just
of course.
capture back. Yeah.
Yes, and
I mean, unless Lilith,
what
there
else?
is queen takes d1 here.
Okay, rook
If
f.
rook takes d1, bishop b3 stuff.
Okay, very interesting.
But now I'm afraid that you might have b takes a6 here, because after bishop takes c2, a7, and or even rook d7 first. I was not sure which move to make, and following up with a7, and this bishop has just turned out to be a monster.
Yes, it's very strong.
So maybe you're right. AB5 is an
This
easy
is
way
the
to equalize.
Yes,
Yeah.
easiest way, to take. And now white to move, right? I mean, white should think what to do.
Queen c1 looks an interesting idea actually.
This knight, I want to.
You want to put it to
yes,
b4,
I don't know. Somehow this is, knight b4. I think that the knight is good here.
It's well placed there. Maybe I
Yes.
can go queen c7.
Oh,
Oh, that allows knight
knight
a6. Okay, I have to be
a6,
careful.
yes.
So maybe queen b6
Queen
has to be
b6,
played.
yes. But rook a6
But then
Can I
rook
play
a6 is coming, and you're just harassing my queen there. I'll just go back to that live position, bishop f3, and we were considering ab5, knight b4.
b4, yes. Knight b4, knight is very stable on b4.
And if I take
Yes,
take
rook fd1.
rook d8, you are saying that this endgame may be slightly better for white with this outside pass
Yes,
pawns.
and b5 actually I think is a weakness. It's a weak pawn, I think, Raja.
Yeah.
b5 pawn.
Lilith, I like your suggestion after ab5 to go knight b4, and maybe that's why in this position Aram is trying to
is
find
thinking,
some
right.
way to not allow this position.
But what else? I mean, white wants just to take on a6.
I mean, he might
Yes.
be creative. Maybe a5. Who knows? It's like something crazy.
Crazy. But a5 pawn is hanging, no?
Yeah, you can just
Might
take.
be,
Yeah, and
right?
you're taking this pawn, so it's not possible actually. And let's see what Aram comes up with
Yes.
in this game. Let's quickly check Arvind's game. Actually, what happened? Castle's knight e4 played, which was a slight inaccuracy, by the way, in Arvind's game, and queen a4 played by Arvind.
Your move, Raja.
Lilith,
You
I am
suggest-
afraid for Benjamin's clock and his position.
Okay, I agree with you,
Because
Raja. But I
wouldn't
want
you
to
love to
understand-
play queen c8 in this position?
Okay, let me think because I say evaluation bar.
Guys, what can white do in this
Yes,
position?
Yes. What can white do? Oh,
White to play.
Raja, you are so fast. You see everything very fast. It's good.
A and B, exactly. You spotted it. Let's see if anyone else can spot it.
Yes. That's why maybe just 94 was premature.
Mistake, yeah, it was a mistake.
It was a premature, right?
Yeah. So one person has found it. Majestic recommends A3, but you have a stronger move.
Yes, stronger move.
Exactly. Eternal finds it. Raj finds it. Knight takes D5, because if you take the bishop on D2, then there is knight E7 check, forking the king and the queen, and white is just winning. So queen A4.
There is not queen c8. That's why I think we see that evaluation bar after knight e4 is not that happy.
Is not happy.
Yes, because we see, I mean, queen a4, and there is not this very important move, I think, queen c8, and putting queen on b7.
Yeah.
Okay, so if not queen c8.
And many people found it actually. Pallavi Roy, Som Shankar Ghale found this move.
Bravo, guys.
So guys,
bravo.
well done there.
Yes.
And just black needs to be careful here. Maybe knight c7 will be played in this position. And if knight takes e4, d takes e4, this is actually good for black, because bb4, ef3,
Yes, and
queen g5 and
is
big
coming.
attack.
Yes. This as white, of
So
course,
I
we
cannot
don't
do
want.
this.
How about
Maybe just take this pawn on c5, b takes c5, and now
maybe rook d1?
And now I can do this business with knight e4,
Oh.
d4, bishop b4, because ef3, I have rook takes c5. I have a feel, even bishop takes c5. is good enough because the queen jumps in the white's
I
defense.
think, I mean, you mean if queen g5, just g3?
There is g3.
And it's not because queen is coming.
Yeah, if you
it's
go
not,
queen f5, you're threatening checkmate. I can go queen f4, just protecting the pawn on f3, and this is just winning for white.
winning for
Guys,
white.
queen a4, slightly better for Arvind here.
You saw you suggested knight c7, right?
Yeah, and just dc5 after that.
And I have a question for you, Raja, because I'm thinking, okay, d takes c5, of course, is one move, right? Can we play also? How about just this move?
Rook d1, the problem is, Lilith, I will take on c3 and go
Yes.
c4. So
Okay, this
you
is.
cannot
I
allow
see.
me to put my pawn on c4 because then b5 will come.
b5 and b4.
And black is just comfortable
Yes,
here.
and queen a4 is just misplaced.
Yeah.
Okay, very good that you mentioned this. So rook d1, we see, guys, that it's not that great because of this, again, this c4 idea, right? Very important. That's why you want just to use this time to take d takes c5 yourself.
Yeah.
And we see that b takes c5 actually is a blunder. But then...
Sorry?
b takes
Yeah,
c5
bc5 is a big
is a
mistake
mistake.
actually. You might have to just play something like knight takes something like maybe bishop takes c3 in this position, but that's also unpleasant.
Because bishop takes c3.
Bishop takes c3 and rook d1 here.
Rook d1.
White
and
is
actually,
comfy.
Yes, hanging pawns.
White
Yes,
is comfy
yes,
here.
This is
So
actually,
queen a4, our prediction seems to be so far in the right direction that Arvind will put a lot of pressure. We have taken a look at all of the games. Guys, let me quickly show you some videos. I'll first show you a video about where we are right now. We are in the Jarmuk Ashkar Hotel. So just enjoy the video of this hotel where we are right now.
For 100 years, the Armenian State Pedagogical University has been teaching how to teach. Methods of training educators have varied from period to period. However, one thing has remained unchanged: teachers' devoted mission and the responsibility assumed to build up a healthy and knowledgeable society for people's prosperity and state security. With this responsibility, the Pedagogical University has been carrying out its mission, improving its teaching, academic and educational functions year after year for 100 years now. The Pedagogical University prepares teachers in all disciplines covered in the national school curriculum. Culture and art-related specialities, on the other hand, significantly enhance the university's daily routine with more brightness and attraction. Today, the Pedagogical University is the only higher education institution in the country that trains preschool and elementary school teachers. It is the only university comprising a faculty of special and inclusive education, providing the necessary contingent of special education teachers. ASPU is unique in the country as well for chess teacher training. The Pedagogical University houses the Chess Research Center, unique by its nature and mission, not only in the region but also worldwide. The Pedagogical University is the only university in the region that publishes a scientific interdisciplinary philosophy journal, Wisdom, which has already earned its place on Scopus SJR portal, an indicator measuring the scientific influence of scholarly journals, and is also involved in Quartile 1. This academia is the only university that offers the respective observations through a telescope available in the Laboratory of Physics. The Pedagogical University is the only university in the region that has Raman spectroscopy in the physics laboratory, used not only by MA and postgraduate students, but also by researchers from other universities as well. The ASPU History Museum serves as a separate exhibition hall and laboratory where educational programs are developed and introduced in the only university department specializing in museum studies in Armenia. The Pedagogical University is the only higher education institution with a university radio channel broadcasting in 160 countries all over the world. The programs are made by ASPU students. We're also unique due to our university TV production and a series of weekly programs broadcast on TV channels within the national and international TV networks. The Pedagogical University has another unique selling point: a real-life opportunity to test professional education programs in the primary, secondary and high schools involved within the university infrastructure. This enables the university to provide a complete education circuit from primary schooling right through high school learning toward the university level education, to be later on immediately involving the student teachers back in the school system, but this time as in-service teachers. For 100 years, the Armenian State Pedagogical University has been teaching how to teach. Methods of training educators have varied from period to period. However, one thing has remained unchanged: teachers' devoted mission and the responsibility assumed to build up a healthy and knowledgeable society for people's prosperity and state security. With this responsibility, the Pedagogical University has been carrying out its mission, improving its teaching, academic and educational functions year after year for 100 years now. The Pedagogical University prepares teachers in all disciplines covered in the national school curriculum. Culture and art-related specialities, on the other hand, significantly enhance the university's daily routine with more brightness and attraction. Today, the Pedagogical University is the only higher education institution in the country that trains preschool and elementary school teachers. It is the only university comprising a faculty of special and inclusive education, providing the necessary contingent of special education teachers. ASPU is unique in the country as well for chess teacher training. The Pedagogical University houses the Chess Research Center, unique by its nature and mission, not only in the region but also worldwide. The Pedagogical University is the only university in the region that publishes a scientific interdisciplinary philosophy journal, Wisdom, which has already earned its place on Scopus SJR portal, an indicator measuring the scientific influence of scholarly journals, and is also involved in Quartile 1. This academia is the only university that offers the respective observations through a telescope available in the Laboratory of Physics. The Pedagogical University is the only university in the region that has Raman spectroscopy in the physics laboratory, used not only by MA and postgraduate students, but also by researchers from other universities as well. The ASPU History Museum serves as a
And we are back, guys, after you saw that video of the university where, you know, in Armenia they have included chess as a subject, and Mr. Sambat, who is a grandmaster and also the organizer, the vice president of Armenian Chess Federation, is one of the pioneers behind this project of chess in schools here in Armenia. So very nice to see that video. Coming back to the game, Lilith, we have some moves after knight to e4.
Yes, okay. We stopped after, yes, we stopped here, right? Queen a4.
Yeah.
Okay, and what happened here, Raja? Knight takes d2 because knight is hanging, right? We saw that queen c8 is a blunder.
Yeah, queen c8 is big blunder.
We were thinking about knight c7 because actually not many moves, right, for
Yeah.
black. Okay, so black took knight takes d2
Takes.
and knight c7 only after taking.
Yeah, just to have his camera as well. Yeah, here we have his camera, and after knight d2, knight c7, there is sunlight on black's pieces right now. Arvin there in the shade trying to find this move rook to d1 to put pressure towards these hanging pawns here somehow. So maybe dc5, bc5, then rook d1, because if rook d1 immediately, maybe black can take on c3 and go for the c4 idea.
So we see, Raja, that in this kind of positions, that bishop takes c3 and c4 is the main idea.
Is the
for
main
black.
idea, yeah.
Yes, so it means that if we don't want to allow that as white, we should take first d takes c5.
We should
this
take.
is a crucial moment actually, right? Because if rook d1, yes, actually let's check again this move. How do we take?
It's the same, yeah. Whatever you take back with black will play c4.
And on the next move, actually,
Exactly.
this b5 and queen a4
Yeah.
is just misplaced. Yes, this idea.
So
is so
whenever you
right.
get the chance to take this pawn on c5 or to do anything in life that you want to, you should do it.
You shouldn't wait, right?
Yeah, you shouldn't wait, guys. D takes c5 here, B
Okay.
takes c5 and rook d1 next.
Only
This is
next.
just very comfortable for white.
Okay. So rook d1, do you want to say, Raja, that hanging pawns here are weak?
Problematic. Knight b3
Problematic.
coming next, a3, just pressure on these
Pressure.
pawns.
And actually queen a4 now is very well placed.
Amazingly placed. So guys, after knight c7, we are predicting dc, bc and rook
d1,
rook
right?
d1. And Arvind with a nice lead on the clock
Okay, and
takes
he
the pawn on
took-
c5.
yes,
Bam.
He takes the pawn. Yes, very nice. Okay, b takes c5 I think also will be played,
Yeah.
right? Because actually bishop c5
Bishop c5 just somehow should not be that good, because maybe knight b3 now followed by rook d1.
Yes, and just just
Pressure, yeah,
pressure.
big pressure.
Big pressure. Okay, Raja, let's see. Knight
So
c7,
DC, for sure bc5 will happen.
Yes, actually it
Played. Has been played.
Has been played, and we are expecting rook d1.
Yeah, rook f d1 and
d1.
yeah, played immediately.
Immediately. Okay, very nice. So rook d1 has been played.
I think, you know, it was Arvind's strategy today that he will play very quickly to put pressure on Benjamin's clock.
Right.
And he's currently up like more than 25 minutes on the clock. It's not even 15 moves, only 14 moves, Lilith. Benjamin has to speed up at some point.
Right, and actually unpleasant position for black, right?
Yes.
Because yes, here we see that hanging pawns there are weak, and white put the rooks, right? Exactly.
The rook!
And how do you call such rooks, by the way?
These
For
are
bishops?
missile rooks. The
Okay.
rocket bishops and missile rooks.
Okay, so for every piece you have your special words.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And if Arvind wins today, he is going to most likely enter top 10 in the world, surpassing Wei.
Oh, okay.
So this is a big game for him. But I think right now he's not thinking about the rating. He's like, let me just win this tournament somehow.
Yes, and play good game.
Play good game. But you know, Lilith, Arvind is trying to win, but look at Prague.
Yes, let's go. Let's see what happened here. Okay.
Prague actually in this position has pushed d5.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
You are a specialist of this kind of positions. Why not after bishop e2? Very logical move, knight c7. Why d5 immediately?
Yeah, knight c7 is actually very much possible. It's not a bad move at all. But maybe white could push pawn to d5 here, stop black from having this idea of going pawn to d5, and that's why Prague, again, you know, you get the chance, Lilith, you go for it, goes for d5.
Go for it, okay. But Raja, of course I have a question for you.
Yes.
After knight c7, let's understand, okay, d5.
Yeah.
If as what can you say about this pawn structure? I think this is also very important pawn structure.
Yeah, the thing is now after c5,
Right.
white can probably just go b3, bishop b2, and he can even consider castling on the long side.
Okay, then I will consider a6, rook b8 and b5.
Yeah,
What
but I will
then?
just play one move a4, and then
A4.
once you play a6, a4, and then you don't have any counterplay there somehow.
Okay, you want to say that here black will not, bishop d7, rook b8, a6, b5 is not enough.
Yeah, I think it will take a lot of time maybe, and it's possible that when you do all of this stuff, white will just castle short and be like, oops, I tricked you.
Okay,
So,
okay, that's
d5
why
immediately.
d5 has been played. Okay.
And look at the evaluation bar. Black has completely equalized in the game. But besides the position on the board, Arvind has almost a 30-minute time edge on the clock.
Yes, this is very important, of course.
Very important.
Very important. Raja, but okay, we spoke about d5 move, right?
Yeah.
Here. Could white, in this case, could white, instead of bishop e2, go for d5 now? What is the difference? Let's understand.
I have a feeling that now maybe c takes d5. C takes d5 is not a good move somehow. So let me try to think. Knight c5, you go b4, which I was not a big fan of.
Yes, exactly. Let's check. Let's show our viewers.
Yeah, now
also.
b4, and you just develop with a tempo.
Yes, and we have to go back.
You have to go back. So let me see if what could black do in this position.
I think knight
Maybe just
c7 we should
knight
play.
c7.
But actually, yes.
I have a feeling bishop d7 maybe simply, and follow up with rook c8. But there is a better move here.
Yes, we see that evaluation bar, right? And this affects us a lot.
This affects us so much actually.
Yes, because honestly, I would play here knight c7. I don't
Queen a5. Would you consider this move, Lilith?
know. No.
Maybe you're right. Okay.
Yes, this is very interesting, right? Because
Black to play.
Black to play. We see that there is a very, very good move for black, but actually it's not that easy to find it.
Yeah.
Because
Queen b6 is a recommendation by Vaishali.
Vaishali.
Yeah, Vaishali.
Oh. Okay, Queen b6. Let's see.
That's possible.
Possible.
But you know, the pawn on b2 is protected. Maybe white will just go bishop e2 now.
Exactly.
I'm not exactly sure what the queen is doing here on b6.
Yes, exactly. Because the bishop is here protecting b2.
Yeah. c5 is one suggestion actually that we have in this position after d5, c5.
Yes, c5. But we see that it's very interesting that engine somehow likes this pawn structure, prefers for
white.
white.
Because somehow now black doesn't have any tension left here. White got space in the center, and this bishop on e7 is just a bad piece now.
But to me, this is complex, right?
It is
honestly,
complex.
Yes, because I want, as we discussed, right? After c5, this knight c7, rook b8, a6.
And
I understand that this is slow.
Benoni style, yeah.
Yes, I understand that this is slow, but maybe it's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad for sure, Lilith. d5.
Yes.
Oh, maybe
found
it is
idea.
knight to g4 in this position, hitting the pawn on h4. And if you go g3, then I will play knight to e5, trying to jump into f3. Then this knight will come in.
Okay, this is actually
that's
very
the trick.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the trick. Okay.
That was tough, guys. That was tough.
Okay.
So that's why bishop e2
covering g4
covering
square.
g4, And Prague is like, yes, you covered g4, but you didn't cover this.
D5.
Goes for d5,
Okay.
c takes d5.
This has happened
Yeah,
already?
this happened actually. And let me get his
this
camera.
happened.
Let me get his
Okay,
camera.
Very interesting. Of course, we take with the pawn, right?
Yeah, we take back with the pawn. We
take-
cannot allow. Yeah, we have to take back with the pawn here to keep this nice central pawn mass.
And we want on the next move knight c7 actually.
We want knight c7.
Yes.
We might even consider trying to go a6, b5 at some moment, but knight c7, bishop d6 seems to be logical. Yeah, he took back with the c pawn.
C pawn.
And he gets up from his chair. Prague, I feel like in this tournament, he's not sitting on the board that much. He's walking and thinking.
Yes, he's walking, exactly. He's walking a lot. By the way, close to us. That's why we should speak very
Yeah, he's actually
quietly.
walking very close to us, guys.
Yes.
But I hope he doesn't listen to us because then he will play worse moves.
Okay, we have 15
Yeah,
minute
true,
delay.
true,
We should
true.
always remind our viewers, you know, so we don't know actually what is happening.
So he was walking like this 15 minutes back.
Back.
We don't know what he is doing now.
Exactly. Let's check Armenians.
Armenians game, very
yes.
exciting game here.
Yes,
Just to
bishop
get the
c4,
camera.
okay.
That's not the camera. Oopsies. Yeah, here we have it.
Here we have it. Okay, Raja, look what happened. After knight b4, bishop c4 has been played, attacking the rook, and of course rook e1.
Yeah.
And okay, let's now understand what is Aram's idea. E5 pawn is
E4
hanging.
maybe?
Okay, e4. But you know, if e4, now d4 square.
But how else do I defend the pawn? I mean, you say if e4, but it's not like I have other move, Lilith.
yes. Okay.
I have to
agree.
push.
Yes, you have to
If
push
you push
because
this knight, then knight
knight
c6 is
c6.
coming.
And we know that queen c7 is also not a
Yeah,
move because
knight
knight
a6.
a6 then. Okay,
So e4 is forced actually in this
Actually,
position.
But Aram is thinking, right, actually.
Yeah, Aram is actually not on the board.
Visit the video, yes.
Because if you go f6, that's just too weakening. You know, the rook can jump into the 7th rank. I don't think f6 is ever a consideration here for black. So e4,
E4.
bishop e2, maybe he will do some chop business here. Queen d1, rook d1, chop, rook e2. But this endgame actually is just slightly better for white.
All your chops right, are in favor of white, right?
Yeah, e4 played by the way.
E4 played, and we are expecting bishop e2, right?
Yeah.
And yes, this...
Hi Pat, Hoy, he says, hello Harshit and Lilith,
Hello,
just
hello.
joined.
Yes, hello.
Welcome to the penultimate day
Yes.
in Stepan
We
Avagyan.
are very excited. We are very excited, actually, right?
The thing is, we are always very excited.
because our players, you know, they
have
play
been
exciting
very
games.
exciting games. Bishop e2
Yes.
about to happen on the board by Hovhannisyan. This Armenian derby is actually going to be very exciting to
Very
follow
exciting,
because you know
yes.
I'm sure they've played each other a lot and they want to prove themselves as the better Armenian player.
They know each other quite well, yes.
Yeah.
Of course, they know each other quite well. Of course, Aram knows that Robert is a master of end games.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why this
So that's
position,
why
bishop e2, maybe he's
think-
thinking queen d8, rook d8, then bishop e2, but then rook d2 is
D2.
coming.
Yes, rook d2 then.
So
Rook
bishop
D2.
e2
Now,
should
bishop
be
E2.
played quickly.
Yes,
But the
bishop
thing
E2
is,
should be
black
played.
does not have a threat here. Just to show, like if I make a pass move, just any move, let's say h3, just to highlight something, because after ef3, queen d8, rook d8, I am winning your knight back on e7.
Yes.
So e4, yeah, of course you want to take, but it's not like a big threat.
Yes, of course. But,
Yeah.
But anyway, we think that bishop e2 will be
Yeah,
played.
bishop e2 is just very logical.
Very logical,
And you
right.
predicted a draw, Lilith. Are you happy with that prediction? Do you think Hovhannisyan has...
Honestly, when I see now this position, I think Robert has better chances.
Yeah.
Better chances because actually he's very strong in such kind of positions.
And
Aram
he-
wanted to get some dynamic play, but actually he didn't manage this.
And he
This
played
is-
it. Bishop e2 has been
Bishop
played.
E2 has been played. So let's see if we are black here. Raja, what do we play here?
Rahel asks, what if queen takes d1?
Yes.
And
this
we
is-
saw this line. Rook takes d1 and now bishop takes e2.
all this chops.
Chop is happening here. Rook to d8.
But
Rook
white
to
is slightly
d2.
better
Rook
here,
takes
right?
d2. Rook takes d2. And white is just having easy position.
Easy position.
Rook entering.
B5 is a weakness.
Yeah, b5 is weakness. Maybe black will play king f8 in this position. But somehow the rook is just coming inside. So guys, Aram under some pressure in
And
this
some
end game.
pressure, for sure. And actually, we shouldn't forget that Robert won yesterday.
Yeah, so
Very
he
nice
has some
game.
confidence, yeah?
He has confidence, and
Aram
Aram
lost. Oh, okay.
So this is also
In
matters,
White's favor,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
So let's quickly check if Arvind's game has some move. He does go for DC5, BC5, Rook D1, and look at the clock.
Yes.
What
yes.
is the...
Benjamin is just, is struggling again today.
I mean, that's crazy, Lilith. 15 moves and he has less than 35 minutes on the clock.
And worse position.
This
And
is
worse
very
position.
scary.
Yes.
Knight B3, as we said, is coming next. Try to make a move with Black Lilith.
Yes. Let me try. Okay. Let me give it...
I like how I gave you the difficult task.
Okay, let me think. Because as white, it's very easy to play, right?
Yeah.
Now what to do as black. Okay, first let's understand your first move. Your next move is knight b3,
Yes,
right? For
yeah.
sure. It means that I should defend my both pawns. Okay, and how to do it? Okay, if I play queen e7, bringing the rook to d8, how about this? Actually, engine doesn't like, but
Knight
okay.
B3?
Knight b3, right? This is hanging. I wanted rook d8. Oh, there are tactics or what? Why?
Queen C6?
Queen c6. But maybe even this knight you can or not.
Queen C6 I like
You
a
like
lot.
a lot this.
Can I play?
0-0.
But what do you play? What do you play here?
Let me see. Let me see.
Rook D6, I have a
Okay.
tactic prepared.
Rook
Knight takes
D6,
D5.
rook
Knight
D6
takes
from
D5.
Mr. Laputian.
I saw this.
He prepared tactics, Mr. Laputian. Actually, Raja is very tricky. He's a strong tactician. Okay, honestly, I wanted to take on c3. I don't know.
But then I take with the rook.
Then, okay, normal. And then c4.
Yeah, but this
And
position...
to play this position.
Yeah, maybe you have to play this position, Lilith.
Maybe it's
And
not
maybe,
that bad,
Knight
right?
D4.
Because now
And maybe
actually
now you
this-
can go Rook D6, right?
Right.
No!
You are tricking. You are tricking us, right?
Guys, Rook D6 is a bad move.
It's
Can
a
you
very
find the
bad-
best
yes.
move for white?
Yes, very bad move.
White to play.
White to play. Raja is tricking us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, chess finds it. Chess 2010, Rahul Preet finds it. Jack Drake finds it. Samlin Wilson finds it. Yes, guys, knight to
Knight
f5.
to f5. Very
Fork.
strong.
If you take the queen, then knight e7 is a check. And again, white is just completely winning this position.
Yes. Okay, then of course not knight d6. And what we see here, Raja, that black has actually d5 only weakness, right? And knight on c7, of course, it's very passive, but at least it defends the pawn,
Yeah.
right? So maybe rook b8. Honestly, this was rook 8.
Rook b8. But are you not afraid that after queen a4, you have some family pin incoming?
Let me see why it's
You have rook b2,
Yes.
knight c6, queen f6, hitting my rook on c3 and the pawn on f2.
excellent tactic.
Yeah, amazing tactics here. So let me come back in this position because after rook
Honestly, queen
d8,
c6, I'm not that fun. I
Just
wanted
knight
knight
e2.
e2 because bishop on b4
Yeah.
is now misplaced.
oh my god, a3 traps it.
Right, that's why. Okay, so, okay, knight b3, okay, and I can't take, right? Okay, and if I take, I should take this knight.
If I take back with the rook,
Yes, and play c4, what to do?
yeah. But this is just very unpleasant, Lilith. And I don't even think I mean, if the clock situation was reversed, I would have said that maybe Benjamin has some drawing chances. But with the current clock situation and the position on the board, Arvind just looks like a heavy favorite
I
to win
agree
this
with you.
match.
I agree with you. Okay, but what else can black do here? Let's understand. Now, honestly, I think bishop c3 sooner or later
Should happen.
Should be played. I don't know.
Oh, he played. He took it immediately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he took it
Okay,
immediately.
he took it immediately, which is logical.
Yeah.
Which is because knight on c3 was
But
very
if I
strong.
take with the rook
Okay, let me think. And I think he goes for queen e7.
and queen e7 now.
Right.
But some queen a3,
Knight e6 then.
knight e6, knight b3.
So now you want just this. Okay, let me think. Okay, but we say evaluation bar, right?
Yeah, by the way, this has happened just so everyone knows, guys. Bishop c3, rook c3 is the current position on the board, and I will update the bars as well. But I think they are correct. I think the bars are correct in this position.
Yes,
Oh,
and-
one second, one second. Oof. What was the last move? Rook c3, right?
Rook c3 is the last move, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And
The
Benjamin.
pawn on c5 is hanging. The pawn on c5 is hanging. So there is not c4 move. So the pawn on c5 is hanging. c4 move is a blunder.
Yeah. And
Maybe our chat.
And actually, we have, guys, c4 is a big blunder. So, sorry, in this position, because there is a tactic here. The queen on d8, is somehow coming under fire. Yes, chess 2010 finds the answer before I even finish the question. Amazing.
Good. Nice.
Yeah, knight takes c4,
Knight
guys.
takes c4.
If d takes c4, then the queen on d8 is hanging.
All right.
Arav Gupta also finds this idea. Great job, Arav. And that's why in this position we have a question: why not bc3? But swagger after bc3, you're somehow like just stopping your own rook from being on an open file, and the pawn on c5 doesn't really feel like a weakness now. That's why I think rook c3 putting pressure on the c5 pawn is very, and this has happened, by the way. And knight e6 played.
Okay, knight e6, so this way. Okay, by the way, also possible, right? To defend the pawn on c5.
Yeah, this actually
This
seems
is actually
logical.
logical.
Can I go knight b3 now?
Let's check. So if you play knight b3,
Yeah.
now of course my question would be, Raja, for you, c4. This is working or not?
c4, and
Right.
somehow I wanted to go knight d4 here, because if you exchange rook takes d4, I found this position to be very dangerous for black, with both these pawns being weak.
I agree. And
So
if I don't like that,
And maybe knight c5 followed by knight d3
very nice idea, by the
could
way.
be an idea for you in this position.
Yes.
And I think this is what he's counting on.
Yes, so yes, if knight b3, c4, right? Because what are the move? What?
So that's why Arvind is thinking in this position.
He's thinking, yes. He's thinking because knight b3, c4.
Yeah.
This is the question. But it might happen actually, right, Raja? Knight b3, c4, I mean, this variation then.
But after knight c5, what
You
does...
are not sure.
Yeah, because I don't exactly want to allow black's knight on e4 and d3. Feels like the knight is very well placed there. Okay, maybe I have a feeling that Arvind will take his time in this position because it's a critical moment.
It's a critical moment, right.
And
So let him think,
let him
right?
think,
And we
check
other
maybe
games.
Kollars' game.
Yes, let's see, because we haven't checked this game for a long time.
Yeah, we'll
After actually, oh, look what happened.
Yeah, what happened?
After b3, bishop b3, Raja, your move.
Oh, knight a5
Knight
happened.
a5
Yeah,
happened.
Kollars played
Bishop c2, knight f6.
Okay.
Very logical.
We saw this actually.
We saw this.
We saw this. We said that knight f6 immediately is not good because knight g5.
All right.
So that's why knight a5, bishop c2, and now knight
Now
f6.
knight f6, exactly. And now Bjerre actually after 7 minutes fought, he played a d4.
Wow.
Oh, what is this, Raja?
Very direct actually, Lilith, because fe4 he calculated d takes e5, e takes f3, e takes f6, and after f takes g2, queen h5 check. I think this is the variation maybe that he was banking on in this position and saw that white is doing very well. That's why after d4, knight takes e4 was played by Kollars, d e5, d e5,
Okay.
takes, bishop takes, knight e5, bishop f6, knight d3, bishop e6, and this is the live position on the board. It looks just much better for black.
Okay.
This just looks big advantage for black.
Okay, you think so? Why
Yeah,
do you
I mean,
think
long
so?
castle is coming next. Just look at these bishops completely putting pressure on the queen side pawns here. These pieces are undeveloped. I think black is just doing really well in this position.
Very well. Okay, Raja. Let's think anyway. So bishop e6. This is the actual position, right? So if we are white, what would we play? I don't know. Somehow this knight f4 move comes to.
Yeah, but
although engine
it's-
doesn't like
No,
it. But
I mean,
why?
this is one position, Lilith. Maybe why? Okay, why? You want to know why? Maybe just bishop f7.
Just simple, right? And I want to trade this excellent knight. Sorry, if I play knight d2.
You have to be careful because in these positions, I wouldn't be surprised if this works.
Oh, again sacrifice.
Yeah, bc3, bishop takes c3,
Right.
long castle next. This rook will join the party. Black is just completely crushing here.
Crafting. Okay, so then the sacrifices are coming. Okay, so bishop e6. You want to say that very quick I should castle here?
Actually, I disagree with Engine's evaluation completely here. I think that black is much better in this position.
Much better. Okay, if I play knight d2 here, you still will take?
I cannot take now in this position because bc3, bishop c3 and you have bishop b2 in this position,
Oh,
Lilith.
this is very nice.
So
point,
that's why
yes.
I cannot exactly
Okay,
trade.
then I play knight d2 because your knight on e4 is a very good piece. I mean, excellent knight, and I want to trade it.
I will go
Very
long
simple.
castle.
Okay, you want long?
You have knight e4,
Yes.
fe4 and knight c5 now.
All right.
Okay, so I cannot long castle. Maybe I will take,
Okay.
bishop takes,
Knight
and
c4.
now long castle maybe.
Now.
But again you have knight c5. So maybe this knight d2 is a very key move.
Knight d2, just the idea is simple, right? Knight to trade this knight and get access to c5. Yes, but honestly, my first thought was to put knight on f4, but we see that knight on c5 is much better, right? Played. So okay, knight d2 is interesting.
But Bjerre is under pressure. He is down to 36 minutes. Somehow in this position, players are really taking a lot of time in the first opening moves.
Right. Oh, he played f3, I think.
Wow. He
Okay,
plays
he
f3
plays
in this
f3.
position, which is a slightly inaccurate move.
I mean, he wants to kick away this knight. This is, I mean, we understand.
So let's try to go back knight d6, which
Just
is
knight d6.
the most
okay.
logical move.
Most logical.
And actually, I have a feeling, Lilith, that after your move knight d2, I would also come back knight d6,
Knight d6.
and keep the pieces on the board.
Okay.
And that's why f3, and here we are expecting knight d6, Kollars having a lead on the clock, position
Okay,
slightly
let's
better.
Continue. Let's continue. Knight c5.
Okay,
Actually
bishop
not a good
f7.
move, but why?
Because now the f5 pawn is protected by the knight.
Okay, and if just I'm very curious, if I just develop my pieces, what is this?
I mean,
Why it's so bad?
knight c4 is an idea that comes to my mind.
And this is hanging, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems, look, Raja, very interesting. The pawn structure is symmetrical, right? But because black pieces are active, maybe because of that, right?
Yeah.
Engine evaluation is also such, like, good for black.
Exactly.
And your intuition also is saying that black is
Black is much better. Long castle is coming next. This rook comes into
If
the
I
attack.
play b3,
b3, I have a few options here. Knight e5 is one option. g5 is another option in this position.
you want to play
Yeah,
diagonal?
I think g5 is very strong move in this position.
Okay. Won't you just tell me that go straight?
Go back
go
and then I
back?
will go back knight b6, ready to go long castle. This just, all of your pieces are really poorly placed.
And this bishop, right, on f6.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very strong. Yes, knight on b1 should stay here. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting that in this symmetrical pawn structure.
Yeah, by the way, knight d6 played on the board.
Yes,
Symmetrical
knight-
pawn structure, Lilith, yes, you are saying?
Yes, symmetrical pawn structure, but it's easier to play with black.
Yeah, very easy to play with black, I think.
see. But I think knight c5, somehow I want to play this move. I don't know. This.
And Vishnupriya asks, is Lilith Indian or not? No, she is from Armenia.
I
She-
look like Indian. By the way, you know, I have been to India several times, right? And they thought that I might be Indian also, but because of my accent, in English accent.
Yeah, maybe once you started speaking, they were like, okay.
Yes, I don't have Indian accent, right?
So f3, knight d6, and here Bjerre is thinking,
He's thinking,
but
yes.
I think I predicted Kollars to win in this game,
Oh, okay.
and it seems to be actually coming true as Bjerre is under a lot of pressure in this game. One last look at the game of Sevian versus
Sevan,
Yakubboev.
yes. what happened here? Actually, you remember, Raja, we stopped here, this game, knight d4, castle, and we were thinking that knight c3 is the option, knight b3, right? We were thinking like, okay, we were choosing between these two moves, but what happened? a3.
Yeah, a3 was an out of syllabus move. Like, we were definitely not preparing for this move, pawn to
this
a3.
we don't know. Yes, this we don't know. Bishop b6. I mean,
By the
what
way,
is this move?
Yeah, just to explain a3 as well, Lilith, white is stopping black from coming knight to b4, which is usually a very strong idea, because when the knight moves, then after queen takes, rook takes, knight c2 becomes a powerful threat.
Okay.
And that's why a3 was just a very prophylactic move. Bishop
Decent, means decent move, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
bb6 and knight f3 back. Very interesting. I suppose that he's trying to go for some e4 knight c3 idea in this position. Maybe knight d2 knight c4, so that the knight is not hanging, and that's what it does actually.
Knight bd2.
And it's all about this bishop, Lilith. This is such a bad bishop here on c8. As you can see, it's a red bishop, not a good bishop.
Right. Raja, just let's understand. Okay, you spoke about this bishop, right? Red, as you said. By the way, I don't know how to make it red.
It's magic. Look, click now. Click now.
Okay,
Ooh.
okay. You know all magic tricks. Okay, Raja. But what can you say about this bishop? How do you want to develop this bishop?
I mean, I'm ready, right? I can perhaps go knight b3 in this position, but I'm very excited about this move, knight c4.
Yes, knight c4, and bishop is coming where?
e4 and bishop e3 maybe could be an idea.
Okay, this is how you
And
want.
I can even go queen c2, because I played this move a3.
a3, yes, a3. Okay, by the way, very interesting setup.
I have not seen this actually.
Yes,
Knight f3 back.
Knight f3, yes. So a3 first, as you said, right? Taking b4 square from black knight. Okay, then bishop b6, logical, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this move we understand also. At some point, black wants maybe knight c6 to play, and bishop on c5 will not hang. Okay, no, but this is yes, knight f3, right? Knight f3. So the idea, as you explained, to play knight bd2 and at some point also prepare a4.
And bishop c7, and here Sam is thinking, but I'm very sure that he will either go knight c4, maybe he can consider this move queen to c2, Lilith, and then go rook to d1, but he goes for knight c4. He just played it.
He just played your move,
Yeah.
knight c4.
And
now, okay, now you want to play as white e4 and bishop developing e3.
exactly.
But it's pleasant for white.
Very pleasant. And Sevian, Lilith, he put pressure on many players, but he never won.
Yes, 7 draws.
Yes,
actually.
7 draws.
7 draws.
And guys,
yes.
yesterday actually, just to show the amount of determination and curiosity these players have, yesterday Sam was solving very difficult chess studies actually late in the night, and he was extremely sharp and strong in calculation.
And blindfold.
Blindfold, exactly. And
But Raja, don't be modest, because you were also there.
I was there.
And
but
by the way, guys, I should tell you that Raja was very sharp too yesterday, but in solving this very difficult studies.
it was very tough.
Blindfold, right?
It was very tough.
But how you found this? You remember this knight f2, knight e4?
I
was very impressed.
Yeah,
Actually, guys, Raja found very nice solution. Yes, so Raja is also very sharp.
Yeah, and actually Sam, after that, I think today he's very inspired. He really wants to score his first win today, Lilith. And it's a very slow start to the game. But these positions,
I prefer white.
Yeah, it can become very unpleasant, especially e4, e5. And it just feels like white is pushing all of black's pieces back step by step. And
Yakubboev is thinking, right? Is taking his time, because, as you mentioned, right, how to develop this bishop.
Not easy. Maybe bishop d7 is possible. But maybe then white can gain space with e4. But with e4, I somehow block my own bishop from g2. So e4, it's not
that great.
It's not that good,
That great, but okay. But honestly, bishop d4, d7 somehow looks
Oh, I found an idea,
Oh,
Lilith.
really?
And it's bishop to g5.
Okay, and if f6?
And if f6, now I just come back bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
And now you've created some weaknesses in your position.
So, okay. So you want to say that this f6 in white's favor?
With white's favor, for sure, because this pawn becomes a bit weak.
Big. Okay.
So knight c4, I'm pretty sure that bishop d7 will be met with bishop. By the way, bishop, queen e7 played.
Yes, queen e7. Okay, queen e7. Maybe black wants just next move rook d8. I don't know. What do you think? Some, right? Could
Yeah, he
be.
wants rook d8.
Rook d8 maybe. Next move.
So I am expecting queen c2 to be played here. Maybe some knight g5 ideas in the air also. So actually this is slightly better for white after knight c4, queen to e7. Sam is thinking maybe quickly we can check the game of Prague actually.
Okay.
Because we have quite some moves here. Actually, Lilith, could you please show us what has happened?
Oh, look what happened, Raja. I'm
Yeah.
very surprised. So c takes d5. Can you guess what white played here?
He just took knight takes d5.
He took. And what is this? We even didn't see this.
He thought for 11 minutes and he's like, wait a second, Prague, is that not a free pawn here? Because after knight takes d5, queen b3,
knight c7.
that's happened, Lilith.
Yes,
Bishop c4, and there's no way to defend this knight on d5.
We haven't seen this tactic, right?
Yeah,
We
and
missed
Prague
this.
goes king h8, bishop takes d5. Oh, by the way, knight takes d5. You know what this move will be met by?
Oh no, let us think, Raja. We are not as fast as you, you know. Okay, so my first thought is b5. But
Yeah,
I don't
b5.
know this is good or
Let's
not.
try to play it actually.
But
b5.
we should calculate. You want without calculation?
Like Michael Tal, sacrifice first, think later, Lilith.
No, guys, don't follow this advice. You should first think, then the move, because
Look, Lilith, yeah, it's good, it's good.
Okay, we don't have your intuition. We should calculate, Raja. Okay, b5. It's working.
Because
it's working.
now knight takes c7. If you take, I can just take back with the queen on c7. But I have a feeling that b takes c4, capturing this bishop on c4,
Okay, queen takes.
c4, and now this square just become very weak.
But rook is hanging.
Yeah,
Rook
so
b8.
rook is hanging. I will go rook b8 in this position.
And you want to say that, okay, black is pawn down, but black has become good
Yeah.
compensation because the white king is in the center, h4 is weakness.
Yeah,
Okay.
no blunder by Prague, guys. People were saying blunder. No, he has
No,
sacrificed
this
a pawn.
is Actually, yesterday also he sacrificed a pawn for the initiative.
Every time he's sacrificing a pawn in this position. And here,
Okay.
maybe we can chop this knight on d5, but
queen
queen
takes.
takes d5. This is the problem.
Bishop b4.
And if queen
check.
e8, h5. Oh my god.
Knight g6.
And if bishop d7, guys, maybe white can go bishop d2, rook c1. What do you think? White to play in this position. How can white continue in this position? You can even capture the pawn on b7, Lilith. Also tempting.
Oh.
Arav Gupta finds it. Preyansh Rastogi is like, I'm not falling for your tricks. Swagger also finds it.
We have very strong chat.
Yeah,
right?
Swapnil Vaichale, Nishit, great job, guys. Let's wait for two more people finding it. Nikhil finds it and Sekhar Tompala finds it. Yes, and now we have bunch of people. Knight g6, h takes g6, h takes g6. Say hello to my rook from h1. And this is just checkmate actually.
Checkmate. Yes. So queen d5. So okay, you found the way.
And
how,
you know what they said? Harshit said sacrifice first, think later. So everyone said knight g6.
Okay, so this is our actual position, right?
Lilith, what would you play with black here?
Okay, I'm thinking, Raja. First I'm thinking, then I'm moving. Okay, so we saw that, okay, knight d5, actually queen takes d5. Maybe we don't like that much, right?
Yeah.
But by the way, let's check this check also only after that to come to some conclusion. What is bishop b4 check? Do you play bishop d2?
Sorry?
Do you play bishop d2?
Yeah, I will play bishop d2, Lilith.
So you are playing bishop d2. So and you want to say that your king is in the
Yeah.
center, but it's safe.
It's
right?
safe.
Because
And
white has excellent pieces.
Exactly,
Actually.
exactly.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, after bishop d5, if we don't take knight, okay, I want to
oh
play
my
bishop
god,
this.
I
What is
found
bishop?
some idea here,
And
Lilith.
what is this? Let's check this move also.
Yeah, bishop d6 is a great move, Lilith, actually.
Because I want to take and I want to take here.
Yeah, that's a
Simple.
great idea. And here if bishop c4, you can even go b5 in this position, then take on f4, and you know somehow this position just looks very, very good for black. Knight e6 is also an option, but what exactly to do as black here? Bishop e6, queen goes to e3, and just trade off these light squared bishops, guys, so that you are giving your opponent a bad piece on c1 against a very good knight on d5.
I see.
Do you like this idea, Lilith?
I like this idea. Of course, I like this idea, Raja. But okay, so here bishop d6 you want to take, right?
Yeah.
Just my first question, if I move my knight,
Yeah, that's a great question actually.
I mean, I want to play first knight e6. What is this?
That's somehow giving black an advantage.
Yes, but why?
Okay, I think maybe bishop takes e6,
Yes, I
bishop
agree.
takes
And
e6.
now
And
d5
I had a feeling b5 could be a dangerous
yes,
move.
Yes, we see that this b5 idea in every move is very,
Yeah,
very
and
strong.
guys, GP points, yes, they're asking about GP points. Guys, GP points is like a circuit points that everyone gets after they compete in these circuit events. This Stepan Avagyan event does give you GP points if you win, and that's why Prague is playing in this event. By the way, Prague is leading in that GP circuit right now. The winner of that circuit qualifies to the candidates, and that's why Prague, really wants to win this game.
Yes.
So that he can, if he wins this game, by the way, guys, the tournament is basically in his hands.
Yes. Yes.
So
Okay, so here we thought about bishop, so in this position, bishop d6, right? We are thinking that this is a decent move. Knight e6 was not that great.
oh my god, everyone is screaming Arvind's game. Arvind game.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, Arvind game
if
because,
chart is,
oh my god, Lilith.
oh, what happened here?
Yeah, big blunder.
Okay, so Raja, so after knight e6, not knight b3 has been played because maybe of c4,
Yeah.
this knight c5 idea, but Arvind went for knight f3 move, okay.
Yeah, queen d6.
Queen d6.
Rook d3, and this pressure on d5 pawn. Somehow I don't like the queen in front of these rooks, and after rook d8, the engine screams that white is winning.
But why? Why? What is
Why
this?
is a tricky question, Lilith?
Why is a tricky question? Okay.
Oh my god, is it just something like queen b3 here? No.
No, because of,
c4, I thought queen c4. Okay, let's think.
let's think.
White is just, guys, +2 for
Yes,
white.
let's understand the whites.
Rook d5, one person suggests.
Let's see, what is this?
If queen takes, rook takes, rook takes.
Okay, and maybe h3 or what? I mean, because we have back rank issue here, right? So, okay, if h3, let's see.
And this is huge for white.
But Raja, would you like assess this position like really big advantage for white? Honestly, I'm not that sure.
Yeah, it's not like that apparent.
Yes, no, it's not that clear. It's not that clear.
By the way, Lilith h4 might be a stronger move. Just
There is not
gaining
knight
more
G,
space. Yeah.
Gaining more space, not allowing knight
Yeah.
g5. But okay, to me it's hard to evaluate that here is white much better.
Yeah, but the rook on 8 is very sad. And it's just somehow that this knight on e6 is stuck to defending this pawn on c5. White has one pawn, by the way. Like it's 6 pawns versus 5
Yes.
pawns.
So queen and pawn for, I mean,
Two
two
rooks,
rooks, yes,
which
two
are very
rooks.
passive somehow. The rook cannot come here because this knight protects it. Guys, if he finds rook takes d5, Arvind is actually having a +2 advantage.
It's about evaluation.
And
of course.
for the guys who are asking queen to c6, guys, or queen e4, that's a terrible idea because you are missing the point that there is
Yes.
checkmate here.
Back rank issue.
Yes, exactly.
Be careful.
You have to go h3 or h4 first, guys. You have to make a luft for your king.
Yes. But Raja, it's all about evaluation, right? Because of course everyone sees rook d5, but to evaluate that position that as big advantage for white. It's not that easy.
Not easy, but it's clear that after rook d5, queen d5 takes h4, let's say, for example.
Yes.
It's clear that white is better, right?
Because of this pawn also,
Yeah.
right? And as you mentioned, this is actually a very important point, that black rook should stay on a8, support
Exactly.
support the pawn.
And white, for example, just to show on a sample line, if rook goes back to d8, the knight will jump to e5, and then knight can jump to c6. The f7 pawn can potentially become weak. h5, h6 could be an idea to soften black's king side.
Right.
This is huge, Lilith.
This is huge. I have a question for you, Raja.
Yeah.
So we are thinking about this position, right? And after h4, okay, we see, of course, evaluation bar, and for us is much easier
Yeah.
to understand now. But just imagine, how would you evaluate this exact disposition without knights, if we put away the knights?
If we put away the knights, I think it gives back more drawing chances, because Lilith, queen and knight are actually known to be a very dangerous combination. It's like dangerous duo.
Very nice point, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so it means, you see, guys, it's very important this to understand, right? We want to keep this knight,
Yeah.
right? Because as Raja said, we have a dangerous duo.
Yeah, we have to keep this queen and knight alive, because then at some point the knight can jump into e5 and put pressure on the f7 pawn along with the queen. And after h4, all the ideas like people mentioned, queen e4, queen c6 are now possible.
That's why actually you mentioned h4 move, because knight g5 there is
Also possible, yeah.
Yes.
By the way,
Okay, let's
Arvin,
see. This is actually a very big moment. Big moment, because Raja, when Benjamin went for this position.
oh my god.
No, you see, yes, because it
No.
was not that easy. No, it was not that easy.
Lilith, he could have gone for rook d5 and had a winning advantage there, but it was not easy.
It was not easy to evaluate, right? It was not easy. By the way, also Benjamin went for this, right?
Yeah.
It means that he also was evaluating that position as like more or less normal for him.
Yeah, maybe you were right there, and maybe both players, Benjamin and Arvind, assessed that position as fine for black. Now after rook d2, the evaluation drops to 0.1. Still some pressure on black's pawns, but he has very good chances to hold now.
Yes, but okay, Raja, what do you play as black now? Because we see that c4, very important to understand this. c4 is not good.
Yeah, c4 is a blunder actually, because queen takes c4 can happen in this position, and if d takes c4, rook takes d6, but after queen c4 there's a counter check. Queen takes h2.
Yes, but I think this endgame is not
Yeah,
good.
this endgame looks very good for white actually, because it's a knight endgame, but after knight e5, white is winning this pawn.
This pawn, yes. Actually, this was good, but we see evaluation bar after. Actually, I also thought that just queen c4, but we see that queen c4, this, this, rook d6, rook d6.
Oh, wow, wow.
Rook b8.
Yeah,
right?
rook b8, rook d2, and c3 in the end there. That
actually,
is just,
rook d2 is losing because of c3. You see, guys, how important to have Luft, right? Because in such kind of positions, just back rank issue. Okay.
Yeah.
Raja, I understood why c4, of course, is not good, because now we take on d5, the same idea which we really, we also don't.
we just take, yeah.
Again,
take.
the same.
And now the c4 pawn is also weak, so maybe h4 now.
h4 now, yes.
And this looks good for white, but yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Arvind was unable to find this move, rook takes d5.
Misevaluation for both players, by the way, yes.
And this just goes to show how rich chess still is, like with engine everything becomes easier, but we are looking at two of the best chess players playing here.
Right.
And still it's not so easy to evaluate these positions.
Even for, you see, right, even for top
10.
Top 10,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Let's see the Armenian derby here between Hakobyan
and
what
happened here?
Hovhannisyan.
So we stopped after bishop e2, actually queen d1
Yeah,
has
chop happened.
Your chop happened, okay. And Aram is thinking, right?
But Aram actually has been taking a lot of
A lot
time.
of time,
He's
yes.
thinking for 20 minutes, Lilith.
Yes.
And I'm a bit scared that, because he had this unpleasant loss yesterday in the endgame against Prague, he might be getting some flashbacks or some unpleasant memories.
I agree. Yes. So, okay, let's understand what is going on. You wanted to take on E2.
I was thinking maybe bishop e2 and go for this idea with rook d8 to just, go for this endgame. But to be very honest with you, I am scared because my pawn on b5 is weak.
All right.
And now
Rook
this,
D2, right?
I'm definitely scared about this endgame, Lilith. But maybe black
Especially
has to go.
against Robert, right? Especially against Robert.
So rook d1 here.
What else? Okay, what else black can do? Let's think.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop takes e2 is one move. First of all, I will ask you such question. Do you want allow white to take on c4? Do you think on c4 pawn is weaker than on b5? What do you think?
I think they're both weak somehow.
I mean, if I play rook d8 here
Yeah, I think I will.
immediately.
Let me take.
So c4 pawn anyways is weak, right?
Yeah. And somehow now I need to make a smart move.
Yes.
I was considering
f3, right?
takes and then f3.
Uh-huh.
To take on d8 and f3 now.
F3. We want to break like yesterday, right?
Exactly.
We wanted to break. But here rook d2. Here
And rook d2
Yes.
and maybe actually rook d8 played, by the way, in the game.
Rook d8. Okay.
Rook f d8 has been played.
Okay, has been played. Very interesting.
Yeah.
So actually we are expecting that bishop c4, right? Let's
Is one move.
Is one move.
B takes
B takes
c4.
c4.
And of course one idea is to bring the king closer a little bit.
And then to play f3.
Yeah, and another crazy idea is to go take and g4.
But then rook d2. You are allowing rook d2.
You don't, okay.
You are allowing rook d2. So let's check this.
Takes.
Of course, g4 is very interesting. You want to break the pawns. But let me see if I play rook d2.
No, actually here, Lilith, you have a very powerful move, pawn to f4. No, I thought rook e4, you have f3, but this is, you can just push h4, okay. This is not good.
It's not checkmate.
It's not
It's
checkmate.
not checkmate, Raja. Yes.
I have a feeling that this knight jump somehow, knight g6, knight h4, or something like this,
Oh, some dynamic ideas.
Like
okay.
gf and now knight h4.
But this is very concrete.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. By the way, very interesting idea. Okay.
So after rook d8, maybe this bishop c4 idea is not so good.
But Raja, because we were thinking bishop c4, we wanted somehow f3, right? Here. But if we play f3 now, what is this?
That's a good move.
But let's first check if black can play like rook d1, rook takes d1, e3. Can black play like this, Raja, or not?
e3, but the problem is now I will play f4.
f4, okay.
And the
very
pawn on
strong.
e3 is just a weakness.
Yes, very
the king
strong.
will come.
And this is okay. This is not good
Not good.
actually. For black, it means f3. If there is not this idea, it's very decent.
Yeah.
We want just to take, right? And to take the pawn.
No, Lilith, I think this is the way how he is going to play in this position, just to bring his camera as well here.
Yes.
Hovhannisyan
He's
thinking.
taking his time, right?
But I have a feeling that your idea with, bishop takes c4, bc4, f3 is going to happen.
So let's see. If this happens, what should black then do, Raja?
It's not so easy.
It's not
so easy. It's
I
possible that knight g6 could be a move for black in this position.
Okay.
And
If
trying to,
takes.
if fe4, I will just take on d1 and take on e4, and now my doubled pawns have been
And on the next move, F5.
improved. Yeah.
Okay.
And now let's say you go this move rook d4. I will play f5, rook takes c4,
Some knight
and
e5 or what?
knight e5, knight d3 is one option,
Knight e5, rook c5.
and rook 8 maybe, and trying to bring the rook like this, and maybe black gets some counterplay.
Okay.
So this is how we are expecting the game to go, and it's
Let's check Sevian's.
yeah, Sevian.
Samuel, what is doing our Samuel? By the way, your move bishop d7. Okay, queen c2 has
Yeah,
been
queen
played.
c2 happened just to bring the camera. And then
So queen
h6
c2,
played,
h6, so there is not bishop g5.
or knight g5.
Yes.
bd7, rook d1 and bishop d7. And black wants to go rook c8, rook d8 next. Black
Bishop e8.
and bishop e8, and black is just a few moves away from equalizing actually. So I think that Sam went wrong a little bit.
Where? So knight c4.
Maybe he had to go for b4 and bishop b2.
Okay, so this is you want to play.
Maybe this could have been an idea. Maybe even at some point
And
push
if rook
b5.
d8?
If rook d8, I will just go queen b3 now.
Okay. And if still h6?
h6 and now bishop b2.
This is your idea.
Yeah, rook d1, rook c1.
But after queen b3, actually you don't have knight g5, right? So
bd7 immediately maybe. But no, it's not easy.
it's not easy.
Because I can go
Bishop
bishop g5.
G5.
Yeah. So actually b4 was one idea. He went for this
But
h6.
this also looks quite good.
bd7. But what now?
What now? Okay, so the next move from Yakubboev, we are expecting rook c8 and rook d8,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so what do we want as white now?
Guys, for the ones who are joining in, this is the second last round in Stepan Avagyan. Lilith, the days went by so quickly here.
Right.
It feels like today is the second day. It's actually the second last day.
Last day, yes. Yes, you are
And
right.
we have Prague in the lead with 5 out of 7. Arvind on 4.5 out of 7. And then we have Kollars in the third place with 4.5 out of 7. And those are the three players who have very good chances to win this tournament. Yeah. So,
Right, actually, I like your idea with b4, bishop b2, because, okay, we should develop this bishop, right?
Yeah.
So we have this b4, bishop b2, what you suggested, but queen on c2 maybe is not now. After rook c8, we should move the queen also.
Yeah.
And next, we have other idea e4, right?
True.
What else do we have? Because we want to develop this bishop.
I mean, somehow suddenly after these last two moves and rook c8 coming in, putting pressure on this file on the queen, I started to like black's position.
Even to like,
Yeah,
really.
because now for example b4, rook c8,
Yes.
if you go bishop b2 here, I'm
Yes.
just going to go back bishop to b8, or maybe I have some b5 idea now.
Right.
And then bishop comes to b6.
So it means I should come back to knight d2.
Yeah, but this is of course very good for black, yeah?
Normal.
Yeah, but I mean like compared to a few
Compared.
moves back.
Okay. Okay, what else? What else can we play? Do we want to push e4?
Yeah, e4 maybe you
Yes.
should push. I think this move I like for
This move you like?
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
then
was thinking knight b6. Yes.
knight
To
b6,
try to trade this
trade.
knight on. Bishop e3 or what?
But you know, these positions white gives a small edge for white always, but very often many pieces get traded and this game ends in a draw.
I see.
So this is very
But
typical.
don't you feel that white is pressing?
Now I
No?
don't,
No?
because
What do you play here? then?
let's say, okay, let me think. I will take
Yes, queen
take-
takes and rook c8 or
I mean,
what?
rooks. You have bishop c5 here as a threat.
Okay.
So you are
it's
trying
good.
to trick me.
Yes.
You are unintentionally trying to trick me.
Yes, exactly. I forgot about bishop c5. Yes.
So rook f d8 or rook f c8 are the
But
two
then
moves
again
come to my
bishop
mind.
c5, no?
So rook f d8, but bishop c5 now just queen e8,
f6.
no?
Queen 8 or queen
Yeah,
f6?
queen e8, rook c8, and this is very good for black.
I see.
So, okay, guys, my prediction in this game was that Sevian was slightly better. Now the game is shifting towards some sort of an equality. Maybe we can quickly check what's happening in Xu Xiangyu's game.
Oh, yes, okay.
Oh, look.
Oh, what
This
happened?
is happening.
Yes,
Your
so
move.
bishop d6 has been played.
Guys,
bishop c4.
Lilith is very sharp today. Bishop d6, bishop c4,
b5.
b5.
I think this move he played with your advice without thinking,
Yeah,
right?
without thinking.
Okay, let's understand. Let's understand why not bishop b5. I think this is a blunder, right? Bishop b5 move, right, John?
Yeah, bishop b5 is big blunder because rook b8 and pin and win.
Pin and win because a6 on the next move. Okay, so it means that the pawn is poisoned.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop e2. And now actually bishop f4, your stuff.
ef4, but now I was expecting bishop
Bishop
e6,
Yes.
Lilith, because bishop c4, I don't like, even to show a variation, this is completely fine for black.
Yes.
I am 2 pawns down, but I just have total domination on the dark squares. Let's say knight d5 next, and black has superb compensation.
Because there is no, I mean, castle maybe.
But h4 at some point, a
At
castle,
some
let's
point,
say I
at
go rook
some
c8,
point. Yes, queen b3.
queen b3,
Yes.
and maybe knight f6 here in this position, and then knight g4 could be an idea.
Okay, bishop b3.
But then bishop knight f6 is too slow.
Too slow.
Yeah, maybe Pragg thought that it will be tough to win here.
Yes.
And after ef4, he goes knight e6,
Knight
hitting the
e6.
pawn on d4.
On d4. He wants to take on d4. And if bishop e3.
Yeah, let's
this
look
is
at
what we
bishop
want.
e3. If he takes, I mean, I don't think Pragg has winning chances here, because white can just castle.
Right.
And this is, I don't think white can lose this.
Yes, somehow. Okay, very interesting. Let's go back, Raja. So he played knight e6, right?
Yeah.
And okay, bishop e3. I think white will play bishop e3 move. Bishop e3. So, Raja, what do we do here? Bishop e3. What do we do?
I mean, I have to take the pawn. No, it's not like I have a choice.
Let's go knight d4.
Because if I don't take the pawn and I make a move like a6,
d5 then.
yeah,
d5.
just rook d1
And
and
d5,
or
yes.
d5 immediately.
D5,
Yeah,
yes.
this is just crushing.
Okay, it means that I think this will happen.
Yeah, this will happen.
This
A
will
bit
happen.
surprised, guys. I thought bishop e6 was Pragg's idea. He goes knight e6, and now
Actually, let's
his
see.
camera.
Oh,
Let me get his camera.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
I'm-
Oh my God, guys! You will not believe what has happened. You will not believe what has happened,
What?
Lilith.
What?
It
Tell
is a
us.
draw.
It means that maybe he played knight e6 and he offered a draw?
Yes. Wow.
This is very interesting. Okay, let's understand why, Raja. Okay, so we were thinking bishop e3, right? Move here.
Yeah.
Because if d5,
No,
this is
d5, knight
yes,
d4.
we want to play knight d4.
And yes, we have the result there.
We
Let
have
me
the
update
result.
the bars.
Okay, it means that Pragg played knight e6 and he offered a draw.
He offered a draw. He
Yes.
realized that white is slightly preferable here after bishop e3, knight d4, bishop d4, queen
Okay.
d4, because
Honestly, I was thinking rook d1 even.
Yeah, rook
here,
d1 and white
to
is-
include this move also.
and somehow now it feels like, all white's pawns are on dark squares, which is amazing because it contrasts this light squared bishop, and this bishop somehow becomes quite weak, and
Pawn on b5
looks weak.
Weak, right?
so Pragg making a smart decision by offering a draw.
Yes, actually. The
Lilith,
best move. The
best move in the
in
position.
the position offering a draw.
And
yes.
I've noticed these strong players, they know the perfect time to offer a draw.
offer draw,
Because if he played a few more moves and got into trouble, maybe Xu Xinagyu would decline a draw. But here, when it seems a bit unclear, he offers a draw, gets out of the trouble.
Yes.
And only one more game for Pragg, guys, in this tournament. He moves on to 5.5 out of 8.
Right. And tomorrow he's playing, he has a white pieces against...
Tomorrow it will be very interesting to follow,
I think
actually.
against our Robert.
And let me check who.
I think against
Against
our
Robert. Yeah.
Yes.
So last he's playing against Robert, and he will try to play according to what Arvind does today.
Exactly. So let's check Arvin's game now. So what happened here?
Yeah.
Raja, let's see. So knight e6, knight f3,
Yeah.
queen d6. This is where
Yeah, this was
rook
actually-
d5, right, was very very strong according to engine evaluation.
Guys, after rook d8, both the players misevaluated this
Yes.
completely.
It's about misevaluation.
Takes, and after h3 or h4, both moves, white was just much better actually.
Yes.
Even close to winning according to the compy.
Yes, even close to winning. Very interesting,
But
by the way.
Arvind went rook d2, but then black could go d4, ed, cd, and queen d1 played, because if you take my pawn on d4, knight c5, tata bye bye.
Yes. Yes, exactly. That's why he played queen d1 and okay. Raja,
And maybe rook c8.
Rook c8. First of all, let's calculate knight d4 move.
Yeah, this is
It's
actually
working or
working
not?
or no? Boom, boom, boom. And if you take, then it's checkmate.
Checkmate. Again, okay.
By the way,
Then
but after queen d1, Benjamin played queen a6.
a6.
Mistake.
According to Angie.
Mistake.
Queen a6. Okay.
This game is actually all about the clock.
All about the clock.
18
Okay, but
minutes.
why it's not good, Raja? Maybe knight takes d4. First, let's check this move. Why? What is
Knight
this?
d4.
What do you play? Let's play. If knight.
Knight f4.
Okay. Rook f3.
Rook f3. I will take rook takes d4.
Again tactics. Again tactics. But if I take tactic again, can I?
Yeah, you can do that, but
can
then
I
I will
take?
take on d2, queen takes, and I will take queen takes a2 and
it's a draw.
offer draw.
Off a draw. Okay, this we understood.
Yeah.
Okay, then let me play because this is my problem. Can I play rook a3 then?
Yeah, rook a3, and actually this is giving white a big advantage.
According to evaluation, but black doesn't have any tactic.
Yeah.
Very important.
So queen a6, and maybe there is even a better move instead of taking.
Maybe rook a3.
Rook a3 immediately
No.
is not the move.
Not the move. But a2 pawn is hanging. A2, our pawn is
a3
hanging.
is another move.
A3
Simple.
is a simple move. Okay.
Yeah, just a3, protect the pawn, and then you're attacking the pawn on d4.
Simple.
And yesterday, do you remember Benjamin was playing against Hovhannisyan? Hovhannisyan got a pawn and converted it with just a lot of ease.
All right. So, but we see instead of queen a6, right? This your move actually was also not the best.
Yeah, rook c8 was not the best.
Also not the best.
But
So
the reason
it means that it's not that easy, maybe, Raja, right? It's not that easy. Maybe okay. Black should find really best moves to equalize the position.
Yeah.
And he couldn't. He couldn't find that move, and we also don't know which move that was. He played queen a6 and a3.
a3 is
Just
the best.
simple.
Guys, do like the stream so more people can watch this exciting final 2 days of Stepan Avagyan tournament here.
Our beautiful Jermuk.
In a very nice town here, Jermuk. Actually, guys, I will play a video of the town here of Jermuk so you can see where we are playing.
Yes, actually the hotel where we are staying, right?
Yeah. So
Very
I will
nice
play it now.
hotel,
Just see
by
this,
the
guys.
way.
And we are back after that small break. Lilith, welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, and you, Raja?
I'm doing great. I actually got these blue glasses. I'm matching with all the blue colors behind, and it's just amazing actually.
You are today in a very creative mood, right, Raja?
I'm very excited today actually
Okay.
because A3 was played by
Okay.
Arvind.
A3 was played.
Yeah.
Okay. Raja, I have a question, of course. Do you want now to take on d4, or do you want to play some g3 or h3 move, then to take?
I think I'm ready to take this pawn on D4 now,
You are
Lilith.
ready.
Yeah.
You have your glasses.
Yeah, I'm my glasses, and okay, maybe I will take these glasses off for some time now, but I will wear them again.
Uh-huh.
And
By
yeah,
the way, does our chat like
yeah, they're saying good glasses, new look, what's special? No, just enjoying myself here actually. So A3 played 15 minutes for Benjamin, 40 minutes for Arvind. The advantage is growing, Lilith. And both of us predicted Arvind to actually
Yes.
put pressure on Benjamin, who is
Right.
actually a good friend of mine, you know, but he's just having a tough tournament
Yes,
here.
he's having very tough tournament here. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's very Raja, it's very difficult tournament to play, right? I mean, if you are not in a good form,
Yeah.
right? I mean, everyone can beat you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because no one is like weak here.
Exactly. And
No easy opponent.
no easy opponent here. You're absolutely right. And if you are struggling, everyone is going to try to put pressure on you.
course.
Shaurya asks a question. Did you play in World Blitz Championship in Kazakhstan in 2022?
In 2020, yes.
Yes. So people are actually following you. Some of them. Shaurya.
Actually, yes, I played with Harika.
You
Maybe
played with her.
that's why.
Ah, okay. Yes. Maybe they were following that.
Yes. And at the end, it was Harika had a rook knight against rook, and we played for a long
Really?
time. Yes, but I managed to draw. Yes, I managed. Maybe that's why they remember me.
Yeah,
yes.
that they actually remembering that event. A3, guys, Benjamin, his clock is ticking. I don't know what to do. I mean, how to
I
defend.
would play maybe rook c8. Your move now. Rook c8.
But now I can just pick up the pawn, I think, because the reason why rook c8 worked with the queen on d6, Lilith, because I had, 3 defenders. Now with the queen going to a6, I just have too many attackers.
True.
So I just pick up this pawn and, just also
This
don't
is not
forget,
working.
your back rank is also
Right.
weak.
This is also a problem.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, yes, we see that Gledura is...
He played rook d5.
Okay, rook d5. By the way, interesting.
And if I chop this pawn,
I think rook d8 is
Rook
his idea,
d8.
right? Let's see
can
what
I
is
take
this.
here?
Okay.
Oh, no. Then you have queen takes d3. Wow.
Oh,
Beautiful tactic.
very beautiful. By the way, you are very quick, Raja. Let us understand. If rook takes d3, it's just losing, right?
Yeah, because then knight takes
because
d8.
Knight, yes, let's understand. Knight d8, yes, and knight, actually white is winning. That's why this beautiful move actually.
Beautiful
Rook
move.
Yes, because rook takes d3, and again this back rank issue.
Exactly.
We really, as white and as black, we need this luft.
We need always to have this
Yes.
luft h3 or g3 for having a square for our king so that we don't have back rank issues. Rook d5, Arvind is thinking here. Nuthan Talks asks, what are the chances for Arvind? Very good chances right now. It seems like knight d4, rook d8. The engine still says this is working out.
Yes, maybe just the luft. It's time for
No.
luft.
But
Why not? Because knight takes d4, rook takes d4. We have
just
no, but not h3. Let's
because
play
queen c4 is a threat.
Okay. So just 1 minute. If I wanted g3, that there isn't some knight f4 issues.
But knight c5 now maybe,
Knight
and then
c5.
this pin is. Oh, by the way, knight d4 played.
Knight d4 has been played. Okay. So let's see what here. What do
Let's see if Benjamin plays this move rook e8.
I think he will play.
Yeah, I think he will blitz this move out. Let's just wait for him to play this move rook d8.
Okay. Oh, I found one idea,
Yeah.
Raja. So if rook d8, right? I found one idea that I want to check. Knight b5. c5 move.
What a crazy move, Lilith.
Yes, because I want to close this diagonal, right?
That's a very good move, Lilith. White has a +1 advantage actually
Yes.
after this move.
Knight b5,
Knight
right?
b5, oh sorry, knight b5, incredible move. If you take the point of Lilith, guys, is that if you take on b5, your rook is hanging.
Again, this back rank. I mean, this game is about back rank issues.
And if
for
rook
both
takes, queen
sides.
takes, white is a healthy pawn up.
Yes, and very quick white wants to play g3, right?
I think in these positions, I don't think g3, I think maybe
H3.
h3.
You want
Because
H3?
g3, somehow I feel the light squares become very weak.
Okay, but if h3 only slide, I didn't want to learn knight f4, I don't know.
So firstly, black also needs to make a
yes,
loaf.
h6.
Let's say h6.
h6, yes. Not g3 or
Maybe
h3.
you like g3. I somehow was not, but it's also good. Yeah,
It's
g3
also
is good.
I think both are good.
Yeah,
Just
h3 is
it's
also
matter-
good. Actually,
it's
h3,
matter
knight
of
f4
taste.
immediately. No, knight f4.
Knight f4 is not.
But yeah, basically white is just a pawn up.
Pawn up,
And
yes.
I think this knight b5 move quite happened, but maybe bet. By the way, let's see. Arvin.
Rook d8 has been
Yeah.
played. I think knight b5 is the only move. No? Because Raja, here we thought about like normal move like g3, right? And it's 0-0 with evaluation bar. It means that maybe your queen c4 move, what
Knight c5.
you suggested knight c5 move. The rook is hanging. Okay, if rook rook
Knight
c3,
e4.
knight e4. This is losing just. Okay, so this is losing. Okay, if rook e3
Then I can maybe consider queen d6 or something.
or knight e6 back.
Yeah.
Knight e6 back then.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is a draw actually because it should be repetition. Okay, because let's show our viewers because knight e6 is just losing because
Yeah.
our rook. Okay, is hanging. Okay, then we understood. Okay, so it means that knight b5 maybe.
Knight b5, but there is a better move in the position.
Oh, okay. Okay, what then?
Guys, white to play in this position. Can you find the move which gives Arvind a huge advantage? Huge advantage.
Okay. But the black wants to play knight c5 and knight e6, right?
Oh my god, look at this move. Arav Gupta, H.C. Hassan and Pras. Yeah, exactly guys. Knight to c6.
Oh. So knight b5 or knight c6, both are
But
good, Raja.
look at the idea, Lilith. If rook takes d3, knight takes d8 here.
d8, right? Yes, very nice.
And if rook takes d2, queen takes d2.
And knight is protected.
Yeah, this is just winning for white.
Okay, so knight c6 or knight b5, Raja, what your move?
I think maybe this guy Arvind, who's playing insanely in this event, might play knight c6. Lilith,
You are going for knight c6, I am going for knight b5.
what a finish we are going to have, Lilith, because if Arvind wins, he will have 5.5 out of 8 as well.
Yes.
And Prague is on 5.5 out of 8. Maybe joint first.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yes. And last round, what are the pairings? So Prague plays against Robert
Yeah.
with white. And Arvind plays...
Arvind, let's just check actually very quickly what the pairings
Yes,
are for
because
tomorrow.
this is- yes.
Very important.
Important, right?
Yeah, very, very important here. Actually, let me just bring it up here. Bam.
Okay, meanwhile, maybe very quick, I will check.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, I can't. Sorry, yes.
Guys actually can... Yeah, I found it here. And in the last round, Prague is playing with white.
Yes, with
Against
white
Hovhannisyan.
Robert.
And
against
Arvind is
Hakobyan.
black against Aram.
An Indian Armenian
And
match.
tomorrow is a big Indian Armenian match.
Yes.
And if Prague wins tomorrow,
Knight
wow.
c6, yes. Knight c6, very nice.
Guys,
Of course.
Arvind OP in the chat finds the best move, knight
Right,
c6.
Right. Knight
Crazy.
c6, very nice move. So let's see if queen takes c6. This is losing on the
Yeah.
spot because of rook d5, of course, right? It means that this will happen.
Yeah, rook
no
d3.
choice. Yes, this rook d2 is forced, right? Queen takes d2, and white wants to trade the knights also, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And queen and the game.
Oh, we have a question. After knight c6, what if queen takes d3? It's a very good question actually.
Very good question.
And
Very good
I
question.
think the reason here is that knight e7 check, the king has to move, and now we pick up the d5 rook, and again we've kind of established a very strong knight on d5. We are also a pawn up, and this is just a technically one position for white.
Right.
So knight c6, Benjamin thinking, but look at Benjamin's
Yes, of course he's
body
frustrated.
language.
Of course he's frustrated, right? Because having such a tough event is very, very
We have
annoying.
Arvind legend, Arvind OP, and actually Arvind is playing for Asset UL, which is an esports team, and you know there is a big esports World Cup that's going to happen in Riyadh in I think October or November.
Okay.
And Magnus and Fabi have also joined in Team Liquid actually. So Arvind and Nihal are in the same team actually. So very
Okay.
exciting.
Okay, very exciting.
Knight c6 played, and Benjamin just sitting there by himself. I feel bad for him, you know.
Yes.
Chess is just such a tough game. If you are having a bad tournament and you know you have no one else to blame, it can actually be very like tough on yourself. But Benjamin needs to take this as a learning experience, you know, get back stronger, and I'm sure that he has all the qualities to make a big comeback.
Exactly. Yes. Yes, Raja. Let's check our Armenians. I'm very
Yes.
excited. What is happening there? Oh, what is this? Oi, let's understand. So rook d8
Yeah.
has been played, right? And we were thinking, okay, look what happened, Raja. Bishop takes c4 and actually f3.
Yeah.
This is what we were expecting. So after 9 minutes fought, knight g6 move has been played.
Yeah.
Okay. So rook takes d8, f takes e4. Actually, white
Is a pawn up.
is a pawn up, right?
White is a pawn up.
Okay, but black has some compensation because rook d2 is coming and b2 is a threat. Okay.
G2 pawn actually also is slightly vulnerable.
Because you want this?
This happened. EF5 and knight h4.
Okay.
F6 was played, and Hakobyan plays this move pawn to h5.
Because otherwise...
Otherwise, after f6, if you take knight takes g2, tata bye bye. So
Yes, this is very bad for black.
H5.
Of course, now h5. Okay, Raja, so white is 2 pawns up, right?
yeah, white is 2 pawns up, but both like 2 pawns are under attack as
Under
well.
attack, yes. Okay, so let's understand what do we do now as white. Because black has activity.
Yeah, I will just get their cameras.
Yes.
Yeah, here
White,
we have it.
Black has activity. How to... but it's not that easy. Not that easy.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that this game is going to liquidate Lilith, this pawn with a check, and then this pawn will hang, and this
How about rook e4 move?
rook e4 is a
Yes.
good move.
Because I'm attacking, this is double attack, right?
Yeah, that's a great move actually.
Rook e4, yes.
It's a very good move. And I guess I have to take with the knight on g2,
Okay.
and then I'm threatening to take this pawn. If you take here,
Yes, why not?
maybe knight e3 could be a strong move.
Tricky move, right? Rook e4, let's...
Rook e4, then I will
Yes.
give a check.
Okay,
Oh, no, I cannot give a check.
But why?
Check.
Rook g2, king h1. I thought
Yeah.
rook e2, this is your idea,
Yeah, but
right?
then you have knight d3 actually.
Oh, nice move. And there is not rook e1, and this is a very annoying pin.
Yeah, and people are asking what will happen if there is a tie break. Yes, I think there will be a tie break. I am not exactly sure about what the time control will be. I will take,
Oh, will be tiebreak?
I think so.
Ah,
I think so. So
This
I will
also didn't
confirm.
know.
I will confirm
yes,
this.
we should ask. We should ask.
It's a very good question because we didn't think there will be a tie break, but now that you know Arvind has a big advantage, we are very close to having a tie break in this tournament. So no tie break says Saurav, but let me make sure. I will confirm and I will tell you guys in the break.
Yes.
after the break.
Okay, so Robert is still thinking, right? And I think, yes, rook e4, this, let's check this knight g2 move, right? Again. So if this, you suggested knight e3, rook e4.
And just knight g4 here.
And just knight g4. And just, okay, black has activity, right? h2, b2 now is hanging.
f6 also hanging.
Oh, okay, this 3 pawns.
So f6, h5, guys, this game is going to end in a draw most likely.
Robert will, of course, will push. Robert will push.
He will push, but I
Yes,
think this...
now he's thinking, he's trying to find like tricks, and he's very good at such positions actually.
Yeah, my prediction is a draw still.
a draw.
Yeah, and
Okay.
by the way, Pragg has drawn his game, who was leading the tournament. He moves on to 5.5 out of 8. And Arvind, who is on 4.5, now has a chance to catch him.
Yes.
Because he is winning here against Benjamin, who's down to less than 7 minutes. Wow.
So his position is bad, his time is bad, right? So yes, obviously very tough tournament for Benjamin. Of course, it's very sad, right, to see this.
Yeah, of course. We don't want anyone to do so badly, but
so
you know,
badly, yes.
this is sports. I mean, you know, if you are not in a good shape, then everyone else is going to try to attack
Yes,
you.
everyone wants to take advantage of that, right? Okay, Raja,
Yeah,
we
just to
haven't,
get their camp.
yes, we haven't checked the Bjerre Kollars
Yeah,
game
Bjerre
for
Kollars.
a long,
Let's check this game.
long time. Yes, what is? Okay. So we stopped after knight f3 move,
Yeah.
knight d6. Okay, here we stopped, and h4.
Wow.
Okay,
h4.
what is this move, Raja? Bishop g5?
Yeah, he wanted to go bishop g5. Actually, after long castles, bishop g5 happened.
Okay.
Takes, knight f7 hitting the pawn.
Yes.
And now very nice move, knight c5.
By the way, Raja, I noticed that Bjerre is playing very dynamic chess, right? Very like you remember yesterday also this a4, a3, very dynamic solution. So it's a dynamic player.
Bjerre seems to be liking these dynamic solutions.
Like you, right? Like you. Okay. So knight c5, rook e8,
king f2.
king f2.
Just getting out of any disco checks.
All right.
And
And if knight takes g5, what
now
is
he played
this?
rook h5 again.
h6, of course.
Wow.
This
is beautiful.
Yes, this is very strong. Because he saw this tactical
Takes
idea.
Bishop f5,
Yes.
pinning the rook, king d7, knight a3, king e7, takes, check, king f6, rook e2, and this game is going to end in a draw. Rook knight 5 pawns versus rook knight 5 pawns.
Yes, but what a nice defense from Bjerre, right? I mean, he's very creative. Look, this idea to find, right? h4, bishop g5, right? It looks like that pawn on g5 is like a weakness, right? But actually, move by move, he could he could find ideas, right? Maybe according to engine, rook e8 was not that great because here evaluation bar gives some advantage.
Yeah, maybe he had to start immediately with knight takes g5, and after knight takes e6, knight takes e6.
Bishop takes.
After knight takes e6.
If knight takes e6, bishop f5, right? But bishop f5 is coming.
And now what move is it? Rook e8.
But then bishop
f5. And now knight e6.
But this is 0-0.
This is very strange. Very tough to understand, guys, this position.
Maybe we can attack this bishop. But how?
Yeah,
rook d5?
Rook d5.
No.
No, it's not easy to understand this.
No, it's not easy at all.
g6 is another idea.
Yes, but okay.
This is too tough. I don't think this could have ever happened.
Yes, no, this is too tough.
Practically great defense there by Bjerre.
Bjerre, right.
Rook e8 takes here.
And then he found this, yes. Actually, very nice, very nice dynamic play.
Very great defense by Bjerre, who's going to draw this game.
Yes, he's very resourceful.
Yeah, Bjerre.
Very resourceful player, yes. You remember against Prague also, he found, in a very tough position, he found ideas.
Yeah.
And he could draw
Yeah.
that game.
Prague, Bjerre playing really well in this
Really
tournament.
well, yes.
And let's quickly check what's happening in Arvin's game there, because he's down to 3.5 minutes now.
Okay,
Knight
this
c6,
happened.
rook d3, knight d8 happened. And actually, maybe we should just have this cameras, because this game is the most important for our tournament standings.
Yes, you are right.
Guys, Arvind having 4.5 out of 7 can catch Praggnanandhaa and become the joint leader after this game, beating Benjamin Gledura.
Very interesting. Yes, I have a question for you, Raja. So here we are thinking, of course, rook d2, right? Rook d2, queen takes d2.
Guys, keep being hydrated.
Queen d2. Okay, if as black, I play h6. Do you think? Do you go for a queen endgame, and do you think it's easy win? This endgame, queen endgame with pawn up.
I'm not sure about easy win, but I do know that practically it's very difficult to defend.
To defend, right? So it means that you would take, or you.
No, I would play first something like h3 or g3.
Yes. By the way, again, this very important question: g3 or h3?
Maybe h3. Somehow I'm more attracted by.
Yes. You somehow you like this.
Or even h4.
Or even h4. Okay. So h4, g3 you want.
Yeah, h4, g3. I mean, g3 is also possible actually, but
Right.
I somehow was a bit afraid to weaken these squares.
Okay, very interesting. Actually, I am very interested how Arvin will come. Okay,
plays knight
knight
f4.
f4. Okay, so what is this? Knight f4.
And I mean, knight c6 is of course one move that comes to mind, but that's a blunder, because queen c6, rook d3, there is a mate on g2.
Yes, yes, of course. This will not happen. Of course, I will ask you question, Raja. If g3, what is this? Can we play g3?
G3,
Yes.
It is possible.
It is possible, and maybe there are no tactics.
Yeah, no tactics, but it's a bit scary for
It's a
me
bit
to play this
scary.
move actually.
Okay, then okay. But knight on f4.
He
Okay,
just takes.
took.
Yeah.
Knight takes d3, I think.
Rook
will happen.
d3, knight d3, and
Right,
now he can
and
just
now-
go queen e2, right?
Right, queen e2, pinning the knight.
Yeah, pinning the knight
and
here, threatening checkmate.
queen e8. Okay, this looks of course.
This happened.
very-
This happened.
This happened.
This is the live position, and
Queen e2 happened.
Parun Biswas says Arvind has an extra pawn. He can even trade knights, and it's winning for him. I think he has it in the bag. It does look like this, even with the time situation, having 30 minutes more than his opponent. Pawn up, Lilith. I mean, if Arvind wants to win this tournament, he has to win this game.
Yes, this is very important game for the whole tournament, actually, right?
Yeah, and Benjamin has not changed his posture for a very long time. Makes me think if the camera is frozen actually, but
No,
he's just
no.
very unhappy there.
Yes, of course he's very unhappy.
Oh, Queen B3 is a suggestion here.
Very nice.
Ooh, dynamic Saurus. That's a very
Excellent,
nice
because
move.
f7, right, is hanging also.
Yeah.
Excellent, and keeping eye on the knight.
Exactly.
Nice
Very
move.
nice suggestion.
Yes. So either queen e2 or queen b3.
Wow.
What?
Wow. If knight e5, I can even take knight takes f7 in this position.
Oh, why not? Why not? Let's see. Let's see. According to engine, no, you can't. But why? Queen d3. No.
No, queen c4, I think.
Queen c4, because queen d3 is just very nice checkmate, right?
Yeah.
Let's check this
Knight
knight
h6,
h6,
king
right?
h8, guys.
Yes.
Can you find actually? Okay.
You want it?
Yeah, there is. I wanted this checkmate,
You
but
want it smothered mate, but it's not working.
but of
yes.
course, this is just checkmate in any. This is also checkmate because there is no knight on f6.
Yes. Yes. Okay, then queen c4.
By the
yes.
so knight d3, queen b3, knight e5.
Yes, if knight f7, let's check.
Knight c4 or queen c4?
Mean-
Queen c4, yeah.
Queen c4, yes.
But queen c4, even this I'm a pawn up, yeah.
Yes, you are a pawn up, but b2 is hanging.
b2 is hanging.
Yes, b2 is hanging.
But I'm 2 pawns up.
For now.
Yeah, so I will be
For
a
now,
pawn up.
Yes, you will be pawn up. Yes, actually, I am very
Shocked by this
that the
evaluation, yeah.
evaluation is only slightly better, right?
So knight d3, queen b3 is a great suggestion there.
Yes, but if knight e5, we didn't find the best move.
The
How about
best
F4?
move. F4, Lilith, very aggressive there, but then Queen E2 and oopsie doopsie.
Oh, again tactic. Oh, we
Oopsie
shouldn't
doopsie.
miss any tactic, yes. Okay, then what can I do here? And if Queen D5, Queen E2 again, but then H3. Can I play
Why
Queen
not
D5?
you just play this move immediately? Oh, actually, there is a simple solution to all our problems in life, Lilith. Queen B8.
Yes, Queen B8, yes.
We have a simple solution. If Knight D7
Knight
now,
D7,
we can
yes.
even go Queen to A8 actually. And we are doing very well in
Yes,
this position.
Queen B8. But I like also, let's just, I'm very curious. Can we play this? Because I like this move also.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Again draw. Why? Queen E2 again?
Yeah, Queen E2.
Yes, I saw this, but I wanted to play H3.
Oh, we have a result. 1 second. We have a result. The game between Bjerre and Kollars have ended in a draw, which we were predicting.
Okay, let's check this game.
Yeah, he played Rook D3 and offered a draw, and Bjerre accepted it.
Bjerre accepted. Okay,
So-
by the very good defense, right?
Great defense by Bjerre. He was in some small trouble, but he defended it very well. And now we have 3 last games remaining.
Let's check Samuel's game.
Yeah, Samuel's game is going on here.
This is Robert's game. By the way, look what happened. Rook E4.
This happened.
This happened. Knight G2.
Yeah,
take
Knight
G2,
C6.
and Knight C6 here. Okay, so I understand the idea of Robert. He wants to keep the knight here.
Trapped.
Right? Yes, knight doesn't have
Any square.
Any
So,
square.
Rook B2,
Okay.
he went Knight E5.
Okay, very interesting.
And now I suspect something like H4 to be a blunder because of Rook G4 to G2.
Yes.
So
yes.
first maybe King H7.
Could be. But then, okay, C4 pawn is hanging, F7 pawn is hanging, right?
Yeah, Knight C4 if you take.
Rook
I will go
C2.
Rook C2 maybe. And try to go King. If you go Knight E5
E5.
back, King H6 I will go.
But now you didn't want to play H4, no?
Yeah, H4 is also possible. No, H4
No.
is a blunder
It's a
always.
blunder,
Because
why?
Rook G4
Rook G4,
and
yes.
you take this with a check.
And Rook G7 also.
Yeah. Oh my
Okay.
god.
This is,
Oh my god. This is,
this is
oh la
very
la.
nice, yes. Checkmate.
Mate.
Okay. Yes, mat. You are right.
Update the bars. Yes. Thank you for reminding.
Okay, so let's understand. Here, knight E5. So you suggested here king H7 move, right?
Yes.
Yes, you suggested this. And here H4, we see that it's always blunder because of Rook G4. That's why you suggested king H6 move.
Yes.
Okay.
And now if you
And
go
you want to
H4.
say- But let me understand, Raja. You want to play king G5, right? Okay. That's why you are suggesting H4 now. VJ evaluation bar is saying not that great, but why it's not easy to understand? Let's see.
It's possible that something like this is a draw.
Takes and rook takes C3.
Yeah. And then no way to stop king G5, king F6. But obviously this is very tough.
Very tough, because if I play rook
Oh, king H7 played. The first move of this variation has been played.
has been played. Okay.
Wow.
This is, by the way, very good defense from Aram. Very creative again, right? Dynamic.
Yeah, and Harshu asked, can you summarize Arvind's match? Yes, I can summarize it for you. What happened was that from the opening, somehow Benjamin was on the back foot. He was having a tough event. And here in this position, after castles, we did not like this move. Knight E4 somehow. We were expecting bishop takes C3 followed by C4 to be played. Because after knight E4, queen A4, knight takes, here DC, BC, rook D1. White just had a very easy position.
Because hanging pawns are really hanging.
Yeah, hanging pawns are hanging there. And yeah, and then after this, just slowly but surely, the pressure mounted up. Look at how many pieces are attacking this pawn. Queen A6, A3. He just picked up a pawn.
Because after rook D8, there is very nice tactic.
Yeah, rook D8 which happened, knight C6, takes, knight F4, rook D3, knight D3. And this is the live position, Harshu. Arvind has a big advantage. and I have a feeling that he's going to convert this without much difficulty and move on to become the sole joint leader. Yeah, Lakshmi Kanta says, I feel bad for Gledura. He didn't even win a single game.
Yes, yes. Maybe now actually he didn't win, and also Samuel didn't win, but Samuel 7 draws.
Yes, 7 draws.
Also no lost, right?
Do you want to check his game?
Yes, I really want. Oh, what is this? So so here, okay, let's see what happened in our Samuel's game. So after Queen C2, H6, Rook D1, Bishop D7, we stopped here, right? And we were thinking about E4 move, which is a decent move, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, but look what Sam played. So he played knight e3. He wants to trade this knight. Black doesn't want knight f6. Then b4. Now he wants bishop b2. Okay, rook c8 and bishop b2. Actually, this happened. Rook d8. Actually, we were thinking, right? Rook c8, rook d8. Now it's time for queen b3. Then e6. So there is not some b5 move, right? Rook c1. And look at clock also, right? Nodirbek again is low on time. Okay, e5. Then knight h4. Now this is going to happen, but with another knight. Queen f3. This is afraid. And this is actual position.
Yeah.
Raja, what do you think about this position? This to me is very complex, you know.
Yeah, this is
What is
a
your-
very, very dynamic position. The thing is that if white does not have anything here on the king side, he can just be worse. Because he has put all of his pieces here on the king side. And if he does not find a concrete solution here, black is going to, then as the saying goes, the knights are the worst when they defend each other. And here black can go queen e6 next to try and go g6. And I can see variations where black takes the initiative.
Okay, and we see actually clock, right? That Sam is also now is thinking. We are expecting big time trouble here for both
Yeah,
players.
because only 22 moves, 18 moves to make, and they only have 12 minutes
12
each.
each.
And I have a feeling that there will be no draw here.
No draw.
Yeah, no draw.
Okay, let's understand, Raja. Knight d6, I'm thinking about, this is a blunder or knight d6
Knight
move?
d6 is possible. Actually, a very good move. Bishop d6,
I mean,
rook d6.
honestly, I was afraid that some tactics would be here, but we say evaluation bar, so this is...
This is very good here. You take that very important bishop on b8. And I think that white should go for this for sure. Maybe even rook f6 ideas are in the air. If b5, rook f6 just looks completely crushing. Gf6, queen f6. This bishop is coming. This rocket is opening up.
2 rockets, right? But okay, knight d6 or rook d6, and here can black play bishop g4? What is this move? Is it good or not?
Yeah,
No.
Bishop g4.
Why? Because queen d3 check, right?
Yeah, queen d3 check, and somehow white just has this bishop attacking c6 as well. And this is good for white. So knight d6 is a great move for Sam.
I think he will play, but let's understand here what Nodirbek has prepared in this position. Knight d4 move. How about knight d4? This is good or not? Just some tactics.
Wow.
Knight d4. Because there is not bishop
And
takes
if I
d4.
take...
No. c1, rook.
the rook
Don't
c1 with a
blunder,
check.
don't
So I
blunder.
have to first give you a check here.
Right.
Then if you go e4,
You take my knight.
I take your knight.
Yes. So I don't.
So that's why after knight before queen d3 check, it feels very bad for, like, it doesn't seem like it's working, no, for black.
Okay, if I go king g8, what do you do?
Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8.
Right. You want to
But
take
you
on
want
the-
bishop b5. That's a nasty threat actually. So if I take, and now you want rook c1. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe this idea of rook d6, knight d4 is why Sam is thinking in this
Why
position.
Sam is thinking, yes, because actually knight d4 and black gets some activity, right?
Yeah.
By the way, very interesting. So this is what I think Nodirbek prepared.
Okay, so we will check. We will come back to check if Sam plays this move knight d6. Did Arvind make any move here? No, not
he's
yet.
thinking. I think he's choosing between this queen b3, queen e2, right?
Yeah.
Because still he has.
And
He has choice.
he has a very. I mean, it's good to have choice here. You know.
Sometimes it's not that good. Because you can't, you think, and you can't decide which one to choose.
But I mean,
because they both look good.
But I think he cannot go wrong here because he's a pawn up. I mean, either move, whichever moves he makes, he's just going to keep having a very stable advantage.
It's true. It's true.
Even h3 probably, still gives him.
Good, but
No. I just made a terrible. Like I was saying, like even if you play h3, like such a not even defending the pawn, I'm still much better.
You are still much better. Okay. Yes, of course we should understand that b2 is hanging. So that's why we are thinking queen e2 or queen b3. Okay.
So we'll see.
Raja.
We'll have Arvind's camera, but this game actually was very exciting.
Yes, our Armenians. Very nice game.
And this has all happened.
Raja.
Yeah.
This is king h6. What a nice defense by Aram.
Yeah, beautiful defense.
Dynamic, right? Dynamic. Aram, very good, yes, very good Aram. But Robert also, he's putting so much pressure.
Yes, I mean he forced Aram to find these moves king h7, king h6, and after h4 we saw this beautiful draw after knight takes h4, rook takes h4, rook takes c3.
And if rook f4 here?
Rook f4, just king g5.
Okay, back, rook f2.
Rook f2 back, for example, and how does black do it? Maybe just defend the pawn, rook c7.
You want to say this is just draw?
Draw, because there is no way you can give me a check with the knight.
Yes, so but white is just the piece up, but there is no
way.
This is very interesting. I mean, this game is so exciting, right, Raja? I really like this game.
Yeah, I mean, but somehow
very high quality.
Very high quality game.
Yes, very high quality game.
Yeah. Okay, so Saurav says he checked the page for rules and tiebreak rules. Our first is Sonberger Berger.
Okay.
And then second is most games with black pieces. And third is result of direct encounter.
In this case actually, because Prague has played, I mean Prague has 5 blacks, right?
Prague has 5 blacks.
So it means that, yes.
Let's just confirm that. Yeah, he played 1, 2.
I mean, he's
3.
He's number 9.
Yeah, so he played correct.
Yes,
he played 5
9,
blacks.
Yes.
Yeah, I will just update the eval bars as well. And you can see that we have 2 draws so far.
We have 2 draws so far, yes.
And most likely this game between Hovhannisyan and Aram also going to end in a draw. Because now after h4, I think Aram has spotted. Is there any other draw?
Let's see.
I don't even see a move for black. So I guess I have to take.
Yes.
Because this is losing.
No, this is losing.
Yeah, I have to take.
Yes. I think this is, what Aram has prepared, right?
Beautiful line.
This is, very, very nice. Very nice, by the way.
And the point is that somehow after rook f4, rook c7, and king g5. By the way, rook c7 loses to rook f5.
Yes, rook f5 and king is stuck here.
Yeah.
You see? And yes.
So king h6, very important to also include here after rook f4, king g5.
Yes.
And then we basically have a fortress.
Fortress, yes. Fortress, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So this game is ending in a draw.
Very interesting.
Arvind played a move, queen 8 played by Arvind.
So queen b3.
One second. Yeah.
Queen b3. The move from our chart.
Yeah,
the
queen
move
b3
from
played.
Our chart, knight d5, queen b8, yes.
And now queen 8.
Queen a8, yes. This is actually what we were discussing, right?
And now it's...
Benjamin is in a big time, in a big time trouble, actually. And in the worst position.
Yeah. Knight f8 played by him. By the way, guys, tomorrow the last round will be at 12:30 p.m. Indian time, 11 a.m. local time. Don't forget to keep your alarms on for that, which will be the final day of this event, where Praggnanandhaa and Arvind, both these Indian players, are trying to become the winner.
Yes, exactly. Knight f8, and here, Raja, it's time finally to have to have a luft for our king. What
Yeah,
do you
I
think?
feel that now it's time
Yes.
to go for some move like h3
Oh.
or g3, but somehow they are not the
Somehow-
best.
Oh, but why? Let's understand. Let's understand. For example, I prefer g3. Okay, I prefer g3.
Yeah, queen e2.
Queen e2. And okay,
Queen e2 is also a mistake. So this position,
it's not that easy. But why queen e2? Because this looks so logical. Why it's not that great? b2 is hanging.
I just queen, no, queen d5, yeah. And somehow this is working. So
Because okay, queen d5, and we don't have queen b2. By the way, maybe the only move, right?
yeah, only move. By the way, knight f8, queen d5, best move found by Arvind.
Yes. Queen f6.
Okay, let's.
I think only now he will play g3 or h3. The question g3 or h3.
I think now yeah, I don't know actually.
But why not g3 again?
Maybe h4 he will go.
He will go.
Let's see. Queen f6, and this is the live position. He's about to make a move. Let's see.
He played
g3.
But yes, it's a good move. It can't be wrong.
Yeah, it's not the best actually.
But it can't be wrong.
Yeah, it's actually in this position. h4 was somehow very powerful move, and
But it's not easy to play h4. I don't
h4 and
know.
h5 gaining space.
No, but g3 is more human. Or h3 even your move.
Yeah, g3 or h3,
Yes.
very human. Arvind goes for g3, putting pressure on Benjamin's clock, who has 2.5 minutes
Yes,
right
it's
now.
very important that b2 is not hanging.
Yeah, guys, we have almost 1,000 people watching. Prague has drawn his game with black against Xu Xinagyu. He moves on to 5.5 out of 8. Arvind, who is on 4.5 out of 7, is on the verge of, maybe even just winning this in a few moves. Free pawn, let's take it. No, you cannot take it. Code and curve. Queen f7, king h8, and
Oi,
not there. Queen takes f8, of course.
mouse slip.
Yes.
Queen g8, mouse slip.
Yeah.
But because we are over the board, mouse slip will not happen, right?
So g3,
Okay, here g3.
and Benjamin is thinking.
Maybe here g6. I think he will play g6. But it's not good. Very interesting. Engine evaluation, right? He doesn't
Yeah,
like.
because g6, where will your knight go?
Will stay on f8.
Yeah, but you cannot.
Defending the king.
Yeah, but somehow that's not working out. I have a feeling that he might have to go g5.
G5. Okay.
Wow.
G5 with the idea of knight g6.
And that's why h4 was important, Lilith, to stop g5.
Okay. Okay.
This was a next level move.
Yes, this was not easy to understand.
So g3, g6. We have some Benjamin supporters. Random things says, come on, Benjamin.
Yes, of course. Because,
G5 played.
because our live stream, many, right? From Europe also, they are like many.
Yeah, of course.
Many spectators we have from Europe also. Because I can't imagine Indians supporting Benjamin, right?
No. I think, yeah, there are fans, not just for Prague, there are fans of Benjamin as well.
But against Arvind? Against Indian?
Yeah, it's possible,
It's possible?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, what if I play before here, Raja? Do you like this move? If I start to push my pawns.
That's a good move. It's a good
Before
move.
A4, A5.
Guys, do you think Arvind... Come on, Prague, guys. Prague has drawn his game. We
Yes.
are watching Arvind's game right now.
Yes. Arvind against the Gledura.
So G5, B4 is Lilith's suggestion here. King
King
G2
G2, yes.
is one other idea. Knight C6 also possible, just attacking the pawn on A7 here.
Right.
If the queen moves, this pawn hangs.
I see. But honestly, I want to keep my knight on d8 because then the queen should stay on f6,
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe very quick. very quick, Raja, to check our Armenians. I'm very... Oh!
This has happened.
This has happened.
This has happened, Lilith.
This is, yes...
Unbelievable defense.
Unbelievable defense from Aram. Yes. I mean, to spot, right, that here after rook f4, I mean, this is a fortress actually. Yes.
Yeah.
Fortress, and white can't improve the position.
Yeah, I'm curious actually if king
Yes.
g2 h4,
Yes.
king h2, is this a draw? Rook
Uh-huh.
b7.
According to evaluation board, no.
No, I don't know. Yeah, according to evaluation. Ah, yes, because knight g4 you have. Ah,
That's why let's
rook
keep
f3.
Oh, sorry.
And now you can just go rook f3 and keep your knight on g4, and then the rook can move.
I see. That's why let's keep the pawn. Where is our
No,
on
no,
h5?
no. I was just curious if it's a draw without the pawn. But yeah, of course, with the pawn on h5, this is just...
Because as you mentioned, very important, right? There is not knight g4.
Yeah.
So just it means that black is waiting, right? Rook b7, rook c7. I mean this. This is the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
Who will win Norway chess? Someone asks. I mean, right now, I think Norway chess is also very exciting. It's open for anyone to win 2 more rounds actually.
Yes, soon they will start, by the way.
Yeah, and it's the penultimate round in Norway chess
Norway
also.
chess.
So we are actually having a very similar situation in both the tournaments.
Both tournaments, right? Okay, what is happening in Sams? Okay, what happened? So he didn't went for
Oh, they're
knight.
repeating. They're repeating. Maybe
Oh.
it's a draw already.
Oh, what happened? Raja, let's check, please.
Yeah, queen f3, king h7, queen d3, king g8 back, queen f3, and they are just repeating here.
Ah, okay. It means that maybe they finished already,
Yeah,
right?
it's possible that
It's possible
draw
that,
happened here.
Yes. Raja, it means that in this position after king h7, some didn't like knight d6 because of that knight d4, and he
Exactly.
evaluated the position
Knight
as-
d6, bd6, rook d6, and knight d4 made it very, very complicated. And Yakubboev had easy play after this. So Sevian is like, let me just repeat here. And now if he plays queen f3 back, I think Yakubboev can already claim a draw. So Sam, with 2 minutes, it's too risky to play with such little time.
Oh, true. Yes, yes, yes.
Candy Crush says, hi, I'm back. Hello, hello. And Polly Walnuts, Raja, can you ask Arvin to join stream after the match? So I have told, of course, the people there, if like Arvind or Pragg, they can join. But you know, maybe the players sometimes are tired. Tomorrow is the last day. But yes, if Arvind joins today, that would be amazing.
Yes, that would be great, of course.
And just knight c6, knight e6 has happened here.
So and he plays knight c6, right?
Yeah.
So he played knight c6 and knight e6. Okay.
Yeah, I will just be back in 1 second, Lilith.
Okay. And meanwhile, very quick, I will check our Armenians. Okay. So this is our actual position. Robert is thinking whether he can put pressure on black's position, but rook f4, I mean king g5, right, is the next move. Black wants to play king g5, attacking the pawn. That's why we were thinking, of course, rook f4, because king g5 actually is, yes, of course, this is a threat.
Yeah, what's happening?
Yes, I wanted to very quick, to check our Armenians. Yes, and yes, nothing is happening here in this position. I mean, Robert is thinking, of course.
Yeah, tomorrow Arvind will be playing against Aram. Since Aram is doing well, it will be difficult for Arvind to beat him. So today is Arvind's big chance to win. Yeah, that's very correct.
Yes, that's very correct, of course. Yes, here let's check if they repeat it or not.
Yeah, I think this will end in a draw.
Okay, this will end in a draw. Okay, so it means that we are left with these 2 games.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you, thank you.
And okay, this is of course, queen e5.
So professional. Because you're forced to trade the queens now, and then the knight end game with the pawn up.
Yes, this I like very much what he did. But of course, we know, I mean, queen g6 is a big blunder, right?
Yeah, queen g6, guys. what will you do in this
Yes,
position?
yes.
Will you play knight d4? Will you just take the pawn on a7 or go king g2?
Or queen b8 check.
Queen b8 also. Yeah, queen b8 also, of course, Lilith. Very much possible.
Very much possible.
Sai Charan says, what are you guys saying? Devayan Majumdar finds it. Dynamic Saurus, yes. Nishit, Rehal, Sarang Shinde, fork.
Yes.
Radio, Prasun, knight for GG, yes. Knight e7 check. Hits the king, hits the queen. This is finito la comedy.
Yes.
And
so
queen
that's
e5.
why queen e5, yes, black has to
Chop, chop.
chop chop.
Yeah, chop, chop here.
Chop chop.
After
yes.
the fork, we are back to chopsticks now. Knight d4.
And knight d4.
And
okay.
I was feeling king f1 is
Not the best,
not
according.
the best somehow.
Yes. Somehow not the best.
So still, you need to be accurate, I guess.
Yes, exactly. But we need to bring the king, right? Raja, we need we need to bring the king to the center. How to do it?
So somehow king g2 is another move to try and play knight f3, which looks logical.
Okay. But okay, if king g2, let's continue. If I play f6,
I will play knight d3.
knight d3, I want to bring my king. By the way.
And you know, suddenly
And your
yeah,
king
it's
can't
misplaced. Yeah.
This
And
is-
that's why I have to be smart here.
Yes. But we want to bring the king.
Maybe Lilith, it's knight d3 and just f4 immediately. If king f8 now, just
No.
f4.
Okay, but I want to play f6 maybe.
Nightbot says push karo khush raho. Okay, he says like push the pawn and be happy. b4, they're recommending.
Okay, okay. Very nice. So if
Knight c2, then they just want to go knight
okay,
c4.
but I want to bring my king. I want to play f6.
f6, knight c4, and now king
No,
f7.
I want
yeah.
king f7. This is what I mean, because if black king comes to d5, it's black
Yeah.
gets some chances, right?
True. So knight
Okay,
e5.
it means that this endgame actually is not that easy.
And now we are going to see what Arvind plays here, guys. 1000 of you watching, do like the stream because Arvind is playing his second last game in this tournament. He has crossed 2750 here. He is +2, but Prague is +3.
Yes, and he has actually winning position, but the end game might be tricky. So
Yeah, I think to find the next move, I might need to wear my 3D glasses. Param param.
this is your secret weapon.
Yeah, now I will find the best move, Lilith. Just give me
Okay.
some time.
Okay, okay, let's see if your secret weapon will help you or not. Okay.
Okay, so you want to go f6. Knight d7 is the best
Knight
move.
d7 not allowing f6.
Yeah.
Okay, could be. No.
It's not the best move.
No, not the
Man,
best.
I need to adjust my glasses a little bit.
King
King
g2,
G2, okay,
has
okay.
been played.
Just King G2
okay, f6.
Yeah.
What then?
f6 now. Can I go knight f3?
Yes. I wanted, of course, wait.
By the way, this is happening, Lilith. So let's just wait and see what they are
Okay.
playing.
He will play f6.
Yeah.
Knight f3. Oh, what a really.
Knight f. This is happening. You
This is
see, these
happening.
3D glasses are real, guys.
Yes, yes. Knight f3.
Knight b3. But now I'm
King f1.
King f1, right?
Yes, king f1.
And now my king is coming.
Yes, yes. The problem was how to bring the king, and he solved this problem. I mean, he found the way.
Yeah.
He found Arvin found the way how to bring
Yeah.
the king.
Now king e2, king d3 is coming. Alankrita says that Lilith, you are 4-time Armenian champion. Is that correct? Yeah, and she
Yes,
says
is
she's.
yes, that's correct.
That's correct. A lot of hearts for you from like our Indian viewers. They know that you are 4 times Armenian
Yes,
champion.
Yes, it's true.
By the way, live position, knight b3 played and Arvind is thinking, but king f1
King f1
is the spider move.
Yes. we are expecting king f1. Just the idea is simple.
Yeah, king e2,
should
king
come
d3.
to the center.
Yeah,
But knight f3, this king g2, knight f3. Right?
this was beautiful
This
move
was
actually.
really beautiful. Yes.
Arvind is in top shape here. He finds
Yes.
this
I'm
move.
not giving any chance, right?
Yeah.
Not giving any chance to black.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh, we have already draw in Sevian.
Sevian
Yes,
has drawn his
yes.
game against Yakubboev.
Yes, so they repeated.
So they just repeated
they,
there
they
actually.
just repeated. So we have 3 draws already.
So Sevian has made 8 draws.
8
That's
draws.
a lot of draws, Lilith.
right.
But
This
this is the game where there will be no draw.
And just very quick, Raja, because Arvin is still thinking, right? Our Armenians, actually we have this.
Yeah, and now
we have this.
And now just wait.
Rook b7, rook c7.
Wait. Just keep waiting, because
Just
whenever
keep
you give a check, your pawn falls. And if you move your knight back, rook a6, and you cannot defend this pawn on f6. So this game has also, it's not ended, sorry, but it is going to end in a draw.
But Robert will play.
Robert will play.
Yes.
By the way, king f1, king f7 on the board.
Yes. King e2. King e2, right?
Yeah.
Let's
king
check.
e2, king d3, and just bring the king closer to the center.
Let's see. So king e2.
I think we can we will see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we will see it.
Because actually
Played.
Benjamin is in time trouble and he will play king e6 also, I think.
Yeah. Played. All of this has been played, Lilith.
Yes.
And we will just go to the live position.
Yes.
Yeah.
King d3, king d5.
And if king d3, king d5.
Yes. Or
there is a better move here actually.
maybe knight d2. How about knight
and
d2?
knight d2. Yes, that's the best move, Lilith.
Knight d2.
So that we kick this knight away from here, because knight d4
king d3
comes
now.
with a tempo. Then we push the b pawn.
Exactly. Yes, that's why actually Arvind is taking his time, right?
Yeah.
Because he has king d3 or knight d2, these 2 moves.
Yeah. And we have, they say after king d3, knight d2, and we have harry the h pawn, but we also have bally the b pawn. Okay, so king e6, Arvind trying to be as accurate as possible, and oh my god.
Okay, he's very precise. Actually, he's very precise, yes.
He finds the best move
best
again.
Moves, yes. Either knight d4 or knight c5, what do you think?
If knight c5, then b4 will come with
then.
another tempo.
Yes, yes.
So I have a feeling that, I'm not sure, let's see what he will play. He doesn't have much time here, only 2 minutes.
Yes.
And I think now I can take my glasses off because it's just one more move to make. So maybe
tough,
actually I want to make sure.
Moment, right, for Benjamin.
Yeah, and that's, of course, very tough for Benjamin, Lilith. But you also have to give credit to Arvind, because
of course
he's coming and beating these 2650 players. This game was super smooth.
Yes. Actually, but one moment, Raja, this rook d5 was a very instructive moment. Actually,
we will
misevaluation, right, from both players.
Yeah, we actually need to ask them what they were thinking. I will just refresh the bars because we had one more result.
Yes.
Yeah. And 1.5 minutes for Benjamin. He's trying to find some tricks.
Yes, of course. Of course, he's trying to find some tricks. Otherwise, White will win easily.
Yeah. 1 minute for him now. He's not sure where should he move the knight. Knight d4 if you go, then just king d3.
Yes.
And the b and a pawn are going to, just advance there.
If knight c1 is the same, king e3, right? If knight c1 check.
Yeah.
If this just king e3 again.
Yeah, king
and
e3.
the knight is just
not,
even knight is not good here.
Chessbase India, I'm not sure if it's Sagar Bhai. He asks Harshit Bhai in glasses. What's the story here? No, actually I understood that once I wear these glasses, I'm able to find really strong moves. So,
secret weapon.
The secret weapon for me. Maybe it's Sagar Bhai in the chat. Hi. And they are going to start the Norway chess stream soon as well.
Right? Yes, in 20 minutes actually.
So knight d2 here and 15 seconds for Benjamin. And
he's frustrated.
He's frustrated.
Yes. Sad moment for Benjamin.
Yeah.
He's really struggling in this tournament. Okay, knight d4 check has
Knight
been
d4
played.
check.
King d3, right? King d3.
Yeah, king d3 for sure.
And if king d5, knight e4 or what?
Yes, that's
Knight
winning.
e4.
Yeah, king d3 played. And now 30 seconds for Benjamin. This is the final move. They just played the 40th move. Arvin gets up from his chair because he got 30 more minutes on his clock. And knight c6.
Okay. So let's understand now. Raja, my first instinct is to play king c4. I don't know. What do you think? Or it's not that great?
King c4 looks very tempting to me actually.
And if knight e5 check?
Knight e5 to just go king
b5, right?
b5.
Yes.
And go behind this pawn on a6
Yes,
and then
a7, right?
a4, a5.
Right.
Guys, they just got 30 minutes extra time after they reached the time control, which means that now you see both players actually took a break. They just, maybe trying to relax, get some snacks because it was very stressful the last few moves.
Yes. What I suggest, Raja,
Yeah.
because they reached, and now we check this game
For
also,
sure.
and we go for some break
Yeah,
also.
we'll just quickly check what's happening in this game.
Yes.
But this,
Okay, in this game, they will play a lot.
yeah, there was one famous player, Lilith, who said, I don't believe in fortresses, but here actually
Yes.
there is a fortress for black.
There is a fortress, and Aram found it.
Yeah, and Aram found it.
Excellent defense from by Aram, of course.
Yeah. So this game is ending in a draw. So 4 draws today, and quite
Arvin.
likely Arvind will be the only player who wins today.
Yes, exactly.
So that's the storyline for today, guys. That we will have most likely. Yeah, okay. I thought that the game finished, but no, they just took a break, so they are not on the board there. We will just take a short video break. We'll show you some videos here from Armenia, and we will be right back in a jiffy to see how Arvind converts his advantage.
Exactly.
And we are back, guys, to analyze the final few moments from this penultimate round here in Stepan Avagyan. Arvind actually has made some moves after reached the time control after knight c6. He played knight c4.
So not king c4, but knight c4.
Knight
Okay.
c4, h5, and then push b4, a6, and here it's white to play, but as you can see from the bar, it's +4, completely winning for Arvind.
But still, right, white shouldn't
Relax.
relax.
You
This
should
is
never relax.
No, never.
If king c3, for example,
Looks okay.
king d5, and I wanted to try a4, but you know, king e4, and it can potentially get tricky where you have to calculate very precisely because this is coming. So maybe actually after a6, better to go knight e3
Yes, knight e3, king c4.
and king c4, king c5. I like this idea, Lilith.
Yes, I like. Yes, I
Yeah.
like it too. Because it's easier, right? King c4, king c5, king is very active. Then a4, b5, right? This is what we want then to play.
Exactly.
Okay. And what can black do? If
And
knight-
guys, we definitely, just to like tell, after king c4, a4, b5, a b5, we want to take with the king on b5 because the knight, as I've mentioned before, is a very bad defender of the rook filed pawns.
Yes.
So
Can black get some counterplay? Yeah, okay, if I play king d6 here.
king d6. Just curious, Lilith, should white ever push f4?
Yes, just take e5 square,
Exactly,
right? This,
exactly.
This is your idea, right?
And my point was that now I will just go king c4 and you just like cannot enter from any square.
Yes, this is actually very nice. I like it.
Guys, knight, this is the live position that we have, as you can see in the camera, and we are expecting knight e3
Yes.
because after king e5, what's the idea now?
Honestly, I wanted king c4.
King c4, but king
Yes.
e4, you have to be precise here actually. King c5,
King c5.
knight e5, king b6, but yeah, with two connected pawns, this does look quite winning because this pawn is far away.
Yes, and if knight d
King f3, we can just maybe go a4, king f2, knight
Knight
f5.
knight d5,
Both are winning. Knight f5, knight
Yes.
d5, knight f5 to just protect this pawn and block this pawn as well. So this is how white can play, to go knight e3, king c4 and go towards the a pawn,
Yes.
where black is going to try to attack our f2 pawn, but we just have a pawn advantage here.
Alright, and what is happening in our Armenians game? Let's see. Okay, we have this position, and okay, black is waiting, right? This is
Yeah, black is
black
waiting.
is just waiting. For black, it's easy, easy, just to wait, right?
Just go back rook a7,
Yes.
go back here.
Yes, exactly. This is easy. Actually, Robert should think, right? How can white progress here? If there is a way. If
No, there is no way. I mean, you could ask me king g3, rook c7, if king f2 is away, and after rook here, but the thing is you cannot even go to e3 because there is
Rook
always a
a3
check.
Yes. Even king.
So you cannot even bring your king, Lilith.
Right.
And if you go king e2, let's say I wait more, king d3, let's say I wait more.
Right.
Even this, just no progress
No
somehow.
progress. Yes.
So guys, this game is going to end in a draw for sure.
Right.
It's a matter of time.
Matter of time. Yes, it's matter of time. It will be draw. Of course, Robert will try to find
Yeah,
something.
maybe he
but
will
of
play
course
rook knight versus rook also for 50 moves.
It might be.
Yeah, Polly says you wished for a draw in this Armenian battle and you are getting it.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
So
Exactly.
this is a peaceful draw here between the Armenians, but
Not peaceful actually. It was a big. I mean, it was a very, very interesting.
yeah, it was
fight.
interesting.
It was interesting.
Interesting,
yes.
yeah.
But peaceful result.
Peaceful result. And
Yes.
Arvind actually here is taking his time, and rightfully so, because knight end games you have to be very precise.
All right. But I think knight d3 will happen.
Yeah.
Somehow I have, this feeling because it's like it's natural, right? We want king here. Without king we can't win.
Yes,
right?
we need to bring our king into the queen side here to try and put pressure on the a6 pawn. And we also don't want black to get his king in the center, which is why knight e3 is the perfect combination.
Yes, and there is not this king f5 like to get some counter.
Exactly. And if king e5, as we saw, king c4, king c5, we are fast enough. There is also this f3
move. Yes, I also thought about this.
And if f5, we now go king c4. No, now
still
winning. Yeah.
Yes.
h4, f4,
f4 maybe.
and this could be a way how black could get some chances. But I think king c4, king c5, your line is what Arvind is trying to calculate.
Right.
Now Arvind will match Pragg with 5.5, and also the SB, the tie break will be the same for both of them, 17.75. And direct encounter was also a draw.
So Pragg will win with the black pieces.
We had more black pieces,
yes,
exactly.
Yes.
Guys, in this tournament, Pragg had 5 blacks and Arvind, on the other hand, had 5 whites.
Yes, and actually they played in the first round.
Each other.
Yes. Do you remember in the opening ceremony when first Pragg went
yes.
and picked 9, and then Arvin and second. They thought, okay, 2 Indians in the first round.
Yeah. And now actually it's possible that if tomorrow they have the same result, Pragg might be the champion because he played more games with the black pieces, but for sure it would still be a great result for Arvind to tie for first if he manages to win this game.
Exactly.
And here knight e3, Lilith, knight a5, knight takes a5, b takes a5, and the pawn advantage that we had has now kind of disappeared.
Yes, with king d5, right?
Yeah. And this is actually a draw.
Draw, yes. So white is pawn up, but
it's a fake pawn up.
Fake. Exactly. Yes. No. Knight a5. We want of course to trade the knights, but like this, you know, that the pawns, they stay like this.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So we can make a passed pawn basically. That's the whole point.
The whole point. Exactly.
Yeah. Guys, how are you liking Pragg's and Arvind's play so far? How do you like this tournament, Stepan Avagyan? Do let us know as we are approaching the final days of this tournament.
Yes. Do you like our videos?
Yes.
What we are preparing for you.
Very exciting.
Yes.
Walter White says, awesome. Aditya Patnaik, yes. So we are getting some nice happy responses here.
Oh, thank you for all compliments, right, and following us. By the way, Raja, tell our viewers about today's our journey to waterfall.
Oh, guys, today actually in the morning around 10:30 a.m. we went on a walk. We went on a walk with Lilith, and we had the 2 girls, Seda, who joined us yesterday, and we also had Milena, who's the official photographer here,
and Gev also.
And Gev, who's the production guy. And we went on a walk to the waterfall, and I will post it on my Instagram on GM Harshit Raja. There is also Chess Academy of Armenia account, I think, which might post some photos about it, but it was so like serene and calm and beautiful. Maza aa gaya.
Yes. Actually, this, you know, Jermuk is one of my really favorite places in Armenia. It's so nice here, right?
It's very calm, and
nature.
Exactly.
The nature. It's very nice here. Yes.
Yeah. Robert Blake asks, where in Armenia? It's a town called Jermuk, which is 3 hours away from car from Yerevan.
Yes.
Yeah.
And very nice place.
Exactly. Okay. So guys, here Arvind still trying to figure out all the nuances in the position.
He's taking his time, right?
Yeah.
Already how many minutes he's thinking? Let's check. Okay, already almost 14 minutes.
Yeah, almost 14 minutes. But Lilith, these calculations, you know, we are obviously just looking at the bar and it's easy for us. But I can imagine like knight e3, king e5, king c4, king e, like knight
right.
like
king
if I explain
coming,
my thought
right?
process without this bar, I will be like knight e3, king e5, king c4, king e4, king c5, knight e5, king b6, king f3, king a6, and all of these variations. Then f pawn is running, and this is just the beginning. So guys, Arvind is in a big thing here because it's important that he understands and makes sure his pawn is queening first.
First, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, Raja, whether Robert found any idea, but no. Actually, it's not easy, right? It's not easy to find any idea in Robert's game.
Robert's game is actually,
Robert against
there is
Aram.
no idea there.
Excellent defense, by
Yeah.
the way, by Aram. Dynamic defense.
Yeah. So this game, Hovhannisyan trying to maybe get rook knight versus rook, where we have seen people go wrong. Actually, in freestyle chess, I think there was a game in the first round between Magnus Carlsen, who had rook knight, against Vidit, who had rook. But of course, the time control was different, so it was much more difficult to defend. Here, of course, with 30 seconds increment and 20 minutes on the clock, Hakobyan should be able to hold it comfortably.
Yes, and Arvin is still thinking, right?
Arvind is still thinking.
Still thinking, yes. Already more than 15 minutes.
By the way, this camera angle is amazing actually, because we can even kind of see the clocks there. And of course, you know, we are having a great producer here who's making sure that this stream is working.
By the way, Norway chess has started.
Yeah, Norway chess has also started, which is also exciting.
Yes.
So we have two streams going on right now. Very, very interesting, guys.
Very interesting.
Final 2 days in both these tournaments in Norway and Stepan Avagyan. The two Indians are trying to win here. Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh are trying to win there. And yeah, Arjun is on 11 points there actually. He's possible he catches up. But he needs to somehow have some chances against Hikaru today, which will not be easy. Very exciting games there.
Gukesh against
Gukesh Vei.
Vei. Okay.
Gukesh is playing Vei.
Okay. Yes, so Robert is thinking, Arvind is still thinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Harshu says Arvind is turning out to be a very good player. He has a great future for sure, Harshu. I mean, I think the whole chess world has been taken by a surprise to see how swiftly he transformed from a 2650 player to a top 15 player.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah.
And I remember, Raja, his coach's interview, very famous, Ramesh.
Yes.
Ramesh, his interview that he said that Arvind actually is one of his most talented students.
Yeah, actually Arvind and Pragg are both students of R.B. Ramesh sir.
Yes.
And yeah, it's just amazing to have him as one of the best trainers in India. Also, Vaishali was someone who has trained under his coaching. Even I actually at some point long back did a training camp where all of these players were present, and it was very intense.
Very intense, right?
Very intense.
And his book also, what it is about
Calculation.
Is what a tough,
Very tough book, guys.
Right? My students, they were asking me, should we get this book? I tell them, this book is very hard for me even, to solve. And these puzzles right there, you should solve in 5 minutes, but
you need 50 minutes.
we need half an hour, maybe for you 15, for me half an hour.
It's very tough.
It's very tough, yes.
And Ori Tension Napa becomes the backer of Indian chess. Thanks a lot for becoming the backer.
By the way, what is this backer? Explain to us.
Yeah, so backer basically, like people can get memberships in our channel on ChessBase India, and all the money that comes from membership goes towards the laptop fund that that ChessBase India gives to talented players from India.
Oh, what a nice project you have.
So all the money that we get from membership goes towards the laptop fund, if I'm not mistaken, that we like the ChessBase India gives to young and talented players.
Very nice, right?
Yeah.
Very nice project. Okay.
So A6, and guys, we are in the same position for a very long time because Arvind is still trying
Still thinking. He's choosing think. Okay.
Okay, let me think. Let me actually think with like what else is Arvind thinking here. And when I think about the position, f3 becomes
Also.
f3 become. I will just turn on this, turn off the lines. So f3 actually for me is very logical. My idea is that if you go h4 in this position, I was considering to go g4 and then h3 and block
But
this.
then if you move the knight,
Then knight e5.
king e5 even.
Yeah. So h3, okay, h4. What else can I do in this position? Oh, he's about to make a move.
Oh,
What did he do?
Yes.
What did he do? King e4 played by him.
Okay. Also good.
And he's provoking f5 check
Yes,
and then wants to come back.
Okay. Very interesting, by the way. Yes, he's provoking f5.
Yeah.
Then he wants to come back, and he's saying that you don't have any more this counterplay, right? King f5, king g4. Okay. Actually, this okay has been played, right? f5, Raja. King e4, f5, king e3.
Yeah.
Has been played. King e3.
King e3 played.
Not even king d3, but king e3.
Very interesting. Now he wants to fix this structure with f4, I have a feeling.
Oh, okay.
And
Even maybe h4 or
very
not.
deep idea actually found by Arvind.
Okay, let's
f5,
understand.
king
This
e3.
is very interesting.
If
okay,
king
if
d5,
king d5, yes, this is
yeah,
my
then I
question.
want to go knight b6 check.
Okay,
If
king
king
e5,
e5,
yes.
f4 check.
Ah, okay, yes.
And actually instead of f4 in this position, it's possible that I might even have h4 maybe.
But then f4.
But then f4. So I think f4 makes sense.
Yes,
Yeah.
f4 to fix the pawns, right?
Yeah. Also, by the way, knight d7, knight c5. Don't forget, this knight is coming here.
Right.
And actually, Abhishek Parulkar having a very interesting event today. 11 Indians qualified in Grand Swiss. Arjun, Gukesh, Pragg, Arvind, Vidit, Harikrishna, Nihal, Karthikeyan, Ronak, Abhimanyu and Aryan Chopra. That is just amazing news. Wow. Grand Swiss, of course, one event, Lilith, where the players are trying to qualify for the candidates.
Yes.
So,
one or two spots.
I think
there.
only one.
Only one spot.
I think
okay.
only one. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, this is actually big event.
Yeah,
This is a
huge
very big,
event.
Yes, huge event.
So f5, king e3. This is the live position on the board. But it's great news that 11 players have qualified for Grand Swiss.
Samarkand.
Two
right?
spots actually.
Two
Vikash
spots.
Tiwari says two spots.
Two spots,
Okay.
and it will be in Samarkand.
It will be yes.
If I'm
Yeah,
not
you're right.
mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So you will be there maybe.
No.
Right, Jan?
I don't know if I will be there yet actually.
You don't know yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I get an opportunity and they invite me, then maybe I will go to Samarkand. But right now, I don't have it on my calendar.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you would like, right?
Yeah.
Because so many Indians.
Yes, for sure. It will be very exciting.
Yes.
And Abhishek says 5 Armenians have also qualified. So actually, there will be a lot of players there, and we have a very special guest joining us.
Yes.
Guys, guess who it is?
Yes, I think our viewers will be happy.
Yes,
will be
it's
very
incredible
happy
that we have
to
this
see our
guest.
special guest.
Yeah, and if we can just mic our guest, guys, guess who it is in the meanwhile. I think if only one game is remaining, it becomes easier to guess.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I should
sorry.
go from this side.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. Congratulations.
And guys, we have Arvind, who has just joined us after, I mean, you're still playing for us, but I think you won this game.
Yeah, I think he resigned in few moves. Yeah.
So you won this game and you go to 5.5 out of 8 and become the joint leader. Arvind, firstly, congrats. How do you feel after this game?
I feel relieved. First of all, it was like this win is crucial, like to be in the contention for title. So yeah, I'm happy about the win. Also, like I played a I did not play such a good game, but
Today you
he's-
mean?
Yeah, he's having a tough tournament, so I wanted to play fast and put some pressure on the clock as well. So yeah, finally it worked out actually.
And for sure, like we were talking about it, you knew that your opponent is not doing so well in this event. So in your opening preparation, were you trying to choose an opening where you can just keep playing?
Actually, I did not prepare much for this round. I was really tired. To
Oh,
be honest,
okay.
so I just wanted to get a game, and I thought I had a decent position out of the opening. So
And what do you think was the first critical moment in this game?
maybe he equalized comfortably, but Queen A6 was not necessary.
So this you knew? Did you know this?
I was not aware of C5. Yeah, there are so many moves. So C5.
You played
Yeah,
PD3.
Shift D3. It's just clearly not the best move. As I said, I wanted to play fast and put pressure on the clock.
On the clock, yeah.
Also, for him, every move he sees, it would be a ghost. Because he's having a tough tournament.
True.
So yeah.
It's a very good point. Actually, we were talking about it that maybe he was of course he's a very strong player, but when when you lose 3 games, you kind of doubt yourself. Yeah?
True. Yeah.
So he played here. You took castles, and at some point we both of us felt like black has to push c4 to stop you from going d-take c5. Is that what you felt also, or?
Yeah, actually, I was seriously considering C4. Also, knight d4 is an option, but I thought C4 would be the more logical way of playing this position. C4 I was considering some knight e5, but yeah, I think black is fine. But if I go queen a4, I think he can take on c3 and go knight c7.
And then b5.
Yeah.
But I think even here after c4, it's tense. Still anything can happen basically, which is maybe what you wanted.
Yeah, it would be a game, yeah, of course. So, but yeah, knight e4 also equalizes, I guess.
Knight e4.
Yeah, but which gave me little bit hope. I mean, because this two isolated pawn, the hanging pawns on the defense e5 would
This position,
give me some
yeah.
hope. Yes,
And actually, Arvind, we have to ask
actually,
you.
knight db1 was more actually. Yeah.
Oh, knight db1. Oh.
Yeah.
And now we want to take back.
I was at the same time I was regretting for playing first. Yeah? After playing rook of d1, I was seriously considering knight db1. So because with knight db1, I think he has to take on c3. Otherwise, his bishop would be under.
So you want to go knight
e2 and a3 would be.
So he has to take, but this, yeah, practically this tough to defend, yeah.
Yeah, it's defendable, yeah, but practical problems would be there, of course.
Actually, Arvind, we have to ask you this one question. Bishop c3, rook c3, knight e6. You played knight f3, queen d6, rook d3, and rook d8. Actually, the engine really gave white a huge edge in this
After rook
position.
d5.
Yeah, after rook takes d5.
I mean, I could not evaluate this, to be honest. I felt white should be better, but not sure if it would be sufficient for a win.
And somehow this position after
h4 or
yeah, exactly h4.
Yeah, I should have gone for this. Also, I should have started with h4. Rook 1 d2 was such a dubious move, I would say.
Yeah, immediately h4.
Yeah.
But so you saw this, but you thought that maybe it's not enough to win.
Yeah, in a long run, I thought he would get some fortress. It's hard for human to
Yeah, I actually,
foresee everything.
to be honest, I was also surprised. We were surprised that it's just winning for white because black has 2 rooks and material is equal, but big edge for white.
Oh, like how much it was? 1.8. That's too much. I should have.
Yeah, it's very surprising, right?
Yeah, true.
But okay, you chose for a simple. Actually, I felt like maybe subconsciously you just wanted to keep the game going as long as possible so that he has to keep finding moves. And maybe in time, like when you're in bad form, it's tough to do this.
True, true. Also, yeah, H4 was a better move. Like, I mean, of course, like than Rook 1 D2.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like, yeah, clearing the bank rank and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, later I could go for Rook 1 D2 and Queen D1.
Mm-hmm. Just making a luft for the
Yeah.
king. So here you played Rook D2, D4 takes, and Queen D1.
Actually, should have gone Rook D7 then Rook D8. I mean, it's
Yeah, Rook D7, and you cannot take the pawn.
yeah. Now I cannot take after Rook A D8. If I go Knight E6, Queen D3.
And now Queen D3. Yeah,
Yes.
this very nice tactic.
Yeah,
And takes, I guess.
yeah. This is like. But I think it would be like it would have been like very difficult for me to like progress. Like if we had played Rook D7 and Rook D8.
Yeah.
And I think I would be like looking for tricks here and there, but it's very hard.
Yeah, black is somehow just very solid, yeah.
Yeah, true.
So Queen A6 was,
Yeah,
I guess, a big inaccuracy.
True. Like because I got this nice trick with Knight C6 and A3 and
A3,
Rook D5.
and you saw this, yeah, when you
Yeah,
played
also I
A3.
have Knight B5, but Knight C6 is like more
Stronger.
clear,
Actually,
yeah.
Lilith saw Knight B5, but I think Knight C6 is even stronger actually.
Yes.
And Rook D3, Knight D8,
Yeah.
and I guess here you were probably thinking that this is like technically winning, or
Yeah, I thought it should be winning by like I was, but I was also like conscious that I should not like fall into any traps or anything. So I had like a lot of time. So I was
you're
really focused and then comfortable like converting the advantage.
And actually, like I think I was like super impressed because here you were also like you were winning, but you still took your time. Yeah, you took 14 minutes. Just didn't want to allow any tricks.
Yes, true. Still, it could have been like even more like smooth. I don't know what
B3.
exactly the best move.
I think we played very smoothly actually. Knight D7.
Queen 8. Even here, Queen C7, maybe not sure, but it's no, Queen E2 and it's
Yeah.
yeah.
So Queen 8 was good, and this was also the best move.
Here probably H4 would have.
Yeah, actually, yeah, because maybe as soon as you played it, and then
Yes.
G5, H4 exactly, and then G5 doesn't come,
Now like everything is like paralyzed. Like Knight on F5 doesn't have a good square.
and then I guess G3 now.
Yeah,
or-
G3.
Yeah. So you played H3, and he
I
actually.
played G3 actually.
Sorry. You played G3, and he was actually resourceful. Yeah, I mean, he was still
Yes,
fighting.
true,
Yeah.
True. So I think Knight C6.
Knight E6, and I guess here you just
Yeah, I thought Queen E5 should be good enough.
Yeah. because knight and game
Yes,
should
that's
be
what I think.
yeah. And then after this, I think you kind of converted it pretty smoothly. King E4. Just curious, what were the last few moves? King D5.
I played Knight B6, King E5, Knight D7.
Yeah. And King.
He played King D5. King D6, I was considering Knight C5, Knight E5. If A5, yeah, I have this Knight B7, Knight A5. But if Knight E5, I was really considering F4. Like I wasn't sure it.
Oh wow, yeah, that's the best. If
Knight G4 and King F3. It's
Knight G4, King F3. Wow. Wow. And if Knight H2, King G2, and amazing calculation.
This I wasn't sure, but yeah, I thought it should be like.
Yeah, amazing. And if Knight D7, he played King D5,
Yeah, King D5, F4, and
and he
no, I took on F4 and King F4 he resigned.
and King F. Yeah, and then these pawns are all weak, and you won. Arvind, very smooth game, and I think you are now maybe in close to top 10. Of course, that's very, very good. But is that something like you actively check, or during the tournaments you're like, I don't care about the rating, I just want to play?
No, like people of course would like congratulate me for getting in the top 10. Like after also I realized that like I fell back to 11th like in a day or two. So I think it keeps like fluctuating. It's part of the game, so not really looking at it.
Arvind, thanks a lot for joining. You have one more game tomorrow, Actually, I have many questions, but tomorrow I think the round is early at 11 a.m.
True.
and you are playing black against Aram. So all the very best, and thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks. Guys, we'll just take a short break and we'll be right back. And we are back, Lilith. We had such a nice few minutes actually when Arvin joined us, gave us his thoughts. He's just so, soft spoken, but on the board, he's
He's a beast.
He's a
Yes.
beast. Yeah.
He's a beast. Yes.
And Arvind, guys, has joined Prague as the joint leader in this tournament with 5.5 out of 8. I'm actually very curious to see what his live rating is, Lilith, because that's just crazy.
You are following it so closely, right?
Yeah.
Raja?
He moves to actually, he's in top 10. Because after this win, he's going to become 2,754 and he's going to surpass Wei. And this is a historic moment for sure where we have 4 Indians in
this
top
is-
10.
Yes, exactly. This is this is amazing, of course. This
Yeah,
is
I mean,
amazing.
I have to say I feel bad for Benjamin, who's just a very nice guy and very strong player, but somehow this tournament is not going in his favor.
No. He's really struggling.
By the way, talking about struggle, Hovhannisyan is really making Hakobyan work hard for this draw.
Yes, I told you. I know, Robert. You
Yeah,
know.
he's just grinding this, and I thought Rook D6 is the way to play here.
And what do you think? What is going on here? Knight F8 or what?
And Knight C5, he's such a
Knight
tricky
C5,
player.
okay.
Rook D4, right? You will play here because now you stop Knight E4 check.
You again want to trick me. You want
Guys,
to trick me again.
Rook D4 is losing
But
for
why?
black. Can you
Why?
find the best
Yes.
move?
Again, Raja wants to trick us. Guys,
I thought this time you will fall for it, but I think because of my tone of asking.
because of
Yeah.
your tone, yes, I suspect it already. That something is waiting for me.
Yeah, this is a beautiful trick.
Yes. Actually, Robert is master of such creating such tricks.
Yeah, actually, guys, the best move in this position is knight to e6 check.
Yes.
Blundering our knight with Sai Charan finds after f takes e6, f7, no stopping this pawn into becoming a big lady there. And just to refresh the bars,
Yes.
we have 4 results. Arvind just won his game. And here, knight d7, Hakobyan is thinking. He's thinking here.
Yes. So Rook D6, I think he will play, right?
Rook d6,
Right, yeah.
he
Or-
will play
Yes.
knight c5
And king g6.
and king g6.
Yes.
Yeah. Knight e4. What do you do now? Rook d5.
Rook. I was thinking rook e6 also. Rook e6
Rook
is
e6
working or
is
no?
also possible. Rook f4.
And if I just wait, I should wait.
And just wait. Yeah.
Yes. I
That's
should-
black's trick to success here.
I should wait.
Wait and relax.
Yes.
Sharvesh also. T.S. Sharvesh also found knight e6.
Knight e6. Good. Good. Yes, actually, what should black should just wait, right?
Yeah, black should just wait.
Black should just
XYZ, thanks a lot. Bye.
So, but you see, right, how Robert can find, such small tricks, right? He's
Yeah.
so creative also. Okay.
Yeah, this is the final game that's happening today, guys. And
And tomorrow we have actually
game at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Two Indians against two Armenians,
Yeah.
by the
Two
way.
Indians versus two Armenians. Lilith,
Yes.
tomorrow I think that you are going to be rooting for the Armenians. I am going to be rooting for
Yes.
also, a tiebreaker, but there is no tiebreaker actually. I think here they have a system where if you play more black,
Yes. So if Arvin and Prague will tie, they will not play. But it would be interesting, right?
Yeah, I would love that.
Yes, I would love, yes. I would love to watch the blitz match, yes.
and DPM asks who is currently leading. DPM, after Arvind's win, Arvind and Pragg are the two players leading in this tournament, and they actually are leading by a whole point. So on second place or like third place, it's Kollars with 4.5 points, and it's like there's just 1 point difference
One
between
point.
them and the other players.
Okay, and only Kollars is plus
Yes,
one?
only Kollars is +1. And Raghuram becomes the backer of Indian chess. Thanks a lot, Raghuram. If tiebreaker, guys, then Praggnanandhaa is going to win because he
Yes.
played more blacks.
More blacks. Exactly. Because of that.
Yeah, Hakobyan, I'm just taking his time because
Yes, he's taking
one
his time.
mistake and it can all go
Yes,
wrong.
Of course, and we shouldn't forget that both players are already very tired.
Yeah,
Because
very tired.
4.5 hours they are playing.
Yes,
They are playing 4.5 hours. Of course, they are tired.
yeah,
And when you are tired, mistakes can come
of
easily.
course, yeah.
So you should be always focused, always attentive. Okay, so we are waiting. We are expecting Rook d6, right?
Yeah.
Rook d6.
Rook d6 is the move we're expecting, but it's still like not 100% clear whether black will be able to take this pawn, but it's more about white not having any progress in this setup, because whenever you try to hit my f7 pawn, your f6 pawn falls, and if your king comes too far away, then I'm just going to just push my h pawn
Yes, and to trade the rooks.
and trade the rooks. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what's happening
But
here.
of course, Robert will play and play.
Robert will keep playing. Yeah.
He will keep playing. He will keep trying, right? Trying
Absolutely.
all
The tricks in
all
the position.
tricks. Exactly. Actually, Raja, you notice, right? Every day,
Yeah.
we have more than 5 hours.
Yeah, every day. Actually, we have commentated, like this is one tournament where I have commented for the longest hours every day, because every day is more than 5 hours.
More than, yes,
Yeah.
more than 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So we
Katha
have-
Ghosh says,
but because we have fighting players.
yes, we are fighting and they want to win. They have
They
big
want,
fighting spirit.
Yeah, yes.
And Katha Ghosh says, guys, both of you are doing amazing job. Thanks a lot for
Thank
such
you.
commentary and game analysis. Thanks a lot. Very sweet.
Yes.
So knight d7 here, Hakobyan, less than 15 minutes. And I wouldn't be extremely surprised if, when he comes under time pressure, that he makes a mistake, because this is a tricky position. Yeah, Rahel, thanks a lot.
Okay, Aram is still thinking. But you know he shouldn't get into time trouble, right, Raja? Because in time trouble it would be really maybe not that easy to find all these tricks.
Yeah,
What do
exactly.
you think?
But I think for Robert it's easy, right? He doesn't have any risk.
Right.
Whereas Hakobyan, if he makes one error, the game is over.
I agree. But still he shouldn't get into time trouble.
Yeah.
This is important. Because when you have, like seconds on the clock, it's you panic, right? It's
True.
completely different situation.
True. Knight f8 is another move as well.
Yes, knight f8 is not the
Like after rook c6, knight f8, because you cannot still take the pawn because of knight h7.
Yes, and there is not king g6.
But
move
rook
also.
d6 and your knight is a bit misplaced there. So I feel this is... But Haram actually, how long is he thinking? More than 10 minutes here.
More than 10 minutes. Okay,
Yeah.
but why? Maybe he sees also some tricks that we don't see, right? Raja? For white, I mean.
So rook d6, knight c5. I mean, this is very important that rook d4 runs into knight e6.
All right. No, but we decided that we just wait.
We just wait, yeah, rook b6.
Yes, we just wait. Even king g6, I mean, doesn't
Yeah, king
matter.
g6 is maybe better, just getting out of all these checks.
Yes, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, yes, the strategy of Black is just to wait. By the way, maybe we can check Norway chess also.
No, we cannot check it here actually.
No?
Because it will be very tough to get the board here.
Ah, okay. Just to see the openings, you
Yeah.
know.
But today, of course, will be very exciting. Penultimate in Norway as well.
Norway, right?
Yeah.
Who is leading, by the way?
In Norway, we have a joint lead between Hikaru. Oh, no, actually, no, I'm not sure actually. Oh, yeah, Caruana is leading.
Caruana is leading.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Magnus is on 12 points. And Gukesh is on 11 and a half. So basically, Caruana and Magnus are the two people ahead of the field.
Ahead of the field. Okay. But okay, everything can happen, right?
Yeah,
In
anything can happen.
Anything can happen in last two rounds.
Caruana leading, yes. Ajat Chatru, you are right.
So what are your predictions for tomorrow, Raja?
For tomorrow
For
in this
tomorrow,
tournament,
in our tournament, yes, in
so
our
Prague
tournament.
is playing white against
Robert,
I think Prague will win.
I go for draw.
Yeah, I think Prague will win and Aram and Arvin game will be a draw.
Okay.
But it's hard to say because
I predict two draws.
because the
Yes.
thing is it depends a lot on this game. Because if Aram loses today, then his mood will be very bad tomorrow. So it's important that Aram does not
No, they will draw. Aram will not lose.
today, yeah.
Yes, today. Yes.
But it's still going. I mean, they're
It's
still fighting.
I agree, but it will be draw, I think. I think Aram will
By
not
the way,
lose.
knight d7, rook e6 played.
Rook e6. Okay, this is also.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, this is what is happening here. Rook g3
Rook
check.
g3 check. Okay.
I'll just update the camera.
By the way,
Yeah.
king h6, right? Or yes,
King h6 is okay, but
It's okay.
I would like to keep my king in the close to the pawn somehow.
I put rook g7 here. That's why.
Rook g7, but now I can go
Check.
check, king here and king e6, and now this pawn will fall.
Okay, I see. So okay, then better king f5.
King f5 is
yes.
better, I think.
Better king f5 because it's more active, right? Yes, king f5 is more active.
Yeah, Aram is still thinking. Do you think they're playing after 15 minutes or do you think it is a draw?
Because we have delay, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to check?
Yeah, I will just check once.
You check. I'm here. I'm here with my Armenians.
Yes, with the two players.
With my Armenians, yes. Honestly, I think the game is going on. I think the game is going on because Robert will try. He'll try all resources. And he's very good at, finding tricks. And so I'm sure now Raja will come and say the game is going on. Yes, because we have 15-minute delay. This is, this is important, and we don't know what is going on over the board.
They're still playing.
They are still playing. I was more than sure. I told already our viewers, that I'm more than sure they are playing.
Yeah.
Of course, Robert will try. And Kollars tomorrow is playing against whom? Let's again, because he's on the fourth place, right?
Yeah.
And tomorrow he's white. Tomorrow he has white. So against whom he's playing?
He's playing Sam.
He's playing Sam. Okay. So it means that if Sam wins tomorrow, Sam can overtake
Kollars.
Yeah. Yes. If Sam, but Sam is black, right?
Yeah.
So it would be not easy for Sam, of
Yeah.
course.
Sanjay, tomorrow we have Pragg playing with the white pieces against Robert Hovhannisyan and Arvind playing with black against Hakobyan Aram. And then we have Bjerre playing with white against Samuel Sevian.
No, not Bjerre. Kollars.
Kollars.
Kollars. Yes, I think Kollars will try to draw and fix a
Third place, yeah, possible.
Yes. Because yes, with white he would. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
He would go for a draw tomorrow. And he will fix. He will fix fourth place.
Yeah.
Then.
Rajesh, Pragg has drawn his game today. He actually drew. He was the first player to finish his game today. He drew with the black pieces against Xu Xinagyu, and now he is going to play his last game tomorrow with white. And if he wins, then he is getting first for sure because his tiebreak is better than Arvind's.
But he will not take much risk tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure, right? Because if he draws and Arvind also draws, he's the winner.
Correct.
Because of this black games.
Yeah.
Okay, so we looked at Rook G7, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that this is not working because of check and King E6, important move. Knight is hanging and F6 pawn is also hanging. So, okay, it means that King F5, maybe again he will check Rook F3.
Yeah, maybe Rook F3 check back. And you cannot go to E4 because you lose to Knight C5 check.
Yes.
King F3, Knight E6, and the F pawn is queening.
Yes.
King
And
D5.
this King E4?
Knight G7, King E5, Knight H5, King F5, King H4.
King H4, yes. You found the way to win. Okay, so what we are thinking? Okay, of course, Rook F3, he will call King G6. He will repeat.
What?
Oh, I know.
King G5.
So it means that King G5 is the only
move, yeah.
Okay.
And now Knight F8
Because
maybe.
he put Rook very close to the knight, right? So these forks are
Always there.
always
Yeah.
there, right? Okay. So Rook F3, King G5. You see, when we are tired, we blunder always, right?
We become prone to making a lot of mistakes when we get tired. But these players cannot make any mistakes. They have to be accurate here until the end.
Yes, and they are fighting.
Yeah.
They are fighting.
Rook G3, King F5 on the board.
On the board. I think Rook F3, King G5 also will happen.
Yeah, Rook F3 check, King G5 only move.
Only move, yes.
Yeah, and maybe it's possible that the game continues with that check. Hovhannisyan down to 6 minutes, by the way.
Yes, because he wants, he's taking his time.
Yeah. Shaurya asks, where will people get to see you playing next?
Oh, next I will play in World Cup.
In World Cup. Wow, guys, she will be
Quite
playing.
soon.
And where? It's in Georgia.
It's in Georgia, in Batum.
Wow.
Yes.
We wish you all, everyone wishes you all the very best,
thank
Lilith.
you.
They are
Yes,
very
thank
excited.
you. Thank you. I hope all these nice memories and nice atmosphere will help me,
Yeah.
right? And your lessons
No,
also, right? Yes.
So I will not be surprised if you sacrifice a lot of material.
And then I will remember you, right? Your Rocket Bishop.
Yeah, Rocket Bishop. Okay, so now 5 minutes for Hovhannisyan. And he's just trying to find some tricks
Yes.
in this position.
Okay.
And he's about to make a move, Knight
Knight
F8.
F8. Oh,
What a tricky move, my god.
Oh, what a nice move,
Yeah,
by
if
the
you
way.
take the pawn,
if you take
check.
chat.
Yeah, check now, and what is happening? Why is this losing?
Yes.
Yeah, this is losing because of a fork.
Yes.
No matter where you
No
go.
matter,
If you
yes,
go here,
very nice.
this fork. If you go here, this
Yes.
fork. And black is just losing a rook there.
By the way, Robert also composed studies.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. So he has many studies actually.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a very creative
Yeah.
player. So what do we do here? Raja, we don't take that poison.
No, we don't
pawn.
take the poison
So
pawn.
rook e6.
Rook d6.
Rook
Oh, this some
Oh.
trouble.
What is
Double
this?
trouble.
What is this?
We check. No, check.
No,
No.
check. 1 minute. Let's wait.
Here and rook g7 and maybe the king is cut off.
Oh, what interesting.
Yeah, actually black needs to be accurate.
Let's wait here.
Maybe rook e4. So that check I can go rook f4. Maybe this is the way.
The only move.
Not sure. Let's see.
1 minute. If I play rook a6.
Yeah, same problem.
Same problem.
Knight h7, rook g7.
So you see,
Some practical problems.
Okay, actually engine is saying already big advantage. So because you want to play knight h7 and you want now rook g7, or rook g5 even, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is tricky.
this is tricky.
Tricky.
Okay, it means that black should play rook e4 as you said,
Yeah, rook
right?
e4 is safe.
The only move.
Not sure, but it works. Rook e4 works.
Okay, let's see. If rook e4
Yeah, played.
played,
Rook e4 played.
rook e4 played,
Yeah, Ajat Shatru, this tournament does give circuit points where Prague is leading right now. That's why Prague is trying to grow his lead in the circuit points.
and if knight h7 now,
I'll just rook g4.
rook g4, right? This is your idea.
Yeah, and king g6 back.
And rook f3, rook f4.
Rook f4.
No, because I take and I play king h4.
Oh wow, and this is
I
losing.
take.
So after rook f3,
Just king g6.
king e5 maybe. No, this is
No.
king g6, knight f8, king g5.
But you
Interesting.
see, black really can go
Yeah,
wrong.
some tricks actually. Rook g3
Yes.
and knight h7 played.
Knight h7 played.
He's trying to have some tricks in the position.
Yes, I told you.
Yeah. He's trying to find tricks.
Robert is very tricky. But
Yeah.
somehow I feel that Aram, will hold.
Yeah, it will just be a tough, long defense actually, because I see that after 15 minutes they're still playing.
They are still playing. Okay, rook,
Knight h7 played.
knight h7, rook g4 we are expecting.
Yeah, we are expecting rook g4.
Rook g4, rook f3 check. Until, okay, king g6 is a move, one move. But okay, we want to play king g6 because we want to attack the knight.
Yeah.
Simple, right? Okay, and if knight f8, then just
King g5. Yeah.
And if knight e6,
Then king
again
g6.
king
Yeah.
g6. Again king g6.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, tricks.
Yeah, big tricks actually
Big.
with this knight.
With knight, right? Knight on h7. How Robert found, right?
Some crazy tricks actually.
Yes.
And Aram has been very precise to allow to avoid the landmines that Hovhannisyan has been setting up, and now he needs to play rook g4 here, which
Right.
seems to be very and yeah, he plays
Yes,
it.
He plays rook g4. Rook f3 check will be played, yes. And here we are expecting king g6, because king on g6 it's attacking, right? King is attacking
Yeah,
the
the
knight,
knight.
so better to play king g6.
Mm-hmm.
And we are looking at camera.
Yeah, we're looking at the camera. He's about to make his move. Yeah.
Let's see.
Still fighting.
King g6 or let's check other moves.
Yeah, sure.
Right, yeah. Let's understand why. For example, why we think king g6. Okay, we know why we think, but okay, if for example Aram plays king e5, actually this is also possible according to evaluation bar, right? This is also possible. And if king e6, let's see what evaluation bar will tell us. This is also
Yeah, all moves are draw.
All moves are equal.
Yeah.
But king g6, I don't know. It looks more, more
Yeah.
easy or what, right? But Aram is taking his time. Aram is taking his time.
Yeah, because you don't want to go wrong in the 5th hour. This happened with him yesterday, where he was playing against Prague. He was very close to making a draw, but then he made a mistake. He doesn't want to repeat that mistake.
Right. And it was in time trouble, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
It was in time trouble. And now, of course, it's very important for Aram not to get into time trouble.
Yeah, because with 30 seconds on the clock and you having to make the only move, things can go wrong.
Yes, exactly.
5.5 minutes for him. He's just
And
drinking
of
some
course,
water. I will also
knowing
drink some
Robert,
water.
king e5, by the way. King e5 has been played. Raja.
King e5 on the board. Also a draw. And I mean, so far it's all good.
So far, all is good for Aram, yes.
Yeah.
And Robert is, of course, is trying to find
Some tricks.
some new tricks.
Yeah.
Some new tricks. King e5, okay.
Yeah.
But look, Raja, what happened? After rook g4, actually white king is cut.
Yeah, king is cut. So let's say I go knight f8.
So knight f8, okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you go knight f8. What I do? Okay, can I play? Because I don't have
He
this.
played rook f1, by the way.
He played
Rook f1. Just waiting.
Waiting. Okay, if king e6. Knight f8.
Yeah.
King e5.
Yeah, he's just waiting.
You see, now he's waiting like this.
Yeah.
Actually, Raja. I mean, cutting white king, right? Now he's waiting like this, cutting white king and waiting with the king. Okay, but now if I play this,
Okay, wait.
how do you wait? Okay. You wait like this. Knight d7, king e6, right? Knights. What is this? What is this? Let's understand. Very interesting.
Okay, you have knight c5 check.
Then
and knight d3 check.
1 minute. Let me get it, because now so far I really don't.
And king h4 next.
Ah, you want to say that h5 is falling?
Yeah.
So okay, king e6. You play here king h4, and I don't have rook g6 because
Exactly.
of knight f4. Okay, I got it. So tricks.
Yeah. Tricks.
Okay, that's why I honestly I want to keep my rook here, that there is not king h4 right here. This is my idea. Okay, it means that I have only my king.
Yeah.
Okay, then I play king d5, which is not good. But why?
Rook f5 check.
Because I blundered my... No. Actually, this is still a draw if rook f5. King d6, right?
Yeah, rook h5.
No, it's still so tricky.
This is very tricky. Let's wait.
Let's
Knight
wait.
f8 check played. And
King e5 will be played. Okay, this will be played, and I think rook f2. White will wait also.
Yeah.
Okay, rook f2. And okay, if I play king e4, what is this? This is losing again.
Yeah.
But why? Why this is losing, Raja?
I'm not sure actually.
Knight
but
d7. Or you can attack this pawn now with the rook maybe. So for example, no. Because if rook e2, king f5, right?
Yeah, I think now knight d7.
Okay.
And somehow your king cannot attack my pawn anymore.
Okay, king d5. Rook e2?
Yeah.
And you want to get rook e7 and win this pawn.
I want to go knight e5 also. If king d6, knight e5.
Okay.
So
Okay, this is very interesting.
So rook f2 played, and now
Yes,
Aram
rook
is thinking.
f2. Aram should find waiting
Less
pawn.
than 5 minutes on the clock, by the way. So this is possible for a result to happen here. It's not impossible.
Okay, all right.
Oh, one second. Actually, the cameras have some problem. Rook f2 was the last move, right?
Yeah, right. He played rook f2, right?
Yeah, 1 second. I will get it. Yeah. And now Aram is thinking.
I have a question then for you,
Yeah.
Raja. Okay, I don't want to wait like this because you have then king h4 move. Okay, what if I keep my king here, that eyeing f6, and what if I play rook a4?
Yeah.
Which is losing.
That is also losing.
But why?
Because now knight d7 check and you cannot go king.
Oh, okay. So rook b4 then. Rook b4 then. This is also losing.
Because now I might have knight g6 check.
Okay, if king e6?
Yeah. And
Then
now
knight
rook
f4.
e6, knight f4 check.
Oh, what is this?
Yeah.
I mean, such a tricky position.
So
rook
rook
c4
c4 played.
Rook c4, that there are not these tricks. You see, Raja?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
this is amazing.
this can go, he has to make some difficult moves here actually.
Oh, this was very interesting.
Yeah. This is actually not as easy as we thought it is.
Yes, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Okay, rook c4. No, but this, okay, very interesting. But I have a question, Raja. Oh,
Yeah.
so rook c4. So we understood rook a4, rook b4 was losing. But what is this? This is also losing.
Yeah.
But why? Is the again
Knight g6,
again
knight f4.
this? Yes, again this. You see, right? And
Yeah.
king f6, knight e2.
e2
now.
check and wins the rook.
Oh, but this is amazing.
Yeah.
Rook c4.
Only move. One of the only moves.
One of the only moves, and Aram
Found it.
After actually 5 hours.
Is knight g6 check.
Yes, king e6.
King e6 played.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But what a fight.
Yeah, I mean,
What a fight.
big fight actually
Right?
between these two
Raja,
players.
yes. What a fight. I mean, rook c4, the only move, the only square for the rook.
Yeah.
You have some thoughts.
Yeah,
I
was
see
just
that you
thinking.
have some thoughts. Okay, knight g6. Okay, what white can do here? So the thing is, yes, if knight f4, now of course king takes f6. And there is not disco.
Yeah, no disco
No
now, so he
disco.
goes back knight e7 this time.
Knight e7.
He goes here and now he wants to put the knight on g8 maybe to protect the pawn.
Oh, if rook g4 then?
Yeah, if you go rook g4 now, it's losing.
It's losing?
Yeah.
Why?
Because knight f5 now and knight g7.
Yes. Then it means that I should wait until you play knight g8, right?
Yeah, this is actually slightly unpleasant for black now. He has to make only moves kind of. He plays
Okay,
king.
and
1 second. He's about to make a move with
If
the
rook
king.
a4?
Yeah, he's about to make a move with the king. King e5 played. Which is fine, but
Which is
not
fine.
that accurate
Not
somehow.
that accurate, yes.
Now knight g8 maybe. Because if you go rook g4, then there is knight h6. And you're losing here.
No, it is so tricky,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're very tricky knight here. And Aram has not blundered yet, guys. It's 0.65, but it's a draw.
No, it's a draw. It's a draw. And if I play king e6, right, yeah, can I play this? No.
No, this is, there are
is so-
landmines everywhere, Lilith.
mean, what
There
is
are landmines
this, you know?
everywhere. You
Yes.
cannot, it's just very tough to defend without being accurate. You have to be accurate, Lilith.
Yes, but can you see why it's losing?
Yeah, I can, sorry, king, 1 second, king e5, knight g8,
Yes.
and king e6, right?
Why it's losing?
Because now I guess I can give it, no, I cannot give a check.
King f5. But it's free, plus free.
Yeah, it's +3, so must be some trick.
Yes, not easy.
Tricky.
Tricky, but how it's tricky?
Maybe knight e7 simply.
No, knight e7, king e5.
Back. By the way, what was the move? Knight g8 played. So now your question is king e6. We
Why
might
king-
get an answer.
No, king e6, why it's losing?
Yeah, it looks logical. I hope Aram doesn't play it.
But why it's not, why it's plus free?
Maybe some
Rook
waiting move.
g2, rook g2? No.
I think it's like some waiting move actually, like king g3.
No, king g3, rook g4 check. You don't blunder. Rook f3. And if king e5? I mean, this is like study, you know? Yes, king is... Again, this... No, but it's very easy to
Very
lose.
tough, guys. This is very tough to defend.
It's very tough, you know. It's very easy to lose.
Make a mistake.
Especially when in time trouble.
Yeah.
It's very easy to to go wrong. And especially in time trouble, and Aram now he's down 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
A bit more than 2 minutes. But what a fight! You see, Raja, what a fight, right?
Just crazy.
Yes, these guys are crazy. They are fighting.
Oh my god, he played
King
it.
e6 has been played.
Yeah, he's losing now, Lilith. I told you, this is not
King
easy.
e6 has been played. This
Yeah.
is amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
This actually changes, if Aram loses, this will change the dynamics completely, Lilith. Because
Completely.
tomorrow then, I don't think that Arvind will go for a draw. Because if he sees that Aram lost 2 games in a row, he will go for a win with black. And
With
Aram,
black.
yeah, for sure.
Rook g2.
Mistake.
Mistake. What is this?
Yeah. Somehow in this position, the only winning move was rook f1 or rook f3, like waiting move basically,
But
so
with
that the
F-
rook moves to a different square where
my
it can
God.
be hit with a check.
Right. I mean, this is amazing
Yeah, but
stuff.
good luck finding that with 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, rook f1, rook f3. Chandpreet Singh, exactly, you're right.
Yes.
And now rook g2. Aram is thinking, still tough defense.
Still tough because he can repeat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because if he thinks that this is a draw,
It will come again.
He will come again. It's most. I mean, it's very
Yeah.
probable.
Very probable actually.
Yes, it's very probable. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, let's
I
see.
mean, what a fight! But Raja, I enjoy such fighting spirit, such games,
For
right?
sure, Lilith. I mean,
Right.
I mean, it's crazy that in this position where we thought White has no idea,
Right.
Robert found some ideas.
Actually found excellent ideas.
Excellent ideas.
Excellent ideas.
Excellent attack and even better defense in this
Yes,
game.
Yes, yes. By the way, very good game.
Yeah.
Very good game. Yes.
Quality has been really high, but now Aram having less than 2 minutes, I'm a bit scared for him. He goes
Right.
King F5.
King F5, okay. I think Rook F2 check will happen. He will go King E6. You will see.
By the way, Rook F, King G5, Rook G2, is this somehow, what is this?
Yes.
This is a
Draw.
draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But okay, with the in time trouble, it's
yeah.
very hard to defend. Yes.
Yeah.
No, now I'm not sure that it will be draw. Honestly.
Actually, he had one chance to win the game
Yes.
and he did not find that chance, but it was very tough actually to find that.
Do you want to check, Raja?
I think they are playing.
They are playing,
Yeah,
right?
they are playing.
Because yes, we have this delay, right? That's
Yeah.
why. Mm-hmm.
Rook G7 played.
Mm-hmm. If King E6.
If King E6, yeah, Rook G5, I am trying to, possible. Let's see what he
It's
plays.
possible it
Rook
will happen.
G4 somehow is the best move, but it's very tough to go into this endgame.
Uh-huh. Aram is thinking. Let's see.
Do you think he will play this?
I don't know.
He's thinking.
He's
1 minute
thinking.
30 seconds.
Because if Rook G4 is a draw, it's easy draw. I mean, if it's this position, he can figure out.
Figure
that-
out, yeah.
Yes. If he can figure out.
But he has to be careful because, you know,
But let's understand. Rook G4 white 0-0.
I think let's just check, see if he
Okay,
plays it.
okay. But just the interesting.
Yeah,
right?
very interesting actually. But I'm not sure if he will play it. Because
Let's
he has,
understand ourselves. Raja, why this is a draw? King G5, right?
yeah,
The only move. Uh-huh. For example, King G2.
King F4. You can just wait even.
Mm-hmm.
He plays it. He plays it.
He played it.
Yeah, he played Rook
Okay.
G4 in the position actually.
Okay.
Aram realizes that it is a draw. He goes for it.
Rook G4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What a game.
This is
What a
insane.
game. Oh.
And now, I mean, his only move is to take.
Right. He doesn't have choice.
Yeah, he has
actually.
to take.
Right.
Otherwise, black will take.
Right. So, okay, let's see. This. And what is King H4 move, Raja?
King H4, King F4.
Just King F4, right? And you want to run with the pawn. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. That's why I have to play King G3.
Yeah, guys, what do you think? Will Aram hold this position after Rook G4 or do you think Hovhannisyan will somehow trick him?
I think after Rook G4 already.
Draw,
no.
yeah?
Yes.
Okay, now he's closer than ever to making a draw.
Yes, but great defense.
Yeah,
Great defense.
Rahul Preet says it's a draw.
So we are expecting here. Oh, sorry, Raja. We are expecting here take King G3, King G5, and just you said just wait, right?
Yeah, because you cannot move the knight anywhere.
And if King F2,
Yeah, King F2,
King G6 maybe, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Just I have a question for you, Raja. If King G5, this is also,
Also a
King
draw.
G3.
Because now you just do the same.
the
King
same
F5.
because King H4, King
Yeah,
F4.
exactly.
Yes. So there is no.
Okay,
this
now it's
opposition
actually
stuff.
seems like an easy draw.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, now it seems like an easy draw actually.
Do you want to check?
Yeah, we can check actually. I will check.
Whether they are.
Yeah, I will just quickly check. Yeah.
Okay, yes, check. I'm here again with my Armenians.
Your friends.
Yes. So yes, Rook G4 is the only move, right? Because Black wants to take and play King G6. and win the pawn. And if knight e7, just f6. I mean, f6 drops. Very easy. So and rook g7 is a threat. So if rook f7,
finished, Lilith. They finished.
they
the
finished already.
Yeah.
Yes, they finished.
They
Okay,
finished, guys.
what a game! What a game!
Game. Yeah, they finished the game. Yeah, they finished the game. It has ended in a draw, and it happened. I think rook g4, hg4, and this is just a draw. So they played a few more moves and they made a draw. And this means, Lilith, that we have finished 8 rounds in this tournament. Only one more round to go with Pragg and Arvind in the lead. Everything will come down to tomorrow, guys. Thanks a lot for joining in, Lilith. This was really a lot of fun today. We had one result only, Arvind winning, and the
Yes.
rest 4 were draws. Any last few words?
Yes, what a tournament we have, right, Raja?
Yeah,
It's very exciting.
very exciting tournament, guys.
Although many draws, but they are after big fight, and we are enjoying
Yeah.
this.
And guys, go say hi to Sagar Bhai and Amruta, who are going to be streaming Norway chess. You can follow that event if you are still wanting to see more chess. But for now, we are done from here. See you guys tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Indian time, 11 a.m. local time.
See you tomorrow.